It's The World Today.
Hello there. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Mike Walter in Washington, D.C. We begin with a crisis in Ukraine entering its 8th day. At least 2,000 civilians killed. Ukraine State Emergency Services saying the number could be even higher with more bombings and ground attacks by Russia. As Russian forces close in, a message from President Volodymyr Zelensky.
We've hardly slept for 7 nights. Or we sleep, but anxiously. My dears, the time will come when we'll be able to sleep, but it'll be after the war, after the victory, in a peaceful country, as we need.
Russian shelling in Kharkiv has killed at least 21 people in the last 24 hours. A local police department destroyed, engulfed in flames. In the capital of Kyiv, the grim aftermath of a missile strike that hit a TV tower close to a Holocaust memorial. At least 5 people dying. And in a city west of the capital, 4 people were killed when homes were reportedly struck by a cruise missile. Ukraine's emergency service says soldiers, children, and women were losing their lives every hour. The United Nations overwhelmingly voting to condemn Russia following its deadly assault. The body is now demanding an immediate withdrawal of Russian troops. William Denslow has that story.
The European Union's representative at the UN, Olaf Skog, said that this vote showed just how isolated Russia is in the eyes of the international community. Ukraine's UN ambassador said that this vote showed that the UN is still alive and undergoing a period of catharsis. We also heard from Linda Thomas-Greenfield, the US ambassador to the United Nations. She said that those nations, it was a simple vote. If you vote yes, you want to uphold the UN Charter, you want to hold Russia to account, and you respect Ukraine's territorial sovereignty. We also heard after the vote from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. He said that he will do all he can to facilitate an immediate cessation of hostilities and urgent peace negotiations.
The message of the General Assembly is loud and clear. End hostilities in Ukraine now. Silence the guns now. Open the door to dialogue and diplomacy now. The territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine must be respected in line with the UN Charter. But as bad as the situation is for the people in Ukraine right now, it threatens to get much, much worse. The ticking clock is a time bomb.
Now, 35 nations did abstain in this vote. 5 nations voted against it. Of course, one of those being Russia. We heard from that country's UN ambassador, Vasily Nembenzia. He said that Russia has proof that Kiev has been installing military hardware in residential areas. He claims that he will show that proof to UN leaders on Wednesday. When it comes to going forward, well, this was seen as a significant vote at the General Assembly, the first time that it's met and voted in this kind of forum in some 40 years. However, the resolution is non-binding, so there'll be frustration for many in the international community, the fact that this kind of resolution could be overwhelmingly supported in the eyes of the world, but it won't have the powers that the Security Council has when it comes to things like UN sanctions. However, the UN still has a crucial role to play going forward. The UN just this week has requested $1.7 billion, it says is in for urgent humanitarian assistance. It estimates that in the coming weeks there could be some 12 million people internally displaced in Ukraine, and also there could be up to 4 million refugees that have left Ukraine and gone into neighbouring nations in the coming weeks too. William Denslow, CGTN, New York.
A Ukrainian delegation is on its way to a second round of talks with Russia. Russia says it's ready for those discussions, but Ukraine has made it clear that the promise of progress must be preceded by Moscow halting its bombing campaign. The two sides met on Monday without making much progress. Ryan Thompson has more from Poland.
Well, the expectations remain low, but at least the two sides will come around the table once again on Thursday. Tomorrow, we had the expectation that it might actually happen tonight or this morning. It's really an hour-by-hour situation. We arrived here just shy of the Belarusian city of Brest, which is just over the border checkpoint behind me, because that's where CGTN sources had initially expected these talks to take place. We now know that they will happen on Thursday, a little bit farther away from this, but still in the general vicinity in Belarus. And it's a question of how long it will actually take the Ukrainian representatives to get there. This is a bit of progress after their meeting on Monday, that the two sides are able to come again to the table, but it will be difficult for them to find an agreement because they are still so far apart on key sticking points here. There's also a lot of questions about choosing Belarus as the proper venue for these talks, right? We were here a little bit earlier in the day, and there were a number of Belarusian protesters who actually crossed the border or came from different regions in Poland to really voice their discontent, saying that Alexander Lukashenko, the Belarusian leader, is not the proper mediator here because he has too much to gain from anything that is seceded to Russia. He's too close to the Russian President Vladimir Putin, and he's too involved to really give a fair voice here. Take a listen.
Best way if such negotiations will be, for example, in Turkey or in Switzerland, in Poland, not in the territory of Belarus, because Lukashenko wants to repeat the situation how it was 8 years ago when he organized these Minsk agreements or proposed a place for the Minsk agreements. Now he wants to sell again for Europe. Oh, you can see I'm a mediator, I'm a player here, I'm a positive guy. No, he's aggressor.
Now, Switzerland, Turkey, there are many places on the table, but it will be Belarus on Thursday and likely remain Belarus for a while now. The message of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is he actually didn't even want to attend or send representatives to attend these talks on Thursday because he says the country is still at war. His message was once the shelling stops, then the talking can finally start. But it seems that he's at least given way a little bit here to allow his representatives to come meet their Russian counterparts.
Sanctions and diplomatic isolation from Moscow, casualties on both sides, and concern about an escalating and prolonged conflict. Alyosha Milonkovich has more on that from Moscow.
498 Russian servicemen died so far in the first 6 days of the war. And also, its Ministry of Defense also said that over 2,500 Ukrainian soldiers were killed in the last 6 days. It is such a horrible loss of life in just short span of time. And of course, the Russian public is very much divided on this situation, this action from the day one. We learned about the protests in St. Petersburg, that several hundred people gathered actually in St. Petersburg protesting against the war. But in the same time, I also spoke with a number of people here who said that that intervention, that action in Ukraine was pushed on Russia, that Russia was pushed against the wall and that it had to react because NATO was on its doorsteps and it was a life or death experience for them. So they apparently had to do that, at least according to some people here in Russia. Also, what we learned is that, sanctions began to bite locals here. In the beginning, we heard that no flights are available now from Europe to Russia. Not a single airline beside Serbia's airline, which is flying from Belgrade to Moscow. Of course, there is also available flight for Istanbul, and of course another window or another remaining transportation hub for Russians is towards Dubai.
Alyosha Milonkovich there. Waves of Ukrainians are fleeing for their lives, desperately seeking safety anywhere they can. For some, that's on the Ukraine-Poland border. Wesley Dodd is covering that part of the story.
Well, this is the Polish side of the border, and you can see all through the night people are going to be arriving here, having made the crossing from Ukraine. And they're coming by any means they can. So there are private cars, people who've actually driven from Ukraine, and there are local people from here in Poland who've gone to collect them. There's also buses and taxis, and really any way people can, they're finding a way to come across that border. Now, of course, this is just the end of the journey for a lot of people. Some people have spent many, many days to get here. And I've spoken to people from all across Ukraine and heard about some of their experiences. One woman came to me and told me she was from Kharkiv, one of the places that's seen the fiercest fighting. She showed me pictures that had been sent to her while she was on the road, showing her house in ruins. It was aflame. Her car was destroyed, and all the possessions she now owns are the ones that she was carrying in her suitcase. And unfortunately, those stories are all too common here. Now, what's remarkable about this border crossing and the humanitarian effort that's going on is that it's all being run and managed by an army of volunteers, people from the local towns, people who've come from other parts of Europe with food, with tents, with refreshments, with blankets, with anything they can. All they want to do is to help the people who are escaping the fighting in Ukraine.
Again, that was Wesley Dodd reporting for us. Among those fleeing are foreign nationals living in Ukraine. They include a group of Chinese citizens. They were living in Kyiv when they were forced to escape. One man describes the moments before he headed to the Ukraine-Poland border.
When I was in Kyiv, I got nervous. I heard noises. Sometimes I hid in the bunker because in this kind of situation, safety was a top priority.
And the group was studying in the Ukrainian capital when the conflict broke out. Students from Ghana and Egypt are among the first Africans who have escaped the fighting in Ukraine. A flight landed in Cairo on Tuesday with anxious families waiting at the airport, 175 on board that first plane. By land, 800 have managed to cross into Romania. In all, there are some 6,000 Egyptians in Ukraine, two-thirds of them students. Ghana says 17 students arrived in Accra on Tuesday. Nearly 500 more are making their way west out of Ukraine. Their departures come after African and Indian students claimed racist treatment at the border. They say they were told to step aside while Ukrainian nationals got out first. Others say European nations have been more openly welcoming of Ukrainians fleeing the war compared to those who escaped Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan over just the past decade. Ukraine is pushing to have its application to join the European Union fast-track. Membership to the bloc normally takes years and requires support from all other EU members, something it doesn't have it yet. Rebecca Bundham has this report from Brussels.
As Russian troops push deeper into Ukraine, Ukraine is pushing to become a member of the European Union. It has already won a lot of support for its bid after it signed its application on Monday.
It will be up to us as Europeans to rise to the occasion. We know it's a difficult subject because it touches on EU enlargement. We know there are different opinions.
Poland, Czech Republic and Slovakia are among the EU countries that are backing Ukraine to gain swift entry as a candidate for membership. But others have expressed concerns. Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte has said it is not a good discussion to have at this point in time. Ultimately, all the 27 member states of the European Union will have to give the green light for Ukraine's application to be successful. And normally it's by no means an easy or fast process to join the bloc. North Macedonia became a candidate for EU membership in 2005 and it's still navigating its way through the process. There are also many criteria that would need to be met. Analysts say that Ukraine would need to introduce more curbs on corruption, for example. Working in its favour, Ukraine already has very close relations with the EU. It signed an association agreement with the bloc in 2017 and it's a member of the EU's Eastern Partnership policy. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says Ukraine and its President Volodymyr Zelensky have the Commission's full support.
When we last spoke, he told me again about his people's dream to join our union. Today, the European Union and Ukraine are already closer than ever before. There is still a long path ahead. We have to end this war, and we should talk about the next steps.
But even if Ukraine can go through a special fast-track process and win the approval of all the EU's member states, this will not be a solution to the country's most immediate problems. Rebecca Bundham, CGTN, Brussels.
A number of Russian banks are now banned from the vital international payment system SWIFT. CGTN's Gerald Tan has more on the implications of this move and its significance.
Each day, trillions of dollars are moved around the world. Those smooth transactions hinge on one network. Here's the gist. Transferring money these days happens seamlessly and quickly because of the conveniently named system called SWIFT. It stands for the Society of Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, a service based in Belgium. SWIFT connects more than 11,000 banks across the globe and functions as a messaging platform. it doesn't actually make the physical transaction, but lets members exchange secure instructions to one another. Last year, SWIFT recorded an average of 42 million such messages per day. Everything from grandma sending $100 for a birthday to corporations settling million-dollar trades. And it's those latter instances where severing Russia from the system really bites, because there simply are no comparable alternatives to SWIFT. Payments for Russia's energy and agricultural products will be exceedingly difficult. Difficult, but not impossible. After Russia was hit by Western sanctions for annexing Crimea in 2014, it developed its own payment system, SPFS. Only about 400, mostly Russian institutions rely on it. China also has its own financial clearing network called the Cross-Border Interbank Payment System, but that focuses on international transactions in yuan. The economic impact of being expelled from SWIFT can be severe. When Iran was sanctioned as such over its nuclear program back in 2012, oil revenues plunged by nearly half. Also, the effect isn't a one-way street. Russia conducts a lot of business with the West, so its removal from SWIFT could spell chaos in international banking. Now, you have the gist.
Up next, Ukraine, a major focus of U.S. President Joe Biden's first State of the Union address. Plus, the White House has a new roadmap aimed at driving down COVID-19 and preparing for new variants.
360-degree profiles of industry movers and shakers, tech mavericks, and policymakers. We drill down on their success. We ask how they set strategy and how they navigate in an increasingly competitive market. Real talk, real business. Join the conversation. Biz Talk, only on CGTN.
We are CGTN, China Global Television Network.
U.S. President Joe Biden used his State of the Union address to rebuke Russia. He called President Vladimir Putin a dictator and vowed to stand with Ukraine. Domestically, Biden's focus was on unity while tackling the pandemic and inflation. CGTN White House correspondent Nathan King reports.
The U.S. Congress was a sea of yellow and blue Tuesday night, an expression of solidarity with the Ukrainian people. Kiev's ambassador to Washington got a standing ovation, and President Biden pointed a finger of blame directly at Russian President Vladimir Putin.
6 days ago, Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated. He thought he could roll into Ukraine and the world would roll over. Instead, he met with a wall of strength he never anticipated or imagined. He met the Ukrainian people.
Biden said he would stand by his NATO allies in Europe, but would not send U.S. troops to fight Russia in Ukraine, instead announcing the closure of U.S. airspace to Russian aircraft, and he vowed to seize the assets of Russian billionaires. Wednesday, Putin spokesman Dmitry Peskov described the totality of Western sanctions as unprecedented, but said Moscow was putting in place measures to minimize risk and protect the Russian economy. This was not the speech that Biden would have given even a week ago, and quickly the U.S. president pivoted to domestic priorities, saying the U.S. would continue to fight COVID-19 even as mask and other restrictions are lifted.
Because of the progress we've made, because of your resilience and the tools that we have been provided by this Congress, tonight I can say we're moving forward safely back to more normal routines.
But with nearly 1 million COVID deaths, the nation is nervous and exhausted, and inflation continues to eat into the robust economic recovery. Biden vowed to release more oil from the strategic reserves to keep gas prices in check, and vowed to make more of what Americans need at home.
I think I have a better idea to fight inflation. Lower your costs, not your wages. That means make more cars and semiconductors in America, more infrastructure and innovation in America, more goods moving faster and cheaper in America, more jobs where you can earn a good living in America. Instead of relying on foreign supply chains, let's make it in America.
These actions.
Good morning. I'm Din Yang with CGTN Digital. You are watching the special coverage of the unfolding Ukraine crisis. A week has gone after Russian troops marching deeper into the land of Ukraine amid the ever louder screaming of missiles, and that can be heard overhead several major Ukraine cities. What has been also stronger is the domination by the West of Russia. And the deafening still is the cry for peace, heard not just within Ukraine but across the world. Almost at the risk of joining in the mixture of all those sounds, the peace talks that started on Monday yet seems to end with no parties home happy. It's a truth further and further inside between the two neighboring countries. What will we expect to see on the battlefield across Ukraine during the interval before the next round of the negotiation, if there indeed will be next round? Today, joining me in CGTN's Beijing studio to answer all those questions is my colleague from CGTN Political Desk, John Goodrich. Good morning.
Morning.
And also our military commentator, Mr. Cao Weidong. Welcome to our studio.
Morning.
And also online we have Professor Wang Xiaowei from Moscow University, but who is currently based in Beijing, and also my other colleagues, reporters across the world, waiting to answer more questions in relation to the event. First, let's go over the overnight CGTN headlines around the conflict since we went on air a couple of minutes ago. The U.S. has delivered hundreds of strange anti-aircraft missiles to Ukraine, according to the U.S. media, citing an administration of an official and a congressional source. The World Bank, from the economic front, the World Bank said on Wednesday that it had stopped all programs in Russia and Belarus with immediate effect amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis. Also, the current conflict in Ukraine is impacting children. That is the toll of the military operation, or a war, term used by the Western allies. The current conflict in Ukraine is impacting children of all ages, according to UNICEF. Nearly every child in the conflict is in need of psychological support. And according to Russia's tax news agency on Wednesday, that Georgia plans on Thursday to submit an application to join the European Union, following the move by Ukraine to apply to access to the organization. And we need to point out that at this stage, Georgia is neither a member of the European Union nor a member of NATO. Other headlines from the global media: the International Criminal Court prosecutor opened an investigation into the possible war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine, according to AP. And the Ukraine's second biggest city, Kharkiv, suffered heavy bombardment on Wednesday as Russia's week-long operation. And Russia says that 498 of its soldiers killed, 597 wounded in Ukraine, according to RIA, also a Russia state agency, as media. This was the first time that Moscow had put in a figure on its casualties, we believe. And Russia said the United Nations General Assembly on Wednesday overwhelmingly voted to reprimand Russia for its military operation in Ukraine and demanded that Moscow stop fighting and withdraw. This resolution passed late last night at Beijing time was supported by 141 of the Assembly's 193 members. It was passed in a rare emergency session called by the UN Security Council. That's the latest headlines. You can find this live stream as well as all those headlines on CGTN's all platforms, including Weibo, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and also you can leave your comments as this live goes on. And our experts and my colleagues in the studio as well as across the world will try to answer them. We'll bring you all the the latest updates on the event as we going on. And let's start with the military operation there. And before we go on, I'd like to say that during the live, I will switch between English and Chinese to communicate with experts. And if you already tuned into this, then you probably find out that the whole live is going on in English. But you can leave your questions in any language, and we will have the right translators to get them accurately and pass it to me on my laptop now in front of me. Okay, so before I move on with an expert, Mr. Cao, I'd like to say a few latest information on the battlefield, because there are all sorts of information flying now, and for most of the time they actually contradictory to each other. So far, along the front line on the battleground, the Kremlin said its force had taken the Black Sea port of Kherson. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. And the southern provincial capital of around 250,000 people strategically placed where the Dnipro River flows into the Black Sea. And Kiev earlier denied this statement. And now let's have a look at this video and to see all the latest on the battleground near Kherson. 我们来看一段视频，来了解一下具体的战事情况。
Consulate General in St. Petersburg as the conflict between Russia and Ukraine enters its 7th day with no signs of easing. The second round of negotiations was expected to be held today, but Russian media is reporting that it has now been postponed. Russia's defense ministry says its forces have captured the southern Ukrainian city of Kherson. Meanwhile, rescue operations are underway after a Russian force airstrike in Zhytomyr killed 2 and left 16 others wounded. Mariupol mayor says there have been intense shelling since Tuesday and they have not been able to evacuate the wounded. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says almost 6,000 Russians have been killed in the past 6 days. He has called for more support from the EU after applying for membership to the bloc, saying this is not the time to stay neutral. The UN claims around 660,000 refugees have fled Ukraine, triggering one of Europe's largest humanitarian crises.
曹先生，关于这个赫尔森的战事，我有一个
About the battlefield in Kherson, I have one question. There are so many information flying around since it is a military operation. The both parties is actually spreading their pseudo-information about each other. According to the Kremlin, the Russian unit has taken up the city, while the Kyiv administration don't think that have lost the battleground of this city. So who is close to the truth?
Answer your question. Use the Chinese Mandarin. 这个因为啊，现在这个俄乌双方啊，在乌克兰里面还在交战，因为大家注意到
Both parties are still under fire. While the first round of the negotiation has concluded and the second round has started, since the military operation has not finished, we are seeing that the two wheels are rolling together in parallel. The wordings or the informations from both parties are actually contradictory with each other. So why both parties claims that they have controlled the city of Kherson? It is because the city is located against the Black Sea. The target of such a military operation is to occupy the strategic position of the Black Sea. If the Russia unit has taken over the city of Kharkiv, the Ukrainian troops is not going to be able to be access to the sea. And once it is being taken over by the Russia units, that is to say, the Ukrainian units is not available to all these ports and harbors. The sea channel is actually opening up for Russians and its allies because the sea area is not the area for inhabiting. To achieve such a target, the Russian troops need to take the city of Kharkiv. And if you look at this map, if you zoom in, if the Russians has locked up all the harbor cities, there is not going to be any export available for Ukraine. So Ukraine is going to be an inland country in the next round of negotiations. So militarily speaking, the next step is going to control the sea and turning Ukraine into an inland country, which is going to prepare for the next round of negotiations. So why do the two military troops are fighting against each other in this sport? It is for the control of the port in the sea and leading the channels of Ukraine to be connected through the seas. And for Russia that is controlling the sea channels, from the military perspective, it is not about who is taking the upper hand. It is about the control of the seas and harbors. So from third party's perspective, instead of the two parties on the battlefield, how do you define a city is being occupied or taken over by one party? Do you have any standard? Yes. If it is according to the Ukrainian administration, the city is still under the control of Ukrainian troops. In this region, all these personnel is going to be stationed. Because in the city, it has a lot of posts. So is this military post being controlled and stationed by the Ukrainian units or the Russian units? If it is being controlled by the Russian units, or if the Russian vehicle can pass over in the major traffic mainstream lines, and if the Ukrainian people cannot walk freely on the streets, that is going to say that these are the defining standards: power stations, hydro stations, radio stations. If one party is controlling this important infrastructure, that is to say they are going to take over the cities. Without such an infrastructure, without water and power and transportation stations, if your vehicle and your person cannot pass over the stations, we are going to understand which party is taking over the cities by the traffic informations, by the personnel informations.
Kharkiv, a city of 1.5 million people, also under heavy bombardment on Wednesday, which is likely to continue into today, but we need to wait for latest updates on that. And my next question is about Kharkiv. 为什么哈尔科夫也同样遭到核围？
So why does the Russian army besiege the city of Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine? From its geographical locations, Kharkiv is located to the north. It is a huge city, second only to the capital Kiev. I think it is representing another military strategy. It is not about controlling the sea. The Russian troops are using Kharkiv to set up an example for other cities. The city of Kharkiv is going to set up the examples by the Russian troops to other cities. The Russian troops is not bombarding the capital city Kiev and also the second biggest city Kharkov, while in the Odysseus and Mariupol they are using the bombardment without caring about the buildings and also the constructions and hydropower stations. But in the city of Kharkov and in the city of Kiev, the Russian army besieged the city. And we are seeing an escalation of the military powers in the city of Kharkov. For the city of Kiev, they have laid a gateway to its west, letting the local people to get out of the city. So through setting up an example in the city of Kharkov, the Russian armies is actually sending a signal to people around Ukraine that they are only besieging the city instead of hurting the civilian people. Can I interpret it as this? Today, as the Thursday Beijing time, and this battlefield, the besiege of these two cities and all the encirclement of the cities is not going to be eased. I don't think there is not going to be any easing out. It is only about the Russian armies are going to place a heavier troops today. The civilian people in the city center of Kiev and also Kharkov can leave the city. While the Russian army is going to use the military weapons, military missiles, to attack the city center and also its military stations and facilities.
About the situation on the battleground, Russian troops in Ukraine, and this according to various reports actually, Russian troops in Ukraine have made some progress in the southern part of the country, but also facing a logistic breakdown with the vehicles running out of fuel and troops running out of food. 我们现在看到很多的报道说，俄军的前进的速度并没有预想中的快。原因之一是因为他们的这个
back that the Russian army is not advanced very quickly. It is because they are burning a lot of energies, and they should also think worried about their food and beverage supply. What do you think of this piece of information? I don't think it's accurate, because we can predict the end of the conflict, because I think although the process might vary a lot, the Russian troops can control the process or control the structures in the battlefield. Some of the people think that they have advanced weapons or military artilleries. I think it is because of its informationized system, which is called C4I, Command Control Computer and the informations. This military information system from the Russian troops is much better than what is used by the Ukrainian armies. They did not plan to occupy the Ukraine, so they actually besieged the two cities in order to gain more leverage in the negotiation tables to the eastern part of Ukraine in the areas of Donbass and Lugansk. The two places has announced themselves as a People's Republic. Russian armies have a very different control in the Lugansk and Donbass. The Russian troops is trying to get back where they have lost before. We heard two voices describing what is happening in Ukraine. One voice is spreading by the Russian military units it is special military operations, and from the United States and its Western allies, it is being called a war. So the final question is about the terminology. So what is the difference between the special military operation and a war?
And if that difference means anything, 就他们这种到底是文字游戏，还是说确实是有
Is it just the play of the pawns, or does it have different military definitions? From the military operations, we can see the biggest difference between the two terminologies. The modern wars are designed to fighting for the territories and also the military presence. Another part of the modern war is used to kill the civilians, no matter in the rural and urban areas. One party has besieged the city in order to kill everything in lives. While today we have defined it as a special military operation, means that the Russia is not trying to include Ukraine as a part of Russia. This special military operation is not besieging a number of the Ukrainian troops. After 7 days, the death number and the injury number is far from what we expected from a large-scale war. The special military operation is not aiming at killing the military troops from the other party, since it is also a military operation. The Russians dispatch their units in the city of Kiev, but the Kiev has not been bombarded with heavy artillery. It is what we call encirclement, pushing the beverage on the negotiation table, and it is actually laying more foundations for the future negotiations. The Russians are actually targeting the eastern part of the Ukraine, and once it has announced its independence and once there is a ceasefire, there is going to be a new ceasefire agreement. So to its south, why the Russians at all its cost is throwing the bombardment into the Ukraine. Once it has controlled the seas, this is going to give the Russians more leverage in the negotiation table. This is where it is specialized in. Thank you very much, Professor Cao.
But before I move on to you, we need to have a look on the ground in Kharkiv, in Kherson, and in Kiev as well. We have videos for you on that, because I'm sure that Mr. Cao will join me, will agree with me on this. Life is not a thing that can be measured simply by numbers. I mean, life lost is life lost. Every life counts. And before we start watching the video that CGTN Stranger brought to you, and also some background info, now on the humanitarian sufferings on the ground, more than 800,000 Ukrainians have fled the fighting since the attack began, and most are crossing into Poland and Romania. The European Commission proposed granting temporary residence to Ukrainian refugees. And the residents of Kiev heard loud explosions overnight, and the sirens warning of incoming fire sounded in cities across the country. At least 21 people were killed. I mean, this is the latest until last night, Beijing time, and unfortunately, the number with the death toll may continue to rise. And 112 wounded in shelling in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second biggest city, and in the last 24 hours, still by the end of last night. And this information, according to regional officials, and the latest updates on that, you can also find on CGTN's website as well as the social media platforms. And the authorities have said, I mean, the Ukrainian authorities have said that the missile attacks hit the center of the city, including residential areas and the regional administration building. I mean, that's last line is according to Ukrainian authority, and Russia still continues to emphasize that the military operation is not targeted at civilians in Ukraine. Now let's have a look at the situation and people's life in the battled city. 我们来看一下视频。
И осколки уже перешли вот сюда, на сторону торгового центра, разлетелись именно сюда. Это была очередная попытка сообщить детали, находясь в кадре, но гул летящей артиллерии заставлял нас уходить все дальше, вглубь подземного гаража. Как только опасность миновала, мы смогли выйти на поверхность, но не прислушиваться и не смотреть в небо было трудно. Сгоревший дотла фургон у крыльца разбитой высотки. Говорят, произошло все буквально за секунды. Снаряд, выпущенный, как предполагают следователи и военные, с северо-запада с расстояния 15-20 километров, врезался в Донецкую землю, и затем мощная взрывная волна стала сметать все на своем пути, в том числе жизни 2 случайных прохожих, тела которых были расположены у входа в здание так, что было нетрудно понять, в последние секунды женщина, вероятно, пыталась собой защитить подростка, но оба погибли. Осознав это, работать с каждой минутой становилось все тяжелее. Здесь на Шахтерской площади расположен торговый центр «Северный», и сюда прилетел очередной снаряд. Вот она, здесь находится воронка, достаточно такая внушительных размеров. Вот там за автомобилем сгоревшим 2 погибших, которые, вероятно, погибли от осколков, но при этом большая часть поражающих элементов в результате этого удара пришлась вот именно на торговый центр, который расположен здесь. Здание все посещено осколками. Вообще, конечно, нет слов, честно. Я работал на военном канале, но естественно, я не дурак, я понимал, что да, здесь на месте совсем другая ситуация, но когда ты все это видишь сам, тем более в первый раз. Да, в таких ситуациях и парни плачут, а еще на Донбассе и снаряды, вопреки военной поговорке, в одну воронку еще как падают. Кризис 22 года тем и отличается от 14-го, что не успел рассеяться еще дым первого удара, от прилета второго спустя энное количество времени никто не застрахован. Дмитрий Маслак, Артем Величко, Егор Кузнецов, CGTN из Донецка.
I believe that we still have a contribution by CGTN's stranger that we have video bloggers in the conflict zones to bring back their observations of what is happening locally. And now let's have a look at that video. 我们来看一组 CGTN 的拍摄视频，发自基辅和哈尔科夫。
Киев. Киев.
有去过这种争议激烈的战争地区。
战争地区没有去过。
Киев.
你像英国那个777连环爆炸那，我倒在现场。
好的，我可以问一下这个经理吗？That is the humanitarian toll in the conflict zone. I'm too young to be in a battled place. I'm too young to be near any place in the world, and also I'm lucky enough to live in a peaceful country. But among our guests, we have I guess actually been to a scene that similar but can never match that. But I think we can tap into that experience. 曹先生，我知道您曾经有过驻英的经历，在英国可能当然没有战事，但是也有 类似刚才那样残酷的环境，您大概描述一下您当时的心境，因为我们知道两种场合是完全不同的。
what was happening since although the two things are quite different. So can you tell us how did you feel at that time to our viewers, which is going to give them a very close experience about that. Back in 2013, I was working in London. I have showed the videos, and I also see one of our journalists, they also see the house burned, bombarded on the ground. I have seen that bombardment, terrorist attacks in London, in the subways and also in the buses, which is making the public, making the civilians quite frightened. The terrorist attacks is also paralyzing the cities in terms of its production and its lives. All the public transportations, including the buses and subways, has been suspended in order to avoid another occurrence of such events. The city governments have suspended all the usage of smartphones. Some of my colleagues is actually from the embassy using their smartphones and go to the schools. On their way, the case find that there is no signals. There are so many overseas students calling us that can you save us because we have no signals from the phones. After the bombardment in the subways, the buses are also burning, which is very frightening, and it's also quite shocking to the civilians. That was very horrifying, but for such a bombardment, I do believe that it is creating a lot of psychological damage to the Ukrainian people. The city's transportation telecommunication has been suspended. For any country or for any mega city, this is a huge disaster. Let's imagine what is happening in Ukraine. The war or the military operation threats more.
Suggesting that any similarity between the two events that we just talked about, we just like to want to tap into that psychological impact after seeing the atrocity caused by the conflicts. And after seeing all of those, John, and allow me to move on you. John Goodrich is the CGTN's political desk editor, and you've been with us, like Mr. Cao, for the past couple of days covering this special event. And now the peace talks move on to the second round, if it will definitely take place. But we're still waiting for the confirmation. Now they've confirmed that the Ukraine side has been heading to the place where the next round will be held. But what is your take on the second round? Because apparently for the first round, the result wasn't very promising.
Well, I think it's a little unfair to say the first round wasn't too promising. I think the fact they held talks at all was promising, and no one was really expecting any big breakthroughs in that first meeting. Mm-hmm. On Monday, they sat down for 4 to 5 hours in Belarus, the Ukrainian defense minister and a Kremlin advisor and their teams, and they've gone back to their respective governments to talk about the situation and see what would happen in a second meeting. We heard yesterday from Russian media there'd be a second meeting yesterday. Mm-hmm. That didn't happen.
Did it happen?
We're now hearing it's probably going to happen today, so we'll wait and see if it will or not.
Is there, are there any speculations on the global headlines as to the reasons about the delay?
I don't think there's any particular reason other than the conflict's ongoing, the situation's changing constantly, mm-hmm. and they're looking for issues to agree on. The big problem at the moment, if we move away from the terrible scenes that we were watching a moment ago, the diplomatic problem or the political problem is what's the off-ramp for all the sides? How do they get out of this and move to peace? Right now, we know Ukraine essentially, it wants its independence. It doesn't want Russian forces to be there. It's quite a simple situation. It's suggested that it may be willing to go to a neutral status. It's hinted that it may give up its ambitions of NATO membership, but at the same time, it's made its application to the EU. So it's a bit of a cloudy picture in that regard. For Russia, then its position hasn't changed that much either. In Ukraine, it wants recognition of Crimea as Russian. It wants Luhansk and Donetsk People's Republics, the places that Putin recognized as independent going back to last week, and which was kind of the starting point of really moving this situation forward. It wants them to have autonomy, which is part of the Minsk agreements, and it wants Ukraine to demilitarize. Having all those things and retaining the current government, it's very difficult to do. And then we have the other Russian demands, which were put forward in December, for NATO to pull back from Ukraine, stop playing a role there. Although obviously Ukraine isn't a NATO member, NATO was involved in some ways in terms of dialogue and perhaps coordination, and also to pull back NATO forces from the Baltic states and the former Soviet republics. All these things, they have to play into each other. And even if we find a solution in Ukraine declares neutrality, for example, it gives autonomy to those regions, then we still have the issue of Russia's initial problem, which was NATO expansion and weaponry and armaments on its western borders. So finding a way out is very, very difficult.
In terms of the political negotiation or diplomatic negotiations, are there any bottom lines that both sides strongly would absolutely will hold to, would never let go?
Well, the bottom line for Russia is autonomy for those regions in Donbass, Donetsk and Luhansk, and its demilitarization of Ukraine. It wants Ukraine not to move forward further westward, not to be a member of NATO for sure, but it also wants no military there. It wants it to be a neutral status. What that looks like will depend on a point of view.
But is that what Ukraine will definitely not do?
Well, at the moment, Ukraine's not willing to do that because it sees that as Russia coming in and taking over the country. Right? As a Zelensky government can't continue in that vein. But it's possible that they can find some kind of other accommodation, and we can hope that as these talks go on, I mean, if we have a second round of talks today, it's not going to be the final round of talks. It's going to go on for days and weeks and months. There's going to be no quick breakthrough, but we can make progress, and perhaps there'll be some kind of agreement to reduce the military operation at the moment, to maybe a pause or something like that. But again, that comes with risks, because a ceasefire, although typically in a conflict zone you'd expect a ceasefire during talks for peace, but it also gives a chance for both sides to regroup, and whether both sides want to give that opportunity as well, we can't quite say.
Mr. Childish now used a very interesting metaphor, the figurative way to put the situation now about the negotiations. I'd like to double check with Mr. Cao. 您刚才提到了一个就是战场上和谈判桌上是两个轮子。对。
So you mentioned an analogy, that is to say there is actually two wheels ruling in parallel in the battlefield and also on the negotiation tables. According to the general logic and the military operation, for those who cannot get on the military operations, you are never going to get it on the negotiation tables. This special military operation is designed to achieve some of the negotiation result, using the military operations to get the negotiation result. And if the negotiation table is slowing down while the battlefield is faster than we expected, it is definitely going to change the scenario.
To my question, because if there are two wheels, like Mr. Cao says, if there are two wheels and one is along the line of a war or a conflict, and another one is along the line of diplomatic negotiations, I mean, surely they're not along the same directions. I mean, do you think it's that eventually this vehicle, if we would like to continue to use that metaphor, this vehicle will not just simply dissolve?
I mean, right now, for a peaceful resolution, it would require both sides to make concessions. At the moment, whether you're talking about Ukraine or you're talking about the kind of Western alliance which is developed, or you're talking about Russia, neither side is making concessions. The only way we are going to get to a situation of calming the situation, of prospect of peace, is for both sides to reach slightly across the aisle. But so far we've had no real signs of that, although in fairness to the Ukrainian government, they have suggested but they might be willing to consider some of the options like neutrality, like a Finland status, that kind of thing.
And do you think that we have to, as the observers and not the people that are directly involved in the conflicts, do you think we have to wait out for a clear result coming out of the conflict, out of the battleground, then a meaningful diplomatic talk can be resumed, or the latter can actually seize the former, or to push it towards an ending?
Well, I'm sure diplomacy is going on at all levels as the conflict goes on, behind the scenes and openly as well, and in public. The way things are going, it looks like that diplomacy is going to have to continue and have to make some breakthroughs whilst the military operation goes on, because there's been no signs of Russia pulling back at the moment.
And joining us in this session is Professor Wang Xiaowei from Moscow University, who is currently based in Beijing. Wang 教授，早上好。
Everyone, good morning.
主持人好。
Good morning. My question is that under the current scenarios, since we have been discussing a lot in the broadcasting rooms, and from your professional perspectives, are there any rooms for the Russians to reach their negotiation targets, while the Ukrainians also reaching their negotiation targets? So are there any mutual common ground for both parties? There is a huge dividing opinion for both parties. It is also because of this media war. There are two ways of seeing it. One is that Ukraine has a relatively simple pursuit, which is a withdrawal of the Russian units from across Ukraine, including the withdrawal in the city of Donbass and Lugansk. Ukraine is also asking for a returning of Crimea. To sum it up in one word, the Ukrainian requirement is to achieve all territory independence and the withdrawal of all armies across Ukraine, while for the Russian troops, their major targets for negotiation has no actual standards. And from my research perspectives, we can refer it to a recent speech or recent dialogue between President Putin and President Iran Macron. President Putin has actually came up with 3 points: the militarizations and denazifications. At the same time, Ukraine should maintain a neutral country. Without joining the NATO and deploying any aggressive weapons. From the current military field, I could see the situation is crystal clear. The majority of the cities, I could see is being besieged by the Russian units, including its capital, Kiev. 3 directions has been besieged or encircled, and they have laid a special channel for the civilians to get out of the city. To this meaning, the Russian army or Russian troops is actually besieging the cities, and here the Ukrainians is actually coming up with a requirement which has not been achieved in the previous rounds of negotiations, which is something not unmanageable. But at the distance, we could see the Ukrainians are still willing to negotiate. On the negotiation table, they are going to come up with their solutions or their appeals, which might achieve some partial common grounds. But if we want to end all this conflict on the negotiation tables, it is very difficult. In the coming days, Ukraine maintained as a neutral country is the top priority of the Russian government. I also wanted to add up that the current Ukrainian administration should admit the control of Crimea under Russia. Under President Zelensky's government, he thinks that with the acknowledgement of Ukraine or not, under the current circumstances, can we think about it? While the two parties are speculating the result, to stay as a neutral country without joining any military organizations, including NATO, and admitting the legal sovereignty of Crimea. These are the two basic requirements which the Ukrainian party can think about it. So here we like to give the audience a few background information.
Before yesterday, that Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, made the bid to join the European Union, and actually it was quite emotional, and according to a lot of commentators and in the comment sections that we've been looking at, been monitoring on YouTube, because there's a very, very long video of Zelensky giving that speech to the European Parliament. And at the end of it, all the delegation and delegates were standing up and applauding. Call it a political demonstration or call it a political show, whatever language you like to use, but that is the impact it caused. Do you think, John, that is how long normally does it take for a country or for a state to apply for a membership with the European Union?
Normally it's a process which takes a number of years. Any country that wants to join the EU needs to meet multiple criteria in order to be accepted. Of course, these are fairly exceptional times, and the EU has already moved in an exceptional way in its unity in response to this crisis, both in terms of putting sanctions on Russia, in providing military aid to Ukraine, something it's never done before, in banning state media, in banning Russian planes over its airspace. It's done things which it's never done before already, but the prospect of a country which is in the middle of a serious conflict joining the European Union is, it's not going to happen in the short term. We can say that perhaps the response of the European Union to the bid from Zelensky was a further show of strong support from Europe to Ukraine, but in terms of practically joining the Union, then I don't think it's anything more than that at this stage.
And maybe some of the audiences are not quite familiar with the difference or the difference between European Union and the NATO. Can you briefly give us a one-on-one on the different functions of the two clubs?
NATO was established as a military defense alliance against the Soviet Union. Includes the Canada and the US. The US is obviously the most prominent player. Gives the most funding towards it. It's a military alliance. The European Union started as an economic alliance. It now takes in 27 countries. It was 28 until my country, Britain, left a few years ago. But it's primarily an economic alliance. It's a huge single market, a huge trading bloc. It has some political aims as well. And there's long been talk of it having an army, in fact, but it's never got very far. Actually, one of the interesting things about the current crisis is the European Union has changed its stance on militarizing, and it's something that Emmanuel Macron, the French president, who gave a big televised speech to his country last night about this crisis, has been pushing very hard, trying to make the European Union more of a force on the world stage by having more of a military presence. And yesterday he was talking about increasing French defense spending, for example, and you can see he's got an election coming up, but if he wins it in the first half of this year, I think that's the trend we're going to see him pushing further, a stronger military force within the European Union.
Thank you, John. No, yeah, probably you can see that on the screen. The CGTN's sports section editor, Hu Zhicheng, who is also my colleague, is waiting in line. But Zhicheng, probably I need to keep you for a bit longer because I still have several questions to ask Professor Wang. Sorry for the delay, but please stay with us. 王教授，我还有一些问题想要请教您。
Professor Wang, I have
我们知道
a few
泽连斯
questions
基
to
已
you.
经向欧盟递交了申请，要加入欧盟，要把乌克兰带进欧盟。我们刚才也和我们的这个时政编辑、政治编辑、
we were talking to our political editors,
一朝一夕的事情。
and joining the European Union is not a matter which can turn the situation overnight. What do you think the background information? What is the background meaning of this action? Joining the EU is actually an encouragement from the Western world. The newly added members of the European Union requires quite a long process which the newly added members can express their ideas. How will Ukraine join the EU in such a short period of time, which is a topic of the interest for many countries? It is not simply joining the EU. The withdrawal from EU is also quite complicated. Britain has went through the Brexit for many years, and back in the year 2016, after deciding the Brexit on a referendum, until the year 2020, Britain finally finished the Brexit. That is only a sign of encouragement from the Western world. We have noticed that there is a saying online after today's crisis, objectively. It enables the NATO and European Union to be standing in unified forms. Do you think that it has such a symbolic meanings? Yes, it do. And the Western world, especially Britain, United States, their sanction towards Russia is unprecedented, and they are united in an unprecedented manner in the field of sanctioning Russia. That was quite devastating to Russia's economy. I think that we can sum it up in one sentence. Even the Russian cats are being sanctioned. I don't know whether you have read that interesting piece of news. The World Cat Organization banned it. The Russian blue cat from the normal procurement. This is an interesting example that I want to share with all of you. That is also indicating an unprecedented levels of sanctions. For the United States, its aim are quite simple. Since it wants to unify more forces to affect the military battleground, and the NATO and the United States has mentioned for many times that there is not going to be any specials of the weapons on the battleground. All the terms or all the sections are in the grips of the United States and the Western world. The result it generated is to unify more countries for negotiations to strengthen the sanctions towards Russia. This is going to force Russia to cease its negotiations and even push Russia for the withdrawal of the armies. This is actually the target of the Western world, although they have not clarified that. It is obvious. So, Professor Wang, I think that I have to give some of the questions to Mr. Cao.
北约不直接跟俄罗斯开战，这个问题我想它太大了， ，It's a $1 million question。但我想请教您的是，
where there is a million-dollar question: why does NATO directly went into the war with Russia? If NATO is fighting at the front line with Russia, what is going to be the result? A military operation is just an extension of the political arena. The military operation has its political meaning standing behind it. Secondly speaking, in the Russian field, they are using the negotiations to promote. They are using the battlefield or special military operations to promote the negotiations. Both parties want to see whether their interests can be achieved. If this is an article, we are seeing the different countries, different organizations to draw the different signs to represent their intentions. Russia is actually sending the exclamation signals to the rest of the world, asking the Ukrainians to sign the relevant papers. If the Ukraine teams up with a question mark whether to fight or not, the Ukrainian government is looking at the United States or the NATO, while the US gives an answer for the long hyphen, which is to say that the US is dragging for the long term. They are using economic sanctions and even the cat. They are using the ropes to treat the Russians, and they are actually providing the Russians the ropes and the knife. So the US has a very clear military target. No matter the public or the civilians from the Russian or civilians from the Ukraine gives us an yes that they don't want for such a battlefield to continue. If there is upfront conflicts occurred between NATO and Russia, President Biden has come up with a quite clear answer. If the United States is crashing on NATO on the Third World War, if they want to choose this option, please join the United States for sanctioning Russia. They are going to rob the United States out, which is going to let the Ukraine fight on the battleground. And they are not willing to see this conflict occurred. Once this conflict occurred, President Putin is going to see it and through his ear that he is actually organizing his troops into the special military operations, while the special military readiness is what we call a nuclear power readiness. Russia is facilitated with these special nuclear powers, and once Russia is being put into this military readiness, this is going to pose a lot of damage into the international world. The last time we mentioned about this nuclear power readiness, that was back in the Cuba crisis and the Cold War. If there is direct confrontations between NATO and Russia, there is not going to be occurring between the 5 permanent members of the United Nations. At the beginning of this year, the 5 permanent members of the United Nations have signed up a treaty that they are going to avoid the nuclear wars, which is preparing for escalations between Russia and the Ukrainian armies. The other different countries in the NATO understand that the war, nuclear wars, is not going to occur between these 5 permanent members, even if the Britain is fighting against the US. The US and also the Russia is actually obtaining 45% of the nuclear powers. The Britain still have the powers to obstruct any single country in this world. Once the war escalated, it is not going to occur in these 5 permanent members. While other countries in NATO, for example Russia or Italy, they don't possess the nuclear powers, while they have deployed the B-146 nuclear powers which can be controllable and tunable in terms of the the powers and the threats on the battlefield. With the US weapons or with the Russian armies, the war might be fallen on top of their head. The Ukraine is asking for a non-fly zone with the NATO and rejected by the NATO, which is indicating once again that on this matter, NATO is not going to dispatch any army to enter into the territory of Ukraine and fight against the Russians. They are willing to see a continuum of this special military operation between Ukraine and Russia.
Conflicts or war, but let's move on to the headlines and about sanctions. And if we talk about sanctions, I mean, there's no way to shy away from talking about that shadow. Well, probably it's not shadow anymore. The United States is definitely at the center of the stage of this conflict, pulling the string behind it. I mean, to use maybe some expressions from the Russian side. And to brief you on the latest sections, the United States, the latest threats from the United States include, but not limited to, imposing sanctions on Russia's oil and the gas industry, which so far it hasn't done. But it says yesterday, according to Reuters, that the United States is very open to imposing sanctions on Russia's oil and the gas industry, as it also weighs the potential market impact, according to the White House. And also, this is the headline you can find on the website of Reuters. And in television interviews, the White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki said that Washington was still considering hitting Moscow's vast energy sector over Russia's invasion of neighboring Ukraine, the spokeswoman said, and the impact on global oil markets and the U.S. energy prices were a key factor. Prior to that, the United States has also been saying that it's been preparing a sanction package targeting more Russian oligarchs, as well as their companies and assets. And John, what is the point of targeting Russian oligarchs?
Well, the group of oligarchs are seen as people who help support the Russian government. They're obviously incredibly wealthy and incredibly wealthy around, influential around the world. In the UK, London is quite famous for housing a number of them, and one of them has been in the news a lot the last few days, Roman Abramovich.
The owner of Chelsea?
The current owner of Chelsea, who is being brought up in the House of Commons several times because he hasn't been sanctioned by the British government. The British government has sanctioned, I think, 12 Russian...
He's on some sort of a list by your Interior Ministry.
He's rumoured to be, according to a leaked document. But so far the UK has sanctioned 12 of these figures. The European Union has sanctioned, I think, something like 25, around double. And the British government is now under pressure to match the EU, including with Abramovich. And Mr. Hu will be able to tell us more about it. But Abramovich is now moving to sell Chelsea, who you mentioned earlier, and also apparently his property portfolio in London, because he fears that sanctions are coming from the UK government in the near future.
黄教授，我想请问您下一个问题，就是关于制裁。现在这个制裁从俄罗斯的经济角度来看，已经造成了多大影响？有没有这样一个评估的可能？
它这个制裁对俄罗斯的影响还是很大的。
So I think the impact is quite huge, but it is not life-threatening. I think all of you are making the publicity that the United States is closing up its SWIFT global payment systems. Actually, the situation is not quite like this. There is around 300 Russian banks joining the SWIFT systems, but actually the U.S. sanctions has left some of the backhand. Actually, the U.S. banks is being controlled by the capital world, the capitalist. There are so many U.S. companies which keeps a long-term major trade matters with Russians. The company of Boeing, for example, they do have an impact to lobbying into the U.S. government. Around 7 to 10 of the Russia banks cannot use the SWIFT payment system in certain countries. And in order to deal with this certain potential risk, Russia has also built its own payment system. So for its own payment system, for the nation, this is not very difficult. China also has its own payment system. The Russian payment system is available to some of the countries in the South America and in the Central Asia. But the Western world, they do have a very huge propaganda campaigns, which is not going to be life-threatening for Russia's economy. And the areas of the finance and economy, the impact of Russia is quite huge. And we all know that the sanctions is put upon the sanctions. We all know that in the year 2014, after Crimea was taken over by the Russians, the Western sanction posed is actually so far for around 100 times, one time harsher than the last one. And Russia has quite a lot of experience dealing with Western sanctions. It is not what we are seeing through some of the media. And the areas of economy and finance, these sanctions do pose some of the influence or impact and do cause some of the social problems, which is causing large-scale devaluations of the currencies and also increasing of the unemployment. But one thing I need to emphasize is that because of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine has been lasting for 1 week, the driving up of the energy prices is bringing the extra benefit to Russia's economy. And Russia has been preparing for that. It has a foreign exchange storage for around $640 trillion. I don't know how will the Western politicians think of these numbers. So Professor Wang, yesterday the White House from the United States has threatened that the United States is not going to threaten Russia's oil and petroleum industry. It is only designed for threatening. Or is it a possibility? I think it has all possibilities. I have gone to get some of the latest information at 9:25 a.m. Beijing time, where the United States is going to sanction on some of the high-level executives in the oil and gas industry in Russia, limiting their entry into the EU and Russia and also the United States. This sanction is actually gripping the bottom neck of Russia's economy, since Russia's economy is highly dependent on the export of the energy sectors. This is actually a sanction of huge importance, which is going to impact a lot on Russia's economy. You have been working in the Moscow State University. You must have some of the colleagues who is still stationed in Moscow. Have you talked to them so far? So in the Russian civilian society, what is the public's view or public's opinion on this military operation? Moscow's residents, do you have different opinions with this special military operations? I think one thing needs to be understood is that from the historic reasons, Ukraine shares the same historic roots with Russia. A lot of people working in Moscow have some of the relatives working in Ukraine, and they are worrying about the safety of their relatives. For these times, special military operations, they are not support
now back to
Russian troops that firmly.
Sorry for keeping you waiting us. Can we have sports section editor Hu Zhicheng back? Because we're going to talk about some probably a trivia impact on the section. We know that now Russia has been kicked out of several sports community or global association or federations, and can you roughly give us a list of all those organizations that have decided to shut door to Russian? And also, we just mentioned part of the probably the impact of the sanction that the Chelsea, the owner or the current owner of Chelsea, decide to sell the club. Can you give us the gauge? Can you gauge for us the impact of this in the Premier League, and also if the football fans are happy with this or they are fully supportive?
Well, almost every sport, both major and minor, has cut ties with Moscow. Russian football clubs and national teams have been suspended from all competitions by FIFA and UEFA, and Russia will not play the World Cup playoff matches in March, and Spartak Moscow have been thrown out of the Europa League. And in Formula One, the Russian Grand Prix has been cancelled, while the tennis governing bodies, the ATP and the WTA, have also suspended tournaments in the country. And it is a very serious condition. And you mentioned, and John also mentioned Chelsea and Roman Abramovich. Well, this was not an entirely unexpected development considering the current situation, but Abramovich has confirmed the intent to sell the club less than a week after Russia's military operation in Ukraine. The operations led to scrutiny of his ties to Putin, as well as speculation regarding potential sanctions faced by him and other Russian billionaires. But it still feels like a very significant moment. Abramovich has owned a controlling stake in Chelsea since 2003. His rival has helped transform Chelsea into serial winners and transform the whole Premier League's global profile and spending power. And Abramovich, Chelsea have won every major tournament possible, including the Champions League, the Premier League, the Europa League, the Super Cup, the FA Cup, the League Cup, the Club World Cup. But unfortunately, his 2-decade reign will come to end in fallout from the Russians' action in Ukraine. For Chelsea, the future looks uncertain.
Can you tell us a little bit about this very man? Who is he, the current owner of Chelsea?
Well, I think no English club have won more trophies than Chelsea since Abramovich bought the club in 2003. It is Abramovich's money that gives them the financial muscle to act efficiently and quickly at the top end of the market to maintain success at the top of the Premier League. Chelsea are only the fifth team to win every possible competitions available to them, and I think Chelsea legend John Terry perfectly captured the mood of Chelsea supporters around the world. He posted a message on Instagram this morning saying, "Thank you, Roman. You are the best owner in the world." He's definitely the best owner in the world in terms of always having Chelsea's best interest at heart.
How about fans? I mean, do they care?
Of course they care. It's the club.
Do they care the reason that led to this development, or are they just asking? Do they support this, or do they think it's just one owner's gone and another one will take over?
I think football fans should not be responsible for what the owners or what the club do, because it is an independent entity. They support the club from a very young age. They love the club. It's the root of the club. But I don't think they have the connection with what the owners or what the club did.
Thank you, Zhicheng. Thank you for waiting for this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And about sanctions, because just now Professor Wang mentioned this one, because I believe that Chelsea is merely a sideshow. It's not supposed to be at the center of the whole thing, but because on social media there've been people raving about it, some people being very, very supportive, shouting this justice being done, and others saying that they're simply indifferent to this. But I think the main part is the impact on the markets in general. John, you're from the UK, and UK and also German, they're not very resourceful in terms of oil and the gas, and the people, especially in the UK, they just endured a severe winter and hit hard by a shortage in supply of gas. Do you think the people in the UK and in the EU, which heavily relies upon the energy supply from Russia, are going to be happy with a decision to level sanctions on Russia's oil and gas industry?
Well, I think at the moment, sure, because it doesn't make a difference to them. In the longer term,
spring already.
It starts to make a difference because prices, inflation is already high in many European countries. It's soaring in the United States. which won't be so affected by the sanctions, of course, but it still will have an impact on it in terms of oil price and so on. The people in the European Union, in the UK, one thing that hasn't happened is they haven't been prepared for the consequences of the decisions which are being made now. They're not being told that prices are going to go up, that maybe there's going to be some food resources which aren't going to be so available. Ukraine and Russia are the major exporters of wheat, for example, about 40% of the world supply. They supply a huge amount of the world supply of corn, like 30%, something like that. All of these commodities, there's going to be shortages of them, so there's going to be big price increases. So those kind of things, at the moment, people aren't worrying about them. They're seeing the conflict in Ukraine. They're saying, yeah, I think we all know what the Western perspective on this is. The Russia's moved into Ukraine, and people are generally on the side of Ukraine. But they're not seeing at the moment in their pockets the consequences. Over the coming months, over the coming year, there could be major consequences for people individually in terms of energy bills, in terms of food prices. But that also goes, of course, to people in Russia.
Judging by what you've been talking to back home, back in the UK, that the general public's been, I think the strong voice been hearing, this from this side of the world on social media, on the internet, is that they're definitely supportive of what the leader's been doing. But we can also note, I'm not going to tap into conspiracy theory, but we just simply lay down all the facts. First, Boris Johnson, the UK Prime Minister, has been in a political, let's say, impasse because of what he stumbled. Sorry, probably the wrong word, what he's done about all those parties in Downing Street number 10.
Yeah.
And also for Emmanuel Macron, who has a hugely important, significant election coming, and also for Joe Biden, a midterm election, if I'm not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think the decision regarding the Ukraine crisis has any bearing on those political events at home for them?
Well, in terms of the United States and the midterms, then one thing that we saw yesterday with the State of the Union was that it was a display of unity, which, as we've seen over the past few years, is very rare in Washington these days. Everyone is behind what Biden is doing, essentially. They're in support of Ukraine. And Biden wants to try and transfer that unity of Ukraine to some other issues. Obviously, he's done well with infrastructure. He's got some kind of bipartisan support for that, but he wants to extend that further. Whether he can do that, it's unlikely because it's such a faction country now. In France, then you're right. Macron has 2 rounds of election coming up, and it's in his interest to play himself up as a global leader. To be honest, he's really in a strong position to win that even before this situation. In the UK, for Boris Johnson, then there's still a police inquiry going on, and it could report at any time, which is a kind of something that we just cannot anticipate what will be the consequence of. But for sure, that's taken that off the headlines and taken the pressure off him. But it's also important to say that none of these leaders, Biden, Macron, or Johnson, are wartime leaders. Normally we see a huge boost in popularity of a wartime leader. They aren't wartime leaders as such. They're leaders who are working within a coalition which is supporting one side of a country in a conflict. So in a way, it's a slightly unique situation.
王教授，我有最后一个问题想请问您，关于今天的直播的最后一个问题。我们能看到这个除了大国在制裁俄罗斯之外，还有一些公司。我们目前的消息是包括。
Apart from the giant countries, we understand that there are some of the countries. Apart from giant countries, we understand there are some of the companies, the Apples and Exxon, Colomated, they have banned some of the imported oil bogus towards Russia. So from your perspective, to some of the certain extent, will their product because these products are closer to the Russian people's day-to-day life, changes Russian people's perspective to such a special military operation. These impacts do exist. The Apple Colomated has suspended their business in Russia. For the Russian people,
they understand it is a governmental action instead of the company side action. We should take it in full consideration that Russia is a vast country with abundant resources. We should also have to admit it is a country with a strong resistance to sanctions, and they don't need to ask for other countries in the global supply chain. A company behavior. For example, as what is happened on Apple. Apple's given up for business in Moscow do affect some of the Russian plans for the company. But for the company side, it is more like the political business. The major target is our company is to create social values and create profit. There are so many companies with high values which is affecting the day-to-day life of the Russian people, but it is not going to be great. But if you are selling it, I can buy the Huawei smartphone or Xiaomi smartphone. And there are so many projects in China which is seeing a growing or rocketing share of the Russian market. If one company suspended its sales in Russian, the US company is also going to feel the pressure at the same level. Thank you very much, Professor Wang. Thank you very much for your participation. Mr. Cao, I also have one question for you. It is the last point about the sanctions because we need to move back to the battlefield. Sanction is very strong, as mentioned by Professor Wang. It has a lot of economic pressures. The Russian central bank is also under sanctions. Is these sanctions affecting Russia's war chest?
对它的这个战争局势有没有什么影响？比方它它的这个能源、汽油、食物这样的运转会不会有马上的影响？
Is it going to affect Russia's war chest and also in the energy industries? So to talk about this question, we need to talk about these sanctions' impact across the world. It seems like everybody interprets it as a sanction on Russia, while Russia also can give us some of the alarming information. The International Space Station has 2 stations, while the US and Russia is participating. The Cabinet A hosts the American restaurant. The Cabinet A is powering Cabinet B, while the Cabinet B is providing the trajectory directions for the whole cabinet. If the US suspended the energy, the power to the whole international space stations, the international space station is going to drop on the surface of the Earth.
那这个您看我这样理解对不对？
So how can I interpret it like this?
According
to the latest information about the sanctions, in the coming 1 week or coming 3 months, is it going to lead to any suspensions of the supplies in the food and beverage in the front line? So that is to say the 2 parties are going to be devastated at the same time. The US is trying to use their economic method to bundle the Russia's hand, which is only a temporary method controlling the damage on the battleground. For a long time, and the war and in the battlefield, the normal economic operations is being suffered. But the US is not going to press the Russian army from pressing on. Their situation cannot go as long as that. It is
some background
not going to achieve
information
such
on the sanctions' economic consequences across the world, not just in Russia and not just in Ukraine. I mean, Russia is the world's 3rd biggest oil producer behind the US and Saudi Arabia. It typically exports about 7 million as well as other energy products. Europe is the largest home for Russian crude oil, with about 50% of it ending up in Europe. And Asia is another significant buyer for Russia's energy product, with 39% going into Asia. Another consequence in the financial market that people been speculating that if this economic uncertainty posed by Russia's attack in Ukraine will cause the Federal Reserve in the United States to halt its attempt to raise interest rate to deal with the inflation. But according to the latest report by the Financial Times, the Fed confirmed that in March the rate rise despite the Ukraine conflict. And this is a quote from Jay Powell, is the head of the Federal Reserve. The United States Central Bank chair highlights job gains and the rising inflation that he makes the case for the tightening policy, but he's not disregarded the Ukraine crisis, saying that the Fed have been watching the development of the situation closely and will adjust to it. But also in the market, the speculation on the other side of the speculation is also about the inflation, because there's a war and because of the price of the energy products been rising, and that would cause an inflation across the world. So the Fed's decision to maintain its interest rates in March could be justified. Apart from the impact in the financial market, and also the oil and other energy futures that we know, because the trading just opened in Asia, and the late night reports about the trading results of last night's financial market in United States and in Western Europe markets, you can all find on CGTN's website, and we're going to bring you the updates on that continuously into the day. And towards the end of this special coverage on CGTN Digital, and I have several questions about social media's role in this conflict, because it's been observed closely that the war, some people saying online, there's war or conflict. Sometimes I'm struggling with which term to use, I have to be honest, have been live streamed in a way on social media. Do you think that has any bearings on people's minds, John?
I think it has a bearing in terms of how we see different sides playing out, particularly on Western social media sites like Twitter. There's been a lot of coverage of Ukrainian successes, of destruction of Russian military vehicles, drone attacks, for example. We've seen a lot of videos of drone attacks on Russian convoys. We've seen Zelensky on social media putting out Twitter videos, which people have received really well in the West. It's been quite inspiring. It's helped also push the EU that we were talking about earlier, the United States and other countries, into increasing support. So the view from the West is shaped in many ways by the social media that they've been shown. What we're not seeing on that social media is the things which are going against Ukraine. We aren't seeing so many of the difficulties. We're seeing some of these videos, like we saw earlier, of some suffering and some horrific scenes. But we're not seeing where things go wrong, where their military, things don't work out for them. So I think the perception from the West is perhaps skewed a little bit by the way these videos are put out, and the more popular ones are, of course, the way social media works, the more popular ones are the more dramatic, and they're also the ones which are more supportive to your side. And I think all those themes that we've seen from social media in different contexts are also playing into this conflict. But as one of our guests we had on the show yesterday said, it's for the history books to look back and judge on it. It's very difficult right now to say with any certainty how much impact it's having.
曹先生，我想今天直播的最后一个问题，我想留给您，因为最终战事并没有结束，我们可能还是要回到战场上。那么，您认为社交媒体各种各样的视频满天飞，他们对于战争本身、对于打仗的方式而言，
when they are
有没有任何
live
影响？
streaming such
大概用我们的时
special
间有限，
military
请您
operations?
简单的来回答这个问题。
有
So
巨
please
大的
answer
影
this
响，
question
因为
briefly.
这个
I
假
think
消
the
息
social
可能
media
导致
do
民众
bears
的
a
更加
lot of
恐慌，
impact
可能
because
导
the
致
pseudo
这个
information is going
参
to
战的这些官
intensify
兵
the
得到错误
fears
消
of
息
the
之后，他
civilians.
可能
And
影响
after
他的
the
士气，
troops
或
got
者
the
是
false
这个影
information,
响
it
指
is
挥
going
员的这
to
个决策，
impact
所
their
以
morals
这个
and
媒体或者
make
说舆
the
论战
directors or
在
the
战争中，
head
特别是在
make
现
the
代战争
wrong
中
some of the
发
wrong
挥着巨大
decisions.
的作用。
Social
您觉得还是
media
简
is
单的回
playing
答
an
如果用手
important
机
impact
对于现代战争的影响
on the
存在？
modern wars. Do you
影
think
响巨大，因为
the
它可以
mobile phone
得到
has
信息，
this
可以
impact on
得
the
到
modern
这
war?
个
Yes,
实时
it
的
does.
这个敌我双方的态势。
Because smartphones
好的，
can
谢谢
get the
您。Thank you,
information
John.
from both sides.
Thank you for being with us over the past 1.5 hours. And the CGTN's live stream, the special live coverage on Ukraine crisis will continue, and you will see more of the reports from across the world from CGTN's reporters, and we will process the information for you. After all, that is a conflict or war going on. There are all sorts of information or fake news flying around, and we will filter them for you and select the things that we can verify and present to you on all CGTN's platforms, including our website and also the social media existence. So stay tuned to CGTN. It's Dean for now. Bye bye.
Each day, there are millions of stories. Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there. To see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you, all around the world, all around the clock. Our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London, China Global Television Network. Stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe. CGTN. See the difference.
莫斯罗普格鲁曼公司这5家公司就瓜分了超过2万亿美元的国防合同。
There is 5 companies dividing this trend, and the companies Luxilla Mox has seen its capital values increased by 1,235.8%, while the Boeing has seen its share values grow by 974.97%.
As it decreases, the revenue decreases.
Even if the United States has not directly launching these wars, the U.S. military manufacturers benefited from any special military operations. And in year 2014, the total export expenditures of the United States has got around $1 trillion. When recently, the Germans' military expenditure has been enlarged into $1 trillion, which is going to be flighted into the United States by a majority. Let's tune in for the latest update of what is happening in Ukraine. Today marks the 7th day of the special military operations in Ukraine. According to the latest bombarded information, and the Russian troops has circled or besieged around the areas of the Oster Seas. According to the latest information of Russian troops, the Russian troops, strictly following their plans, has laid some of the civilian tunnels for the local civilians to get under the cities, and they are trying to persuade the Ukrainian armies to give up the weapons. The Donetsk military armies has started a land battle with each other. The police stations in the city of Kharkiv has been under fire, and one of the buildings near the police station has also been under fire too. According to the latest information of the Ukrainian armies, the Defense Ministry of Russia is calling for the civilians to be withdrawn from the city of Kiev. And some of the terrorists has been tackled down. The Russian army is actually calling for the civilian withdrawal of the cities, and Russia is not going to set up any any barriers for the withdrawals of the civilian peoples. On the 2nd of March, Russia has a fully control of the Kherson cities to the south of Ukraine. The city is going through normal operations in terms of transportation and telecommunications. According to the Ukrainian media, since Russia's special military operations in Ukraine, Russia has launched over 100 missiles in the land of Ukraine, bombarding the military stations and civilian residential areas. And there is also around 728 different aircraft starting from the side of Belarus. According to Ukrainian government, this week the U.S. government has supplied hundreds of the missiles to the Ukrainian government. On the 12th, during this special military operations, the total death number from the Ukrainian side is 2,800. From the Russian troops, 448 Russian troops died during the operations, and 1,087 Russian troops are injured during the battleground. On the 2nd of March, local time, the Russian delegations has arrived on the negotiation tables while the Ukrainian delegations is still on their way. During this round of negotiations, the Russia and Ukraine is going to discuss about a potential ceasefire. This is the Belaruska National Park on the border of Belarus. The second round of the negotiations between Russia and Ukraine has been suspended to the 3rd of March. The head of delegations from Russia, Mr. Mazinsky, after arriving, has told the media that the members of this delegation remains unchanged, and this destination is being decided by both parties. To guarantee both parties can arrive on this station at a timely manner, the Belarus army is going to protect the security of the both sides, according to the latest information of the Ukrainian office. On the road to Belarus, there is a postpone or a delay of the Ukrainian delegations. After the first round of the negotiations, both parties has came up with some of the terms which is not agreeable with each other. The Ukrainian party the Russian party asked for the denazifications of the Ukrainian government and demilitarizations in Ukraine, while Ukraine should remain as a neutral country. The Ukrainian side is asking for the withdrawal of the army from the Donbass and Lugansk regions. After the negotiations, the Russian delegations has searched item by item on this agenda, and both parties agreed to continue the negotiations.
亚速海的旁边的这个海港城市马里乌波尔。那这2个能够看得出来现在俄罗斯的一个战略方向吗？
其实俄罗斯战略方向依然在北边，就是基辅，因为这个是跟谈判紧密相连的。那么至于说这个南部城市的占领本身呢，它其实既具有这个战略意义，其实也有一个战场心理意义。应该说这个是开战以来俄罗斯在乌克兰战场上完全控制的第一个城市。但实际上它的更大的目标呢是在这个基辅，还有这个东部的这个第2大城市
哈
尔科夫，尤其是哈尔科夫这个地方呢是它的这个重工业中心，而且呢是这个从东部通向中部乃至西部的这个战略通道。那么从
встретить вас, приветствовать и обеспечить максимально вашу работу. Как было договорено с президентами Зеленским и Путиным, вы можете чувствовать себя в полной безопасности, это наша святая обязанность. Президент Лукашенко искренне надеется, что сегодня, в ходе сегодняшних переговоров, удастся найти пути решения всех кризисных вопросов. И все белорусы молятся. Любые ваши просьбы и предложения, касающиеся организации сегодняшней встречи, будут приняты и беспрекословно исполнены.
Все, коллеги, спасибо.
甚至是超出了普京本人的预计，就是说，军事就是在那个克里米亚是当时有一个公投，但是呢，俄罗斯的军事也有介入，就是俄罗斯的军队的进入呢，超乎想象的那种简单或者是轻松就拿下。而且在以往的几次的，比如说这个俄罗斯海军跟这个乌克兰的海军呢有一些摩擦，那么也都是很轻松的就搞定。因此这可能呢使得俄军造成一个那个就是对于对手的估计。就是特别是2014年以来的变化，
估计不足。但是我们知道克里米亚跟乌克兰他们的体量完全不一样
啊，那是但是他们以为的呢，就是说大兵压境打进来，那么没有什么太大抵抗就可以这个拿下。但是问题在于什么呢？他第一波攻击的时候，这个没有第2梯队，就是说闪电战的时候吧，比如说标准的闪电战，它应该有第1梯队、第2梯队。第1梯队打上去，如果说彻底打垮了、占领了，那个最好。但如果没有占领的话，那么第2梯队马上又是一个闪电的这种袭击，再打上去的时候，尽管你第1波是挡住了，你说我打退了这个第1梯队的进攻。但是你必须承认，他即便打退第1梯队进攻，他可能也是弄了个半伤半死。那么这个时候，如果第2梯队再上去，那么可能半伤半死就会进入这个彻底溃败的一个状态，甚至可能还有这个以往的这个闪电战，甚至还有第3梯队这种连续的这个浪潮般的攻击呢，就会把这个就你不管怎么坚守的方式，它能够打破。那如果俄军的第1波攻击之后，那么没有第2波，然后呢没然后了，没然后的时候他就逐渐反过来了，反回来之后你再打就难了。这是目前陷入这个焦灼状态的这个原因。但是
我们知道，就是第1梯队、第2梯队或第3梯队，它都是需要一个可能较长时间的这样的周密的部署，因为还得有这种补给也得跟得上。那是不是我们可以看得出来，俄罗斯之前的准备时间是不是也没有西方国家？北约组织也没有给他这么长的时间准备呢。
倒也不是，应该说呢，俄罗斯对这个事情的准备呢是逐步升级的。这场战争我们永远不要看成是一个纯军事的斗争。在我的观察，其实直到今年1月份，就是普京还处在十字路口，就是打还是不打。比如说。普京跟这个在应拜登总统的邀请，那么普京跟拜登搞了一次那个视频会议，就是打了2次电话以后，拜登说这个电话不行，咱们视频的时候呢，这个with President Biden for twice, Joe Biden twice. There are 2 interesting dialogue between President Putin and President Biden, and which has never been occurred before.
there are two routes lining ahead of you, especially the wording is like there are two routes lining ahead of you. It is very severe threatening. So if you are not choosing, there might be a World War III.
那么普京呢，这个回应的也很就是也是那个时候已经是火星都乱蹦了。
So at that time, the flashes were jumping onto each other. At that time, when President Putin is working at the bridges of the wall, he is trying to avoid the potential outbreak of the war. But actually, it is on the brink of the war.
这个形势一块就跳下去。所以拜登当时有一个讲话，对普京讲，我现在就可以承诺。
I can make sure that for NATO, it is not going to deploy any tactical weapons, and there are two layers of the meanings. NATO is not going to deploy any aggressive weapons in Russia, and President Putin has echoed toward this problem. That is, another one is about how to address it without mentioning the importance of the NATO. During the video conflict, Putin has not decided whether to launch this war or not. So until now, President Putin's feedback is not that the NATO has not given its time. It is the NATO has pushed Putin into such a matter. There are so many opinions on the internet, all sorts of the information flying around. Mr. Pu, I see that in your personal social media, you have spread a lot of personal opinions. What is your take on the current situation? How do you interpret the current situation? Today marks the 7th day, 1 week after the special military operations. I think after 1 week, there is changes in the policies. This kind of stalemate is going to be break down. At the very beginning, this flash war means that this battlefield might be think that it is going to be finished. Within 2 to 3 days. But this kind of lightning war is not lightened up. So some of the people might think that it is going to be dragged down into a permanent war. So with the observations of the first weeks of the special military operations, there are two features. For one is that Russia is not attacking and not launching some of the ground attacks. And there is not, until the 5th day, there is no heavy bombardment.
这个正面的那个部队，从那个哈尔科夫呢围起
For
来
the
以后，
troops fighting at the front line, they have besieged the city of Kharkov,
围而没有打，
while not
就直接走了。
intending to bombard it.
刚开始的时候，我们记得就是
At the dawn of this
宣布
war,
有一段是说已经控制了哈尔科夫。
so the Russian administration has some of the information that they have total control of the city of Kharkov. There are a minority of the special military forces, and these special military forces was fighting back. At the very beginning, the Russian army hopes that once the Russian units appeared, the local city government is going to give in, and since they both speak Russian, they are going to share these identities. The second one is that the Russian army is trying to avoid a massive human casualties, and so far, Russian army has only attacked and creating a total damage number of 2,800. But the numbers between the Russian armies and the Ukrainian government is quite different. For the Russian armies, the total casualty number is around 488, while the total casualty number for Ukraine is 2,888, while the Ukrainian government came up with a different number that there is around 5,000 casualties of the Russian units. Undeniably, the battlefield with such a scale did not create such a huge casualty. So from the damage perspective, the Russian army is conducting this special military operation with a very reserved manner. And we have a clear picture toward Russia, what Russia is doing, Eastern Russia, Western Russia, and southern Eastern Ukraine, Western Ukraine, southern Ukraine. The occupying of the cities for Kherson is a very important step of these special military operations. It is one of the strongholds on the Dnieper River. According to the latest information of the Russian army, the occupants of the eastward bank of the Dnieper River means the major force of the Ukrainian army is going to be wiped out, since it is being located at two positions. One is at the east of the Kherson, another is at the north of the Donbass, which is around 60% or 70% of the total troops in Ukraine. If Russia has allocated its troops correctly, these huge pockets gradually surfaced. To the south of Ukraine, the Ukrainian army becomes independent, especially in the Mariupol. It is being under independent, and if we get the Mariupol, that is to say, it is threatening the very important existence of the 50,000 Ukrainian troops fighting at the front line of the Donbass region. The Ukrainian troops fighting at the front line of the Donbass army is being trapped and such a besiege. So we are not seeing a lot of actions from the I think that for the Asian side of the sea, the Ukrainian army has been totally blocked down. For the navies in Ukraine, the majority of it is being positioned at the front of the European side. So, Mr. Xiaodong, what do you think of this? Do you think the resolution from the United Nations has any binding effect? So, from my interpretations, the resolutions from the United Nations don't have any binding effect. So, Mr. Li has asked some of the questions in that is Russian army's latest movement meet up with its early expectations, or is the Russian misjudged the whole scenario? What is more important is the Russian have the capacity to ratify it, or is the U.S. have some of the political adjustments from the U.S. perspective, while U.S. is observing what is happening on the battlefield of Ukraine, and from President Joe Biden's perspective, they feel a little bit of the encouragement. At 9 a.m. Beijing time yesterday, we are seeing that the President Joe Biden has launched his first presidential speech, which he mentioned that he thinks that there is some of the misjudgment in Russia's troops, and while Russia is conducting its military actions, is everything within President Putin's expectations. I think, according to the latest scenarios, partly it is agree with President Putin's expectations. So for President Putin, he is using the special military operations not to occupy the country of Ukraine. He actually designed this special military operations to address the problems, to put Ukraine on the negotiation tables, and transfer Ukraine from a military resolution to a diplomatic method, which is going to drag more stakeholders onto the negotiation tables. But so far, these expectations on the negotiation tables are far from satisfying. So the United States might think that Russians like
拜登才会得意洋洋地说这个普京已经失算了，俄罗斯方面是误判的。那现在形势在向着更加有利于乌克兰，有利于西方的这种方向在发展，会做出这样的一个判断。那这个时候比较危险的一种情况是，对于美国和北约来说，他们认为在下一阶段可能不出兵，就是单纯从这个乌克兰境内的这种战事的蔓延当中，就会进一步的来消耗俄罗斯的力量。他们仍然可以所谓的这种隔岸观火，然后直到等到这个普京自己需要找台阶下，然后呢，这个时候呢，他们才会提出条件，然后呢，逼迫甚至逼迫俄罗斯来缔结所谓城下之盟。如果有这样的打算的话呢，其实是非常危险的。包括我们看昨天俄罗斯方面也在说这个乌克兰受到了美国的影响，在谈判的问题上在拖延，以拖代变，这是俄罗斯已经发现可能会出现的危险的动向。那这个时候，如果俄罗斯调整它的军事方面的一系列的这种动作，我们看现在的这种投入还是一种这个闪电战方式的一种投入。如果改变了这种策略，甚至是不惜所谓的这种平民的伤亡来推动战事的话，那恐怕会使这个乌克兰境内的这种战况，它的这种情况出现非常大的这种转变。那个时候呢，对于西方来说，可能是又一次的所谓的惊吓，是他们没有预想到的一个目标。那对于乌克兰局势发展来说，会增添更多的这种变数。那对于我们说的和平的途径、谈判对话来说，也会产生更多的负面的效果。
It is also going to generate some of the negative results. Mr. Yang, what is your interpretations on the latest movement of the NATO societies? And according to the fighters, Spain has provided a bunch of the aggressive weapons, including around 1,000 missiles and around. So we have also seen the German Chancellor, Mr. Scholz, is not going to dispatch any weapons to NATO. So is this country still watching what is being done? No matter by watching, this war is becoming internal status where half of the agencies existed. Are there any miscalculation of Russia so far? Or something out of the expectations of the Russia in the battleground? I think something out of the expectation is that this special military operation should be between the Russian army and the Ukrainian army. Without mentioning about whether the two sides are at the attack side or at the defense side. But so far, we are seeing that the Russian army is actually working at one side, while the Western alliance, led by the Western countries, is actually standing at another group. The Ukrainian government is dispatching its armies, while the Western government is providing all kinds of the financial support and military support. The United States has sent all kinds of veterans and special forces to join the Ukraine to help the Ukraine with their ability to fight. They are actually organizing for the international military segment to work as a quasi agency. So far, the most important part is about the information. The United States has guaranteed the information supplies and also the non-governmental human resources. So from the legal perspective, it is hardly to define as a war between the Ukrainian armies and the Russian armies. I think it is far beyond the expectations of Moscow. It is not attacking the Ukraine, it is attacking Ukraine plus with the international society behind the Ukraine. You have mentioned about the special resolutions and the Security Council. We understand that the Security Council have its own mechanism where it can be vetoed by its president. So since this special military operations went through another procedure which is being designed through the General Assembly, the resolutions of the General Assembly has no binding effect. And let me give you an example.
对吧？所以这个事情呢
，UN's resolution has once passed to enable the U.S. troops to be withdrawn from South Korea, but the rising and the weakening of the developing countries means that they need to understand. They need to have their voice being set out in the platform of United Nations.
然后需要的时候，哎，他说你这个是好的，就这个，所以他这个呢，就是美
The
国把这个
resolutions from the
战
United
场呢，
Nations
除了军事上以外，支持
means
之
that
外
the
呢，
United
还在搞
States,
这个外交
apart
和
from the
经济
military
制裁等一
support,
系列的问题。但实际上
also
现在呢，这
provides
个战
some
场
of the
形势啊，
diplomatic support
我
and
想
financial
拜登这
support.
个国政
The
策
latest
呢，刚才
update
肖
on
先
the
讲的，我觉得他
battlefield
有点
means
过
that
于乐
the
观
just
了。
as
为
the
什么呢？
State of
从
the
军事
Union
态势
address
上
by
讲，
President
现在
Joe
可能有
Biden,
点这个
from the military
新的这个
perspective,
变化。最
there
大的
is
变化
some
是什么
are
呢？
some of the
就是
new
原来我们大
changes,
家
and
都
the
聚焦
biggest
在这
one
个
that
攻城
we
拔点
used to think
啊，
that the
基本上
people
拿下呀，
should
这
think
个
about city by
这个
city,
这个
whether
什
the
么什么
city
的
of
奥
Kiev
奥
has
德
been
萨这个
taken
秘密怎么
over,
样？他
or
都在
whether
看
the
着一个
city
一个的
of
第一大城市、
Odessa
第二大
has
城市、
been
南部
taken
这
over,
个海港城
the
市什么这一些事
number
儿。
one city,
但实
number
际
two
上现在俄
city,
军的
or
动作，
city
当
at
他
the
第一轮
coastal
的这种
region.
特种这种特种军事行动的这种闪电战这个没有奏效之后呢，他开始打传统的东西了。大
Hi, you're watching a special coverage of the Ukraine-Russia crisis on CGTN Live on multiple social media at CGTN. I'm host Zhen Junfeng. I normally report for business stories, and today I will be covering the crisis mainly from business or economic perspectives. And for that, I'll be joined by a few economists and industry practitioners in the financial field. And also, let me introduce first our interviewees here, and across the Pacific will be joined by Mr. Dai Xianfeng. He is a long-time industry practitioner, joining us from New Jersey in the US. We'll be talking about issues in the macroeconomic areas, including stock indices, forex, treasury bonds, and commodities. He's been practicing in those fields, managing portfolios in the past 30 years. And also, I'll be joined in Hong Kong by Ronald Wan. He's a non-executive chairman of Partners Financial Holdings. He's joined in Hong Kong. He's been trading in the financial markets for many, many years. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us. We understand that the financial world and world economy have been experiencing escalating geopolitical crisis in the past decade, and largely the financial markets have shrugged off all these geopolitical tensions or risks. Let's talk when we consider the escalating tensions between China and US, the trade war, especially from 2-3 years ago, and also those tensions in the Middle East between Palestine and Israel, and also those wars that the US has just ended in the Middle East. But now the Ukraine crisis seems to be at a different level. So, Ms. Dai, to you first. Do you think this time the crisis impact on the financial market can be absorbed, can be shrugged off, or would it be actually a totally different level?
Yeah, the short answer would be yes. It will be absorbed, and it could be last a little bit longer. The impact could be a little bit bigger, right? But that's about it. I mean, historically, you look back, every single geopolitical events, they have a temporary impact on the financial markets, but that will pass. This time, I don't see there's any difference. Right? That makes this kind of events that make very good headline, but in terms of financial markets, the financial markets, they care about economy at the end of the day, right? You look at Russia and Ukraine altogether, they are barely 2% of the world GDP. It's very small. Their only impact on the global economy is probably through commodities. But again, that's secondary. So there's no fundamental difference this time.
All right. What about you, Ronald? Some analysts say that this time the Ukraine crisis literally destroyed the hope for the world economy to recover fast, to recover strongly from the pandemic. Do you agree with such view?
I think the situation is rather critical at this point of time. When we talk about whether the Ukraine-Russian crisis will destabilize the global economy, first of all, we need to look at the situation closely. Is that whether that will create disastrous inflationary pressure on a global scale? Of course, we've seen commodity prices, energy prices has been on the rise. That will definitely affect the global inflation rate. And what we have been seeing in the past few months is that global central banks have been normalizing their monetary or fiscal or even interest rate policy. If inflation pressure will increase to an extent that that will definitely have a very negative impact on the interest rate policy as well. But at this point of time, I don't think that on a global scale that will have that sort of effect. And when we look at the other continents, other countries like China, like the US or other parts of the world, basically, I think the economic rate has been going back to normal. So I don't think that it will have a very detrimental, non-standing impact on the global economy. Of course, we are judging from this moment. If next moment, the scale of the conflict, grow to an extent that beyond anyone's imagination, anything could happen. So I don't think that global economy will be affected at this point in time. But of course, when we talk about European economy will definitely be affected because we're talking about a lot of embargoes, a lot of conflict has been happening. And at the same time, natural resources and natural gases, supply from Russia will be, facing some sort of challenge. So we have to look at the situation in Europe, whether that will be spreading to other parts of the world. But at this point in time, I'm rather confident that the situation is still under control.
So it seems our two experts agree on this topic, saying that the impact on the world economy from Ukraine crisis will be limited, will not be as detrimental as some pessimists trying to draw that pessimistic image. But on the direct impact issue, the oil prices on energy market, Mr. Dai, oil is already above $100 a barrel. Some say it would hit 120 or 130. What do you think?
Yeah, as of now, it can pretty much go anywhere. It can go to 110, 120. I think it's, WTI in the haze 100, over 110 as of today, right? 112. So it can easily go to 120, 130, or 150, right? It really depends on how everything just plays out. The fundamental reason is because the oil market is very tight. The demand supply, the inventory is very low, right? So, at this juncture, when the market is so tight, any disruption on the supply side can generate a lot of volatility, upside volatility, right? And there's a lot of speculation going on, so because of this, I think the oil price can go anywhere, up until maybe 150, nobody knows. But again, in the context of this geopolitical developments, a lot of the what is reflected in the price is really this geopolitical risk premium, right? The way I look at it, anywhere above $90 a barrel, that's probably all goes to the geopolitical brain. And eventually, when everything settles down, the oil price, is going to go back again.
Ronald, what do you think? Will oil remain above 100 for long? And what would that be the impact on the the overall commodity prices when traders like you are paying attention to?
I think the commodity prices has been facing a lot of factors. So first of all, any war, any conflict definitely will drive up the oil prices, commodity prices, natural gas, everything. Not any exemption. But at the same time, we need to see whether such increase factor, the real reason behind. When we talk about the supply, a blockage, or demand increment, or when we talk about other factors such as whether that is other speculated demand driving the increment, I think all these three factors need to be considered carefully. But
okay, Mr. Dan, back to you, because the U.S. Fed is going to raise rate as soon as sometime in March, and is expected to raise rate at least 3 times this year. Ronald, we'll get back to you when we fix the technical glitch on the internet. Mr. Dai, so how would this Ukraine crisis, I mean, it's already affecting oil prices and other commodity prices, affect the Fed decision making? Will it enlarge its rate raising, or will the Fed, make any different movements?
Yeah, not really. I just listened to Chairman Jay Paul's testimony today during the lunchtime. He talked about a lot about the future path for the monetary policy. Right? He pretty much gave a pretty explicit testimony. Right? So essentially, they're going to raise rates by 25 basis points in March. And from there on, here's my speculation. They probably going to raise rates every single meeting. So altogether, you are going to look at 7 hikes for the year, right? So that's essentially what the market has been pricing in before this conflict. So in this way, I think the Federal Reserve, they are not changing their policy drastically, right? The only thing that change is in the coming Fed meeting. Originally, everybody is talking about a 50 basis points hike, right? But right now, that's off the table. I think they're going to hike by 25. So, but that's it. That's all. The overall direction, the pace, this is roughly the same.
Okay. Ronald, I hope you are back to us, because the U.S. Fed decision is going to influence everyone, every central bank or regional central bank rate decision. Hong Kong is closely related to the Fed's decision, especially the financial market. What do you think the Fed would do? Make any changes in their movements?
I think the situation has with two impacts. First of all, we need to see whether the Ukraine-Russian crisis will create, a dampening impact on the global economy. I don't think that will be that much. As discussed earlier on, U.S. trade with Ukraine or Russia only account for less than 2% of its, economy scale. So basically, I don't think that will have any negative impact on the economic growth in the aspect of the U.S. side. But when we talk about the inflation pressure, well, definitely we will feel some sort of hit, due to oil prices, other natural resources or commodity prices in the next few quarters. So if that happens, definitely that will have a negative impact on the interest rate level and policy. But we are not talking now. We're talking about maybe 1 or 2 quarters later, maybe 3 months or 6 months later. Situation at the time may be much more relaxed than the current situation. So I don't think that it would have a very negative impact on timetable of the Federal Reserve to increase the interest rate or to change its interest rate. So I don't think it will have any sort of impact when we talk about March alone.
But what about inflation? Back to Mr. Dai. I mean, you live in New Jersey. How are people faring the high inflation? 7.5% already in January. Some predict inflation will hit 10% later on in the year when the oil price increase spill effect hit the U.S.
It's high, right? So that everybody feels it. 7.5% inflation is not acceptable, right? So the Congress, they represent the people of the different states, so they complain. I think the Federal Reserve heard the voice, right? So it is a problem. It got Federal Reserve's attention. That's why, in terms of employment and inflation, the Federal Reserve made a choice. That's inflation. So they're gonna focus on, get rid of this. It's kind of the trend is not really that good, right? They don't want the inflation expectation to be anchored. Right? So I think that's why Federal Reserve they changed their direction very quickly and very drastically a couple of months ago. Right? So inflation is bad. 7.5% is not acceptable. With the oil price going up, it could continue. 10%, maybe, I don't know, but it's a possibility.
And Fed rate hikes will not change that trend?
Eventually will. That's why, when we talk about this ongoing geopolitical developments, it really has nothing, it does not really impact the Federal Reserve policy path. That's the reason, because the inflation is pretty bad. The Federal Reserve, they have to do, keep going the way they wanted to go, the tightening path. Right? That the inflation is the biggest driver for that decision.
Ronald, I want to ask this question to you too, because you're based in Hong Kong as a financial center for Asia, East Asia, Southeast Asia. Do you feel locally in Hong Kong the inflation is high? Following all these energy crunches, we hear news in Europe and also in US, 7.5%. It's unimaginable. But in the mainland, we're experiencing quite moderate, 2-3% healthy inflation. What about in Hong Kong and across Southeast Asia?
I think the inflation pressure in Southeast Asia, including Hong Kong as part of China, basically has been facing a lot of inflation pressures recently. But of course, some of the inflation pressures are not coming from the crisis. You actually coming from the breakdown of logistics, due to the COVID situation in the past few years. So we feel that food prices, commodity prices, what we can feel immediately is that the oil prices, petroleum prices has been increasing quite a bit, in the past few weeks. So basically, you can feel that a lot of things have been going on. If that really happened, of course, we've seen from the official data, the inflation pressure may be single digit. But we can talk about specific factors. So talk about food, certain sectors relating to the energy. The increment has been something like double digits. So we need to bear a very close eyes on that, to tackle the issues carefully.
All right. So making the situation more complicated, the conflicts in Ukraine, into the supply chain disruptions caused by the pandemic. Another and also very important direct impact from the Ukraine crisis is the impact on the stock markets. We already see Mr. Dai, the U.S. market tumbled 20% into bear market. just before the Ukraine crisis, and some people say the crisis would be a perfect storm to squeeze the bubble on the U.S. market. What do you think?
People talk about a bubble for the past, I don't know, maybe 10 years, right? So the valuation is high, the index level is high, but it just keep going, right? So I'm not sure about the bubble part, but just look at the stock market. There have been two drivers. At the beginning, it was the Federal Reserve tightening cycle, right? Because the Federal Reserve, they began to change the stance. They began to, start this whole hiking thing. So that's the first wave of the volatility. That's where the volatility came from. And then, by mid-February, you began to have this ongoing conflicts that began to emerge. Right? They started with the information warfare. So that generated the second wave of volatility. Right? And then, the real deal came. That's, by end of, towards the end of February. So that's like the third wave, okay? So if you look back, the stock market has been reacting to the two really major drivers for quite a while. Again, if you think about the historical context, right, this kind of a geopolitical events that can generate temporary volatility, but normally they don't last. And especially for this time, considering the fact, that the equity market has been, reacting pretty negatively for pretty long already. I will not be too pessimistic going forward. Right? Again, it depends on how everything goes eventually, but just based on the current information, what's going on right now, I think a lot of the negative news probably has been priced in already.
All right. Ronald, so you heard Mr. Dai mentioning that the market in the US have largely factored in the crisis in Ukraine, and he's not overly pessimistic about the trends going forward. What about the Hong Kong? Hong Kong's picture is quite dim. The Hang Seng has fallen from 31,000 to 22,000 in about 12 months. I just checked from February last year, 2021, 31,000. Now it's lost about a third of its value. Of course, many factors played in this downfall. It's we can say it's in a bear market now, and a new variant, the Ukraine crisis, comes in. So, you've been a veteran in trading in the markets. What's your suggestions to traders at this very difficult time?
I think investors, who want to trade in Hong Kong stocks need to be bear in mind a couple of factors. Of course, we've seen the current, Ukraine crisis definitely hurt the market sentiment in Hong Kong. But at the same time, we are facing a very critical, COVID situation in Hong Kong as well. And at the same time, we are facing a rising interest rate environment. So I suggest the investors to...
Okay, we'll try to connect to Ronald again. Ronald just mentioned the various... Ronald, are you back to us? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Can you hear us? Basically, I think investors need to take a very risk-averse approach and need to take a wait-and-see approach as well, because we have seen complicated situation in Hong Kong, COVID, Ukraine crisis, inflation, interest rate, everything is coming up at the same time. So we're actually facing a perfect storm in Hong Kong market at this point. But still, this is a very good point to look at the market seriously, because we've seen some of the company has been announcing good, interim financial results, and investors have been taking a very encouraging steps to buy in. So we still see some bright spot in this, challenging market at this point in time. So I believe that we need to do some more homework and need to be very choosy and picky to pick those company which have good futures under the current situation, including the rising interest rate environment. I think tech stocks, some of the traditional the domestic consumer stocks have been performing well. So I think we should be cautious at one point, but we need to be optimistic, towards certain stock sectors at the same time.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope the COVID situation can be moderated, can ease down in Hong Kong very soon. And back to Mr. Dai, we need to talk about Forex market now, because your work also, in your portfolio, you also trade Forex. The currency market sees some quite major movements. We see stronger dollar, we see stronger Chinese RMB, but a weakened euro because the conflict happened in European territory. Tell us about the prospects of these three major currencies. If this conflict continues, how will the dynamics move among the three major currencies?
Right. This, what you just described, that's a very typical reaction in the foreign exchange market, right? Dollar is the very typical safe haven currency, and RMB is the stable currency. And you look at the past couple of years, ever since 2020, RMB actually has been strengthening because China's current account surplus has been keeping improving because of COVID. So that's the reason behind the dollar and RMB strength. And it's for this geopolitical events, it happens in Europe. So the European economy, by proximity to this event, is going to be impacted more than other area. So the European economy probably is going to be growing slower than before. And this relative growth between countries is going to be reflected in the foreign exchange, the exchange rate. That's what you see. Euro weaken, dollar strengthen, and the RMB, is kind of pretty strong as well. So if things keep going this way, I probably will see, the same kind of trend, just keep going like this.
Right. What about you, Ronald? Some people say that RMB may have more chance of growth amid this crisis because of money flow. The RMB is even stronger than the dollar. I mean, approaching 6.2, 6.1 level. This level has never been seen in decades.
Yes, we are facing a very interesting point of time. When we see the current situation, a lot of embargo imposed by the European countries and US towards Russia, it actually encouraged Russia to adopt other way of global trade or foreign exchange settlement. And renminbi definitely is an obvious choice, for a status as the international, settlement currency. And I think a lot of demand has been driving this. And also, when we talk about SWIFT earlier on, Russia may not be able to use SWIFT effectively. It may shift to renminbi to use the CIPS system. So basically, I think it creates a lot of rooms, for renminbi to step up as this international status or foreign exchange, global reserve status. So definitely, we've seen a very strong potential for renminbi to further growing up at the same time. Of course, in short period of time, US dollar is still a global safe haven, for a lot of investors. But over a longer period of time, I think renminbi has a very strong potential to take that position up as well. So I think that it was something which we need to observe closely, the strong potential of renminbi and its appreciation, trend towards other major currency over a longer period of time.
Thank you. And let's talk about other market sentiment, because gold is now quite favored by investors. Do you think gold will have long-term value, a long position for investors? Mr. Dai?
No. My answer is probably a surprise to a lot of people, because gold is typically regarded as a hedge against, geopolitical risk or inflation risk. But if you look at a history, it's not behaving in the way you would think, right? Gold only performs really, really well in an extreme situation, right? So gold is tail hedge, meaning something really, really bad, that rarely happens, but once they happen, they are really bad. So that kind of a situation is when gold is really, really going to perform well, right? So when you have a hyperinflation, or you have a really, really, really bad geopolitical events going on, that's when gold is going to perform really well.
So what kind?
But again, go ahead. I'm sorry.
What kind of assets do you think investors will flock to during this uncertain? We don't know how long the conflict will go. Would it be escalated, and will it ease down? So, what are the options?
What I was about to say, if you look at what's going on, what has been going on for the past few weeks, there's two assets. One's oil, the second is gold, right? So oil has been going up strongly. That's we talked about earlier. A lot of factors behind that. The fundamentals will be demand supply, but again, as of now, it is purely driven by this geopolitical risk premium, meaning the geopolitical risk. And gold has been going up as well, but if you look at it, it didn't really go up as strongly as oil does. And a lot of the time it goes up and it comes down, it goes up and it comes down. It's kind of a hesitating kind of a stance, if you will. So gold is not performing as strongly as oil. I'll just give you these two examples.
Ronald, do you agree with Mr. Dai that gold is not really that for a long position at this moment? Ronald, are you with us? If Ronald is not, then Mr. Dai will continue our discussion. As a portfolio manager strategy, you've been having late discussions with your colleagues. What would be your strategy at this time of turmoil?
Yeah, my approach is basically fundamentals driven, right? So that we look at the fundamentals, the global economy, policies, analyze everything, and then goes to the different asset class, rates, currencies, commodities, right? So the Federal Reserve tightening is fundamentals. We design a whole set of strategies doing that. These geopolitical events, they are never fundamentals. They are exogenous shock to the system, and by definition, you cannot predict them, right? So the best way to deal with this kind of thing is just say, okay, forget about predicting it. Just don't do anything. But again, as a professional investor, you have to manage the volatility, on a short-term basis. So you have a choice. You can hedge. In this particular case, to hedge this risk is you can buy commodities, which is better than buying gold. Buying gold is not bad, by the way. But buying commodities is better. I'm talking about professional investors. If they want to hedge, that's the way to do it.
Before we wrap up, Mr. Dai, one last question, a brief one. Your suggestions to non-professional investors, also Ronald is online again, your suggestions, both of you, very briefly to individual investors, because stocks are volatile. We don't know where the conflicts would go. The gold is not as favored, and we see still volatilities on gold. Individual investors may not be able to get access to commodity markets like oil. So how should they handle their assets during such time? Ronald.
I would say, I'm sorry.
Hi. My opinion is that investors should be really cautious about the situation right now. They should take a wait-and-see approach. But at the same time, there have been a lot of trading activities for the individual investors as well. For example, there have been gold ETF listed exchange traded fund relating to the gold prices or oil prices. So basically, there will be some sort of derivatives. I think investors can take a look at this point of time. But I agree with Mr. Dai earlier on because those commodity or oil prices can perform only in extreme hyperinflation environment or even in extreme wartime. So that sort of opportunity will be short-lived, will be very temporary. I think investors basically should be cautious and hold more cash at this point of time to wait for a market bottom down. So basically, that would be a good buying opportunity. After the U.S. increased the interest rate, I think when the market has reflected all the negative factors, so I think investors should be cautious about the energy market and everything from this point of time onward.
Thank you. Ronald says cash would be a good choice. What about you, Mr. Dai?
Yeah, I would just say, just ignore all these geopolitical events. Not even try to time it. Okay, don't even try to make money out of it. Right. So if you are, you're really concerned about the future, I totally agree. Just get some cash, just in case. But don't ever try to time the market. Don't ever try to predict what's going to happen, because you don't know. Nobody knows. Just ignore it and look at long term. Just ride through, get some cash, ride through this whole volatility. Wait for the better day.
Great. We'll see some agreements across the Pacific. Thank you so much, Mr. Dai, portfolio manager who joins us from New Jersey in the U.S. I know it's about very late hours in your time, and also Ronald joined us from Hong Kong. We see a very clear picture of you now. Ronald's been commentating for us for many years. He's a non-executive chairman of Partners Financial Holdings in Hong Kong. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your insights. And I'm Zheng Junfeng reporting for the live streaming of CGTN, a special coverage of Russia-Ukraine crisis. We're now having a break. Actually, we're shifting to CGTN news right now. We'll be back at 12:30, 100 hours Beijing time for more coverage of the crisis and more views from other two interviewees. We have two special guests. One is Mr. Wang Huiyao, the CCG director. He is also a very good expert on international relations. His think tank, CCG, has been existing for 12 years with lots of communications between top international scholars and ambassadors of different countries, so have excellent communication channels in a non-governmental way. And we also have Mr. Guan Tao, he's global chief economist of BOC International China. He'll be examining the influence on the Chinese economy and also the reaction on the financial markets. So definitely join us again at 12 and 12:30 until 14 o'clock. We'll be having more views with you. See you then.
Each day, there are millions of stories. Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there. To see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you. All around the world, all around the clock. Our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London, China Global Television Network. Stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe. CGTN. See the difference.
right, we start with the latest in Ukraine. Fighting continues in the country. In the south, the strategically important city of Kherson has fallen to Russian forces. And the second round of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine is expected to take place on Thursday morning in Belarus. And now our reporter Wang Mengjie is joining us in the studio for some updates on the Ukraine crisis. So Mengjie, we have conflicting reports on the military casualties, on Russian military advancements, and about who's controlling what in Ukraine. So what do we know so far?
Yes, Tony, a lot has happened overnight. The Russian Ministry of Defense on Wednesday held a news conference where it made its first confirmation of deaths amongst troops, seeing 498 of its soldiers dead, while nearly 1,600 have been wounded since fighting began a week ago. However, Ukrainian President Zelensky said the toll of Russian soldiers killed is much higher at over 7,000. The Russian Defense Ministry added that more than 2,800 members of Ukraine's law enforcement agencies were killed and 3,700 wounded. We have yet to receive official figures from Ukraine. Moscow and Kiev will hold a second round of talks on Thursday aimed at ending the conflict. The head of the Russian delegation, Vladimir Medinsky, said they have arrived in Brest on the Belarus-Poland border. The Ukrainian side is on its way and is expected to arrive on Thursday. The two sides have yet to agree on a meeting place for the talks. In an emergency session of the UN General Assembly, 141 member states voted in favor of the resolution, calling on Russia to withdraw from Ukraine. 5 countries voted against it, and 35 countries abstained from the vote. The resolution comes as the UN's refugee agency announced at least 1 million refugees have fled Ukraine in a week since the conflict began. A UN High Commissioner for Refugees tweeted the numbers and urged guns to fall silent in the country. Back to you.
Indeed, fighting shows no sign of easing. Thank you very much, Mengjie, and that's why all eyes are on the second round of talks. And for the latest, our correspondent Victor Melkinov is joining us live from Kiev. Victor, the government warned about airstrikes on Tuesday on the city. How fierce have the attacks been on the ground then?
Well, in Kiev, yesterday in the evening, a major heating pipeline in Kiev, was damaged as a result of the missile strike to the area of the southern part of Central Railway Station, next to the hotel called Ibis. Well, it is also said, including news agency Unian, that the Russian missile was intercepted by Ukrainian anti-aircraft system, which all caused the blow apparently. And also apparently this debris fell down on the heating pipeline and damaged a little bit a building of that southern Central Railway Station. Still trains are running, and the information about injured people who are staying there at shelters at the station is being clarified. However, it should be noted that very close to this part of the railway station, there's a building of Ministry of Defense and Army Field Command. So Russian missile aimed at these military objects, but was intercepted by Ukrainian anti-aircraft missile. Well, and debris fell down on the heating pipe, and part of the city might be deprived of the heat tonight.
Right, and it has been a week since Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky declared a general mobilization of the country's population. So what's been the response of Ukrainian citizens to his call?
Well, men of the age from 18 to 60 are not allowed to go out of the country. And recently I was told by a trusted source that men were sick and taken for war in shelters or everywhere on front burner. But still, me and my friends were not approached by military officers. And I can say that the support for our army is huge, because lots of men are trying to enter volunteer defense squads. So the lines are huge to enter these squads. All helping each other and to do as much as they can, doing their best, dig trenches and all that stuff, helping on barricades, on block posts and all that.
Right, and the Russian military advancement is still continuing, and there are reports saying that the port city of Kherson by Black Sea is the first major Ukrainian city to fall into Russian hands, and that the Kherson mayor is talking with the Russian military. So what can you tell us about that, and how will this affect the conflict?
Well, it's all unclear how this is going to affect the conflict, because apparently the mayor of the city didn't want to risk the lives of dwellers and surrendered to Russians. He said, we are peaceful people. We had no arms and aggression from our side. We showed that we working for the city, and still trying to diminish the consequences of invasion. So that's what I think. And that were his words, and I think he didn't want to risk their lives.
Okay, thank you, Viktor Melkinov, joining us live from Kiev, and please take care yourself. And the Russian delegation has arrived for the second round of talks with Ukraine, while the Ukrainian side is still on its way. Russia's RIA Novosti news agency reported the location for the talks is Belovetskaya Pushka on the Belarus-Poland border, but the two sides have not agreed on the meeting place. The first round of negotiations concluded in Belarus on Monday with no clear breakthrough. The head of the Russian delegation, Vladimir Medinsky, says this round will discuss the possibility of a ceasefire.
During the last round of negotiations, the two sides exchanged views on their respective positions. We offered several propositions on a ceasefire. We reached mutual understanding on some issues and even reached agreement at the negotiating table. About some matters of principle, as we expected, the Ukrainian delegation needed time to consult their leadership. As far as I know, the Ukrainian delegation has left Kiev for the second round of talks. Our delegation has already arrived. The negotiations are expected to start Thursday morning. The Belarusian intelligence service guarantees absolute security in the country, and our military will also make sure that the Ukrainian delegation travels safely in Ukraine.
The European Union on Wednesday cut 7 Russian banks from the major global payment system SWIFT, and the bloc also banned Russian media outlets RT and Sputnik. EU officials say the sanctions may also have an impact on the European economy. Ukraine is pushing to have its application to join the EU fast-tracked, but to become a member of the bloc is no easy job. Rebecca Bangdun reports from Brussels.
As Russian troops push deeper into Ukraine, Ukraine is pushing to become a member of the European Union. It has already won a lot of support for its bid after it signed its application on Monday.
It will be up to us as Europeans to rise to the occasion. We know it's a difficult subject because it touches on EU enlargement. We know there are different opinions.
Poland, Czech Republic and Slovakia are among the EU countries that are backing Ukraine to gain swift entry as a candidate for membership. But others have expressed concerns. Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte has said it is not a good discussion to have at this point in time. Ultimately, all the 27 member states of the European Union will have to give the green light for Ukraine's application to be successful. And normally it's by no means an easy or fast process to join the bloc. North Macedonia became a candidate for EU membership in 2005 and it's still navigating its way through the process. There are also many criteria that would need to be met. Analysts say that Ukraine would need to introduce more curbs on corruption, for example. Working in its favour, Ukraine already has very close relations with the EU. It signed an association agreement with the bloc in 2017 and it's a member of the EU's Eastern Partnership policy. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says Ukraine and its President Volodymyr Zelensky have the Commission's full support.
When we last spoke, he told me again about his people's dream to join our union. Today, the European Union and Ukraine are already closer than ever before. There is still a long path ahead. We have to end this war, and we should talk about the next steps.
But even if Ukraine can go through a special fast-track process and win the approval of all the EU's member states, this will not be a solution to the country's most immediate problems. Rebecca Bunden, CGTN, Brussels.
Now, the United Nations General Assembly has voted to condemn Russia over the military operation in Ukraine, and the Assembly is demanding an immediate withdrawal of Russian forces. William Denslow reports from New York.
The European Union's representative at the UN, Olaf Skog, said that this vote showed just how isolated Russia is in the eyes of the international community. Ukraine's UN ambassador said that this vote showed that the UN is still alive and undergoing a period of catharsis. We also heard from Linda Thomas-Greenfield, the US ambassador to the United Nations. She said that those nations, it was a simple vote. If you vote yes, you want to uphold the UN Charter, you want to hold Russia to account, and you respect Ukraine's territorial sovereignty. We also heard after the vote from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. He said that he will do all he can to facilitate an immediate cessation of hostilities and urgent peace negotiations.
The message of the General Assembly is loud and clear. End hostilities in Ukraine now. Silence the guns now. Open the door to dialogue and diplomacy now. The territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine must be respected in line with the UN Charter. But as bad as the situation is for the people in Ukraine right now, it threatens to get much, much worse. The ticking clock is a time bomb.
Now, 35 nations did abstain in this vote. 5 nations voted against it. Of course, one of those being Russia. We heard from that country's UN ambassador Vasily Nebenzia. He said that Russia has proof that Kiev has been installing military hardware in residential areas. He claims that he will show that proof to UN leaders on Wednesday. When it comes to going forward, well, this was seen as a significant vote at the General Assembly, the first time that it's met and voted in this kind of forum in some 40 years. However, the resolution is non-binding, so there'll be frustration for many in the international community, the fact that this kind of resolution could be overwhelmingly supported in the eyes of the world, but it won't have the powers that the Security Council has when it comes to things like UN sanctions. However, the UN still has a crucial role to play going forward. The UN just this week has requested $1.7 billion, it says is in for urgent humanitarian assistance. It estimates that in the coming weeks there could be some 12 million people internally displaced in Ukraine, and also there could be up to 4 million refugees that have left Ukraine and gone into neighbouring nations in the coming weeks too. William Denslow, CGTN, New York.
And China says it will continue to trade with Russia, even as many Western countries imposing harsh sanctions.
China firmly opposes any illegal unilateral sanctions. We believe sanctions are never a fundamental nor effective way to solve problems. They will only bring serious difficulties to the economy and livelihood of those living in these relevant countries, and further stoke division and confrontation. We urge all relevant parties not to undermine the legitimate rights and interests of China and other parties when dealing with the issue in Ukraine and on relations with Russia. China and Russia will continue to cooperate on trade as normal in the spirit of mutual respect, benefit and equality.
And the spokesperson said a Chinese national who was injured by a bullet in Ukraine is now out of danger. More than 2,500 Chinese nationals in Ukraine have been evacuated. There were about 6,000 Chinese citizens living in the country. China says it will continue to make every effort to protect the safe movement and evacuation of its nationals in Ukraine and provide support and assistance to those still remaining there. More on this, we're now joined by Zhang Xin from Shanghai. He's an associate professor at the School of Politics and International Relations at East China Normal University. Professor Zhang, welcome to Global Watch. Well, all eyes are on the talks, especially the second round of talks, which has been postponed today. What can we really expect from the second round of talks? Is a ceasefire, even if a temporary ceasefire, possible?
I seriously doubt it because, as I mentioned previously on this show, these political negotiations fundamentally depend on what's going on in the battlefield. So the battlefield equilibrium is not reached, then it's very hard to expect any meaningful political solutions on the negotiation table, including the possibility of immediate ceasefire. I think the possible progress, if we mean progress of keeping the negotiations still going on the second round of talk, is possibly a further elaboration of political goals from both sides, right? Whether there will be some minor shift or change in what each other request from the other party in the negotiation. For example, does the Ukrainian side still demand immediate full-scale ceasefire and full-scale withdrawal of Russian soldiers? Or does the Russian side would further modify some of its political demand they would love to have from the Ukrainian side? So that's something I'm expecting to see, whether there will be some even subtle minor changes in the conditions or red lines each side set as part of the negotiation. But I really don't see the possibility of immediate ceasefire as outcome as a outcome from the second round of talk.
Right, and to solve some fundamental demands, I think higher-ranking officials or even the head of states are needed. And Zelensky actually earlier said he wanted direct talks with Putin, but the Kremlin said the timing was not right yet. How do you interpret the president's responses?
From the Russian side, including from President Putin himself, more than once in the past 1 or 1.5 months, we have seen a very clear message. The Russian leadership, the Russian government do not recognize the Kiev government as a full legitimate government. Very harsh word has been released against recognizing the Kiev government as the legitimate government that can represent the whole Ukraine. And for that reason, for quite a long time, in all the negotiations about the Ukrainian crisis or the eastern Ukrainian, the two republics in the eastern part of Ukraine, Russian government at the top leader declines to have a face-to-face direct meeting with his counterparts from Ukraine, and that seems to be the position still up until today.
So, do you think the right time can ever arrive?
No, I don't see that's coming right now. As I mentioned, that's the military operation is still going on. It will drive all the political outcomes on a negotiation table. I don't see President Putin would change some of his previous position and willingly to join these negotiations on a face-to-face meeting or negotiation with President Zelensky from Ukraine.
The United Nations General Assembly has voted to condemn Russia and demanded an immediate withdrawal of Russian forces. And this resolution is not legally binding, though. So tell us about its real impact on Russia.
Yeah. To speak about the real impact, first I'd like to emphasize this is not a one-sided resolution. Still 40 countries, including some of the very populous countries in the world, still vote either against it or vote abstention. So if we're talking about international community as a community consisting of sovereign state, then I wouldn't interpret the resolution as a one-sided landslide resolution against Russia's military operation. There are still divided views on that, for better or for worse. And its real impact on Russian government's immediate political and military operation in Ukraine, I'm afraid it's extremely limited, or very little. It's not the resolution itself is not legally binding, and also because of Russia's role as one of the 5 Security Council permanent member, it controls huge amount of institutional power within the UN system. So these non-legally binding resolution has very limited or almost little impact on Russian government's political decision. It plays a big role in the ideational competition on a global level, right? To define the nature of the military operation or define the nature of the war, and gets a certain normative voice out to define the nature of the war, and that's the role of this resolution. But it has very limited impact on Russia's immediate political and military operation.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Zhang Xin from East China Normal University. Now, thousands of Ukrainians are fleeing to neighboring countries every day, and for many, Poland is an ideal destination as makeshift accommodations have been set up across the country. Now, Wesley Dodd has more from the Ukrainian-Poland border.
This is the Polish side of the border, and you can see all through the night people are going to be arriving here, having made the crossing from Ukraine. They're coming by any means they can. So there are private cars, people who've actually driven from Ukraine, and there are local people from here in Poland who've gone to collect them. There's also buses and taxis, and really any way people can, they're finding a way to come across that border. Now, of course, this is just the end of the journey for a lot of people. Some people have spent many, many days to get here. And I've spoken to people from all across Ukraine and heard about some of their experiences. One woman came to me and told me she was from Kharkiv, one of the places that's seen the fiercest fighting. She showed me pictures that had been sent to her while she was on the road, showing her house in ruins. It was aflame, her car was destroyed, and all the possessions she now owns are the ones that she was carrying in her suitcase. And unfortunately, those stories are all too common here. Now, what's remarkable about this border crossing and the humanitarian effort that's going on is that it's all being run and managed by an army of volunteers, people from the local towns, people who've come from other parts of Europe with food, with tents, with refreshments, with blankets, with anything they can. All they want to do is to help the people who are escaping the fighting in Ukraine.
And as the fighting in Ukraine enters its second week, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees said on Thursday that at least 1 million people have fled Ukraine. Many of them have been crossing into neighboring countries like Poland, Hungary and Romania. Some have waited for days to cross the border. Nawi Jabakio has more.
Young and old, this war is impacting people of all ages. They're coming in droves to Lviv, where the finish line is in sight. It's mostly women and children allowed to leave, but so many face tragic decisions. Because of his 3 young children, Valentin can go, but wonders whether he should stay and fight.
I want to save my family and go in any way in Europe. I want my family live. I must save my family.
Around a week into this war, and already more than 350,000 people have crossed into Poland from Ukraine. For those with no other mode of transport, these trains are proving an absolute lifeline. As you can see, many have already taken perilous journeys to get this far, and are looking to try and make that final trip about 60 kilometers west to the safety of the EU.
It's not just Ukrainians trying to flee. On one train, we found a group of African students. They came here searching for a better future. Now they're desperate to leave.
How was the journey from Kiev?
Stressful. Very stressful. Stressful because it's not all about the stressfulness. It's all about traveling, and you are also scared because you don't know what is going to happen. So it's not fair because we all have the same life others have too.
And do you think your chances will be less because of the color of your skin?
Yeah, definitely.
Others are joining the war effort in any way they can. Volunteers hand out hot drinks and food for the weary, a moment of respite amid the panic and uncertainty.
People are quite stoic
I would say. Well, some people, of course, are more worrisome than the others, and I do my best to kind of calm them down a little bit.
As the conflict moves into cities, the exodus will almost certainly worsen. But resisting Russia is an all too familiar feeling for some Ukrainians. On the edge of safety, Natalia is a rarity here. She's waiting with her 14-year-old son for a train going in the other direction, to Dnipro, to possible shelling, to war.
We will live at home because our relatives are there. My mom, my grandpa, my husband was buried in my hometown a year ago. It's very important to be near him and take care of his grave.
Like so many Ukrainians we speak to, her bravery may be masking real fear. The UN says millions more will flee if the conflict continues, even if that means leaving so much behind. Noe Jabakil, CGTN, Lviv.
And the UN's refugee agency estimates about 1 million people have fled Ukraine since fighting began a week ago, and this is the fastest exodus of refugees this century. And for more on that, we go live to Oleksii Peshmysky in Lviv in western Ukraine. Reports say some Ukrainians are returning to their country to help fight Russian forces. What have you seen or heard about that?
Good day to you. Well, yes, so as for now, we know that at least 80,000 Ukrainians already returned to Ukraine, willing to join Ukrainian armed forces or so-called territorial defense forces, people's militia, to protect against Russian invasion. And this is only the official statistics. Those are the people mostly who were living in Europe, who were working in Europe. And as far as you know that it's forbidden for men aging from 18 to 60 to leave Ukraine right now. And I mean, when you see these numbers that almost 900,000, according to UN, already left Ukraine as refugees, and then you see this number that at least 80,000 people have returned, 80,000 men have returned to fight here. I mean, you understand how big is this patriotic splash, you know, those patriotic moods in those people living in Europe who are just willing, you know, to leave their comfort, to leave their safety, first of all, to leave their loved ones who are protected in Europe and come here and try to help. But as far as we know, there are some problems regarding possible going to Kiev, possible going to Kharkiv right now, because I can say that one of my friends who in the beginning of the war managed to bring his family into safety to Europe, was trying to get to Kharkiv, but as far as we know, it's almost impossible to drive there right now because of the Russian forces, because of the blockades. So, and many of those people, they just come here into Lviv, into Western Ukraine, and they help with the humanitarian aids. They just use their cars to go to the border and back and to bring foods, water supplies, clothes, everything that people might need. And here in Lviv, in many places, you just see, you know, lots of boxes with humanitarian aids that people bring from the border. Also, local people, they just bring in tons and tons of everything they have for those in need, for the refugees. And some of those boxes are sent to Kiev, to Kharkiv, to people who are there in the shelters and can't leave right now. So you see how patriotic people become, you know. You see this news, you see the, dangers of wars, and then this is this side, you know, the side of humans who are just willing to leave everything, you know, just to protect their country, protect their families, protect others.
Yeah, all right, thank you very much, Oleksii Peshmysky in Lviv, and please take care there. Now, the World Bank says it has halted all programs in Russia and Belarus over the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. International energy giants, including ExxonMobil and BP, say they will either quit investments or stop funding new programs in Russia. In contrast, Mexico says it will not impose any economic sanctions on Russia and wants to have good relations with all countries. Turkey says Ankara has no inclination to participate in sanctions imposed on Russia. Venezuela has called the barrage of Western sanctions an economic war, and a crime against the Russian people. Russian metals company Sevesto says it's halting deliveries in Europe. Now let's turn to our correspondent Julia in Moscow. Julia, sanctions on Russia have spread from economy to many other areas like sports, media, communication, even arts, entertainment, even cats. What's the Russian side saying to all this?
Well, Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, earlier this week said that Russia was prepared for and had expected economic sanctions, although it's very difficult to see that they could have expected quite the range of economic sanctions we are now seeing imposed against Russia, but he did say that he was not expecting sanctions against sports and cultural figures. We have seen a number of measures taken against Russian sporting bodies. Football, for example, football teams, both the international team here in Russia and club teams for league football have been suspended for the foreseeable future by FIFA and UEFA. Russia has been stripped of the Champions League final that was due to be held in St. Petersburg. There are restrictions now on Formula One drivers as well. They've had the Formula One Grand Prix in Sochi taken away from Russia. The International Skating Union has suspended Russia as well, meaning that Russian figure skaters will not be able to take part in the upcoming World Championships. Of course, Russia, a very powerful skating nation. So we are seeing a lot of different athletes being banned from participating in sports internationally. And also in the cultural sphere, there have been restrictions. The Bolshoi Ballet will not be able to go on tour to London this summer because of a ban by the Royal Opera House. It has uninvited them from coming. The chief conductor of the Munich Philharmonic has been fired because of his ties to President Vladimir Putin. And we're seeing major entertainment companies pausing releases of films here in Russia. Warner Brothers, Sony, Disney, among others. They have decided not to release any of their new films to Russia for the foreseeable future. Netflix as well has said that it will not comply with new Russian regulation that all content providers have to show and make available state TV channels. Netflix is refusing and is very likely to be slapped with a ban in the near future. But certainly a range of measures being taken against Russia in an effort to punish the country for the invasion of Ukraine, not just economically, because many Russians will blame the West for that, but of course now cultural institutions and sporting bodies are trying to make this statement that Russia should not be involved in the war in Ukraine.
All right, thank you very much, Julia Chapman, reporting from the Russian capital, Moscow. And now for more on this, we're now joined by Zhang Xin, professor from East China Normal University. Professor Zhang, Ukraine's state border guard service says about 80,000 Ukrainians, mostly men, have returned to Ukraine since the conflict began. Our correspondent, our reporters there also corroborate that. How do you see the civilian participation? Is it going to make a big difference? They are not militarily trained. How helpful can they be, apart from, of course, showing their resolution to defend their own country?
Well, if such a larger scale of mobilization of Ukrainian, particularly non-professional soldiers, are being mobilized more and more into the battleground, I'm afraid we're going to see a slightly different war scenario in Ukraine in the few days that are coming. By that I mean we might see more decentralized, local-based insurgents, essentially, as we see in some of the war scenarios in, for example, recent Afghanistan. Insurgents led by small groups of locals that are necessarily professional soldiers that launch attacks on what they perceive as the invaders or colonizers. So that's the potential immediate impact. On the other hand, we also see Russian military are very likely changing its tactics from the first 4 or 5 days of military tactics that they have been abiding by. For example, there might be more large scale of attack directly on civilian infrastructure, and also maybe bombing on cities. Right? So these are all part of this quickly shifting tactics, military tactics on both sides. I'm afraid that the war might become more bloody over time, unfortunately.
Well, it is already. Well, countries have imposed a wide range of sanctions on Russia, as we've been seeing, but there has been some resistance, though.
Hi, welcome to our live streaming on CGTN. I'm your host, Zheng Junfeng, a normally report for business news, and today I'm filling in for a very special coverage of the Russian-Ukraine crisis. This morning, about 1 or 2 hours ago, I was discussing with our special guests from Hong Kong and from the US. They were from the financial markets, trading portfolios in the forex market, in stock markets, and also commodity markets. Really responded my questions on how the Ukraine crisis is affecting their trading, their portfolio, and they agree that the conflicts might have a quite limited impact on the markets in the long run if it doesn't escalate into a larger scale conflicts. It says the combined economic size of Ukraine and Russia will be less than 2% of the global economy, although it may have some direct implications on the energy market, having shocking waves on the oil prices and commodity prices, thus pushing up inflation in different countries, including Europe and the US, when the Fed Reserve is facing a crucial moment of hiking rates. But its impact on the overall global recovery from the pandemic will be limited if the conflict doesn't last long. And on the financial markets, they say that the crisis will definitely have implications on the currency market, with weakened euro, with stronger dollar and even stronger Chinese RMB. It will have shock waves on the stock market because investor sentiment will be influenced. We'll see more volatilities with lots of uncertainties and dampened investor sentiment. But all in all, they say investors are quite calm. They've seen geopolitical tensions escalating around the world multiple times during the past decades, including the trade war between China and the US, including those tensions in Middle East, including the US withdrawal from Iraq and those Middle East regions. They've seen all this, so the financial markets and world economy will largely shrug off this Ukraine crisis, as it has already done it multiple times in the past decades also. So they're not overly pessimistic about the impact of the Ukraine crisis on world economy and financial markets, but we have to see. And later on this early afternoon, we'll be pleasured to be joined by two special guests. One is Mr. Guan Tao from BOC International. He's the chief global economist. He'll be joining us in about an hour's time to talk about the Ukraine crisis impact on the regional economy, on Chinese economy, on the policymakers' decision making. And before that, I'll be joined immediately by Director of Center for China and Globalization, or CCG, its founder and director, Mr. Wang Huiyao. He is the founder of CCG, a very long time, a non-governmental think tank who has been focusing on communication between China and the world, with multiple world top scholars and former ambassadors, bridging a very fine channel of communication through non-governmental ways. So thank you for joining us, Mr. Wang. Of course, CCG has contributed a lot in communication between the East and West, between China and the world. Also, your deputies, your scholars have also contributed a lot of views to multiple social platforms, including CGTN and CCTV. Today, I'm very honored to be joined by you, and you already talked to a lot of media about your understanding of the ongoing Ukraine crisis. So what is your fundamental understanding of the core reasons behind this conflict?
Well, thank you, Junfeng. I think this is really a great time we can really talk about. This is already in crisis now. I think that the movement of the crisis is impact work on the daily basis. I think that even though that what happened in the past week is caught everybody by surprise, but it's also probably not surprise as well, as we know that actually, the world has just finished. The Cold War actually finished over 30-some years ago, and but then we really see that the world is now even more divided. I think there's a lack of coordination and understanding and global governance actually to some extent to really, like how we communicate. For example, that we see the NATO is actually even built up much stronger now, and so for the last 30 years since the collapse of the Soviet Union, and NATO has expanded 5 times towards east, to the border of Russia. So you can see that is really that. I think that one of the major reasons caused this crisis is that actually I think that some of the legitimate concern that the Russian have hasn't been really properly addressed, that they want Ukraine to be neutral. Just imagine if, when former Soviet Union in 1962, trying to place some missile at Cuba, that was almost also a nuclear war broke out, and the U.S. would not tolerate any country that have a military base in its neighboring countries. So I think there's a problem with that. Second, I think that also that the Western countries and Russian and U.S. to that matter hasn't really communicated properly with Russian, and so the Russian was actually led to be encouraged to pursue this more hostile, more active, proactive, aggressive behavior. So I think that is really also the reason. Actually, is many reasons for that. And so also I think that Ukraine itself has been really very much pro-Western and anti-Russian sentiment is running high, and so all those caused the concern. So I think, but even with all those said, I still think that the sovereignty, the territorial integrity of the Ukraine should be respected, as the Chinese government has actually said. Minister Wang, he said that at Munich Security Conference, and later on they said that during the telephone call with Ukraine Foreign Minister. So I think that is also should be understood, the principle of the UN. But of course, the reason to cause this conflict, we really have to go back to history, many facets. I think that we really need a multiple approach to solve this, and China is a major player. I think can play much more active role in this kind of a crisis.
Yeah, Mr. Wang Huiyao, on China's role, some Western media have been blaming China for not playing an active role of intermediary or mediator kind of role in helping the two ceasefire, although China's been constantly called for ceasefire and reduce casualty on the civilians. What's your response to that?
Well, I think some of that probably is understandable, because you see, you remember that President Putin came to Beijing, before the Olympics, actually during the Olympics. And as a matter of fact, when U.S. President Biden and President Xi, their virtual summit last October, President Biden said, okay, there is not going to seek contain China or against China, not going to build a military alliance against China. But unfortunately, we see that the moment he went back, we have this problem of U.S. actually wants to boycott Beijing Olympic. So you see, that has actually caused a big concern. But then President Putin has come out to say, okay, we're going to support Olympic, we'll come down to Olympic.
Yeah.
So that's where they signed this joint agreement. But what I think that, so you can see China does have a good relation with Russia, but that agreement does not specify any military alliance or endorse any aggression or things like that. So I think what basically China can do now is that if you go to see in this world, who has the best relation between Russia and Ukraine, probably kind of find a third country as influential as China can be, because China have a great relation with Russia, but also a very good relation with Ukraine.
Exactly.
Ukraine signed the Biden Road Initiative.
Exactly.
Ukraine is one of 16 plus 1 countries. So I think that we have this multi-party talks in the past. So like 6-party talks to solve the nuclear crisis in North Korea. We have this P5+1, or +2 models of Iranian nuclear crisis. So I think probably, permanent members of UN plus China could be a good solution as well. And I think since China has a good relation with both Russia and Ukraine, probably China can exercise more influence in terms of put them together. Because when two guys fight, we really need a third party to really persuade them, to really ask them to calm down, and they have face to back down, and they have somebody mitigate in between. So I think China is really has economically, politically, geographically have all these important connections to both countries. And China doesn't take a stand, probably very strong, can be a very good neutral position to mediate and mitigate the crisis that having now.
Right. Thank you. So I can see that you're saying China can have a very crucial role to play to actually ease down these crises and be a good mediator. Let me ask you this question, because many analysts say that the U.S. will benefit from Russian-Ukraine crisis in 3 ways. One is that the U.S. military industrial complex, those weapon makers, those defense companies will benefit in selling arms. We can already see that they have surging stock prices. They normally do that during conflict. Second, a U.S. financial market will benefit because lots of money will flow back to U.S. or in dollar-denominated assets, and that will, in a large extent, in a large degree, ease the domestic tension in the U.S. And also, America will have a tighter control of Europe in terms of military, in terms of policy and energy. There are rumors saying that the U.S. is interested in supply LNG to Europe if the Nord Stream 2 is cut off. It's already been cut off. And the loser side, Russia, of course, will lose being sanctioned in multiple levels. Ukraine and whole Europe will all lose in terms of energy, in terms of inflation, in terms of geopolitical tensions, all these turmoils, and also hundreds of thousands of refugees already at their doorstep and for years to come. And also globally, consumers will also lose because of higher inflation, because of fragile market sentiment on multiple levels of financial markets, on higher consumer prices and continued disruption on those supply chains. Do you agree with such analysis?
Well, I think there's 2 points. First, I think that, exactly. If the situation is now, if they are not escalate, if they're just sending such chilly waves throughout the world, and then rock the global market and rally the Western Europe and Eastern Europe around the U.S., and then also U.S. has exercised great influence there, and also that probably beneficial to the U.S. to a certain degree. But if this really go deep, if this is really the crisis get out of control, I mean, Putin even threatened the nuclear war on that. So if this is really getting ugly, and if there's a big casualty, I don't think how U.S. can avoid. I mean, NATO probably will get involved, and that will be devastating to the whole world economy. I mean, including U.S. So I don't think any country can get out of this, clean and not suffering the damage, because the world may collapse with the global market, global prices, and global stability. And if it really broke out into an ugly war, if there's nuclear being used, we're probably facing the Third World War. So I don't think that the war concept is really not going to prevail. It's really going to frightening and scaring the global market for a long time to come. So this is going to be really, now we have the pandemic war, now this military real war is happening. That is really scary. So I think that we have to be careful. I think maybe if it's just now, okay, we have done certain damage, and now if it's already at the manageable level, at the controllable level, maybe I think the U.S. could be beneficial, because there's a false alarm already sent. People, European countries, Eastern European countries, former Soviet Union bloc country, has been scared already quite much. So I think in that sense, U.S. is benefiting. But if this really go deep, if this really go ugly, and if it really got out of control and become a really large-scale Russia's war against NATO, and that is really very dangerous, and it's not good for anybody, including U.S., because you see that NATO countries already supply weapons and ammunitions to the Ukraine now. I mean, later on, they could be sending troops, airplanes, and fighting all together. That would be really a great mass. We may really have on the brink of a third world war, and this is not a too long, far away, distant future. It's already, we can see how it is really happening. There's a lot of signal that this is really dangerous. So it has to be stopped now and has to be quickly resolved.
I've seen that, Mr. Wang, there are some blames on European leaders. Some blame them for their indecisiveness, and they didn't do enough to stop this. They didn't do enough to predict Russia's move. They didn't do enough to say enough to rising populism, to stop the NATO's eastward expansion. And already during the crisis, and you just mentioned NATO and some European countries keep supplying ammunitions and firearms to Ukraine. That's adding oil to fire instead of persuade two sides to calm down and de-escalate their crisis. They provide arms to one side that will even escalate the crisis and then create more casualties. So some blame European leaders not doing enough and doing the wrong things. How do you comment on this? Is this because of their lack of leadership, lack of historical view, or is it their dependence, especially military dependence on the U.S.?
Well, I think that argument sort of have certain merits. I would like to bring in what Dr. Kissinger actually has written in 2014, that they already warned that the eastward NATO expansion would certainly cause the Russian to do drastic actions. So I think he already preceded that. And also the former National Secretary, Mr. Perry of Clinton administration, also actually sound out this kind of concern in the past. Of course, recently, Thomas Friedman, famous New York Times columnist, has also written an op-ed actually saying that when the collapse of the Soviet Union, actually Russia wants to join NATO, wants to get close to the NATO countries, but Russia was actually refused. So you see, but on the other hand, not only Russia was refused and treated as alien, but enemy of the European country, but also there's keep expanding 5 times. So many of the former bloc Soviet Union countries joined NATO. So I think in that sense, the European leaders probably, in retrospect, maybe they should make some kind of a neutral zone for Ukraine, or maybe the countries involve Russia. So I think there probably there's some in hindsight there's some maybe some miscalculation there. But again, I think it's still time that we can really get remedy for that, and we should really make this as a neutral ground, and then really trying to stop the NATO expansion. But also on the other hand, Russia should withdraw troops immediately, and I think that we have to find a solution to that. So absolutely, I think both sides has quite a few things to rectify and really think through.
Okay, let's focus on Europe leadership, European countries a bit more, because during the China-US trade war that started about 3 years ago, I didn't recall the European side sanction China as the US does, but we also didn't recall Europe stand out and help China, or help China and US resolve this problem to cool down this issue. I mean, we didn't see Europe show leadership in putting global governance and world economic order or trade order in the right direction. So what's causing that?
Well, absolutely. I think that's exactly right. I see that Europe has actually some concern. Of course, French President Macron has said the NATO has brain dead. NATO's brain is dead, and also Macron was also proposed that we should have more strategic autonomy of European countries. And we see Angela Merkel really push forward for this comprehensive investment treaty between China and EU. So there are some attempts to really to get closer to China. But again, I think U.S. is really make China as a strategic rivalry, number one actually, the main strategic rivalry, actually before Russia even. So that is really sent a very negative signal to the European countries. And I think that European countries absolutely should play a mediating and mitigating role in terms of what deteriorating China-U.S. relation. That is really important. So in a sense, I think U.S. has and European countries has actually pushed China and Russia together because they share the same security concern, from U.S. and sometimes from Western European countries too. So I think in that sense, now they all want China to help and they want China to be actively intervene. But China also facing threats himself. For example, there are almost 700 companies now sanctioned or put on different kind of a list, entity list and other lists by the U.S. now. So it's really very unfortunate to see that. And European actually follow the suit, also sanctioned China a few times too. So I think now we can see China and Europe really has no conflict of geographic. There's the distance is far away, and the two countries has no conflict in interest. So I think both continents should really work together and help each other mitigating crisis. When China and U.S. relation get really deteriorate, EU should be a mediator. So when EU and the Russian and other Ukraine get into problem, China could help too. So I think we need to really two-way street, rather than just China always getting bashed, and then so when they are in problems, why China is helping us. So I think there has to be a balance of that.
Okay, since we talk about China-U.S. Trade war or intensified relations, let's talk about it. I mean, China and the U.S. Just marked its 50 years of establishing diplomatic ties. I mean, going all the way back to Nixon's visit in China in 1972, historical moment. 50 years now. And Chinese ambassador to the U.S., Mr. Qin Gang, addressed this on an event in the U.S. He just congratulated a U.S. football team, in winning the Super Bowl. But he mentioned that China-U.S. relationship should not be just like two American football teams clashing into each other using all the tactics. But as a matter of fact, the U.S. is seeing, China as an opponent, even a big opponent than Russia. What do you think is behind that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. And last week was the landmark week of Nixon Kissinger visit to China and the issue of the Shanghai Communique. I remember 1972. I'm still in a child, and that visit prompted me to study English with the broadcasting radio stations. So that's where I started to learn English. But it's really unfortunate to see, that half a century ago, the U.S. President Nixon and the Secretary of State Kissinger has this vision, has this wisdom to normalize the relation with China. And that is really the right track. So we have secured the global prosperity and peace and largely for the last half a century. So we should really continue that. But unfortunately, for the last few years since Trump administration, we see a drastic shift of that. And then, for example, the National Security Report issued by U.S. government now put China as a major strategic rivalry number one. And even before Russian. So I think this is really a wrong perception and wrong moves actually by the U.S. So I think that now I would really hope that what has happened in Ukraine, in this crisis now between Ukraine and Russia, could probably remind us, China is always a peace-loving country. China never invaded any other country. Historically, 5,000 years, China is always a continental agriculture. People stake in this land. Even China has actually suffered from Russian history that 150 kilometers of the square kilometers of land as actually took over by Russian. And in the late 60s, we almost have the war broke out with former Soviet Union. So I think it's really wrong to put China as enemy number one. And really now China not only a stabilizer, but also a provider of global public good. China launched the Belt and Road Initiative, infrastructure transformation for the developing countries. And actually, the US and the EU are all copy China and say, okay, US has this 1.2 trillion infrastructure plan and Build Back Better World. EU has this 300 billion euro gateway project for infrastructure. So I think, why can't we, US, China, EU work together to really have something bigger, objective for the benefit of the world, to secure the next half-century prosperity. So I think this is very important. I just had a dialogue with Graham Allison this morning, Harvard professor. Basically, we share the same view for the next 50 years, is that we should really have those common objectives like infrastructure, climate change, cybersecurity, digital economy. We should really work on those, the poverty alleviation, all those things to really stabilize the world. Otherwise, we're going to probably see a very dangerous situation, what has happened now between Ukraine and Russia, and then that will lead the world into doom days. And really, all countries are worried. I think China is no exception. So I think, fundamentally, probably sometimes the roots of the problem is really between China, is really US and the EU, and then they are not really having an objective view on China. So maybe it's high time for them to recognize the legitimate right and the concern of China, accept China, not view Chinese development and Chinese past or Chinese model as something evil or something ideologically drastic different. So we really have to really measure the country by KPI, by how supported by its people, and by really gradually, we are now in the same boat, in a global village. We have to form the global village values, and we have to really accept each other, and then really secure the peace and prosperity for the world. I think that's really the direction we should go.
Okay, let me follow up a little bit on this, because people are discussing in China that maybe, we don't know. Some people are highly skeptical, but we can still discuss about it. Will the conflict in Ukraine, the Russian-Ukraine crisis, direct some of the adversity that the West projects to China to, outside of China, and be less as adverse to China as before, as like 1 or 2 years ago during the highest peak of China-US trade war?
No, I certainly think so. There's a possibility of having that, because, for example, when the U.S. government was interested to solve the issue of North Korea, and China actually voted favorably of the sanction plan at the UN. U.S. Has a better ties with China. President Trump will say, we're having good relations with China. So I think for the past several administrations of U.S. government, they always want to have China as a partner to work with on the North Korea issues. Now we are having this even much bigger, much larger, much more severe
geopolitical tension.
Yeah, Ukraine and the Russian crisis. You need China even more. So if they need China, they should not bash in China. They should not really contain China. They should treat China as equal, as a stakeholder of the global security and prosperity. And China actually is doing that. China provided 2 billion doses of vaccine to the developing countries. China actually, contributed over 30% of global GDP growth. China is actually, now as the second largest economy. China's import-export last year has, record time. China's import-export to all the countries has reached a record time, including U.S. So China is really a beneficiary and benign country to helping all the world. And they should really use China, a great influence and goodwill, and really to solve those kind of crises. So we have to work together. So in that sense, I do think there's a possibility that they should really not put China as rivalry number one. They should really treat China as a healthy competitor, but also cooperator. So I think that we can really have a better understanding and then more mutual acceptance, so that we can really working towards building a better future shared for the mankind.
Thank you, Mr. Wang Jianhui. Let's take a very short break. We will get back to you in a few minutes' time. Drink some water, take some rest. We will ask you a few more questions before I let you go, because we now have a direct information from the front line in Ukraine or the Ukraine Polish border. We don't know about it yet, but we'll check out with a special guest, Mr. Cheng Tongxue. He's a CGTN stranger, Chinese University at Unipro, Ukraine. 请问陈同学在线吗？陈同学。陈同学是第聂伯罗国立大学的学生，是中国在乌克兰的留学生，他的学习的专业是国际贸易。请问陈同学上线了吗？我们很不容易要联系这位我们在前方的，嗨，陈同学上线了，陈同学你好，我是 CGTN 的主持人郑俊峰，我们现在正在做 CGTN 的直播，请跟我们介绍一下您现在在哪儿？现在发生的情况是怎样的？
我们现在在乌克兰西部的一个城市叫赫梅利尼斯基，我们刚才路过就是一个小镇，然后他不允许我们经过，他让我们从小镇外围绕过去，他说不允许进小镇，然后我们就现在正在绕路。
所以
算是继续往罗马尼亚走的路上。
您在从那个乌克兰向罗马尼亚去的这个路上，乘坐着一辆大巴是吗？因为陈同学现在在这个乌克兰境内，他的这个信号不大好。陈同学。
对，因为我现在在高速，就是那个高速路上，信号不是特别好。
所以跟我们介绍一下，其实您在这个乌克兰这个战事发生之前，还是在上学是吧？是在哪里上学？
我是在乌克兰东部的一个城市，靠近顿涅斯克，在第聂伯罗，距离顿涅斯克只有200公里吧。
所以在这个战事发生之前，你们是在当地的媒体和民众中间是不知道会发生这样的战事的是吗？
我每天都会看一些网上的新闻，特别是他们欧美媒体一直在渲染这个俄罗斯的这个侵略乌克兰。我还是有点担心的，但是我一直觉得使馆会保护我们。
precautions.
心里是不担心的，只是我老看
I
他
think
们渲
mentally
染
I
这
am
个
not that
我觉
worried.
得
I
可
think
能会
our
有这个事
embassy
发
is
生吧，但
definitely
我没
going
想
to
到这么
protect
快。
us. I foreseeing that I was foreseeing that something is going to happen, but I did not expect that it is going to be that quick. You are about to arriving at the borders of Romania. What do you expect of the next
我觉
leg of
得
your
这一
journey?
路上来，也就是有检查
I
站，然
think
后
we do
除了
encounter
检
some of the
查站，他就
checkpoints
是看护照以外，还是没有其
apart
他的
from
问题。
checking our
我觉得还
passport.
比较顺利，
There's
他
no
可能也
other
就是
problems or
检查
issues.
站，他车比较多嘛，然后
Because
都在
there's a
等待，
lot
他
of
就堵
vehicles
车，可
waiting
能
at the
最长的一
checkpoint.
次是1个半小时，
The
很快
longest
的话
time
可
we
能也就
used to
5分钟。
pass a checkpoint is
以你现在的
around
预计
1 hour and 30 minutes,
去到
and
罗
the
马尼亚
shortest
还
one
要
is
多长
only
时间？
5 minutes. How far away?
如果要是正常情况下，
Do you think
是
that you are
3个
from
小时
Romania?
到3个半
I
小时就
think
可
I
以到罗
am
马尼亚
3
的边境。
hours and
但是如
3.4
果有
hours
检查
away
或者路
from
上堵车的情况
Romania,
下，就
but
不确定
if。there is any lining up in the checkpoint, I'm not sure about the final time that arriving in Romania. in your knowledge, how many Chinese students is studying in Ukraine? According to the statistics of the embassy, in total, all the Chinese people is around 7,000. Including the overseas students. A lot of overseas students is studying online. I could see that in the city of Kharkov, there is around 700 Chinese overseas students who is still stationed in Ukraine because one of my best friends is still in China. 7,000 Chinese citizens. To my knowledge, in the eastern part of Ukraine, there are some of the regions that speaks Russia. So in your school, is it Russian language dominated? Do you use Russian to talk to each other? I think the course is being conducted through the Ukrainian language and also the English language. I choose to attend the English courses. I can see that you are showing us the environment on the side of the window. I could see that the mountain is still capped with snow. Is it saying that you are still in a quite low temperature? So Mr. Chen, are you still with us? I can see that you are back.
英语授课，但我选择的是英语授课。
I choose the English course over the Ukrainian courses. There's no Russian language course. So after the occurrence of the conflict, during this past 1 week, did you get enough necessities to supply you to point through? There are 2 supermarkets near my apartment. And they are opening 24/7. Actually, I was not affected. There was abundant food and beverage supply in that supermarket. I did not eat them up so far because there has not been any conflict in my city, but you still choose to go to Romania, right? So are you planning to stay in Romania? So how long are you planning to stay in Romania? I think I am going to follow the arrangement of the embassy. If the embassy is going to charter a plane and send us back to China, I'd like to follow the embassy. The next question might be a little bit too sharp because there is so many voices in China. The people might question that why there are thousands of Chinese overseas students studying in Ukraine. This is a question posed online quite often, like what is your initial purpose to go to Ukraine? I think I had thought about to go to pursue my overseas study in Belarus and Ukraine, but I find the Ukraine education is of high investment and performance ratio, and especially in the field of military equipment manufacturing. This country has the top level classes, and also for the Tchaikovsky musical school in the city of Kiev. It used to be the top level musical school, musical conservatories in the world. Although, and it has a lower life standards compared with the conservatories in China. We have to think about the stronghold of the local education. That is what has propelled me so far. I have attended the National University of Donetsk. It is actually it used to be the alumni for the first president and the second president of Ukraine. It is actually what we call the cradle for the Ukrainian president. So if there is no military conflict occurs, I am quite satisfied. The price, commodity price, is lower than China, especially for the meat. For the vegetables, it's relatively higher. It is more stable compared to what I have experienced in China. I think that the local people has a slow life pace. I have another question for you. From your personal perspective, there are so many different international and domestic coverage that there are so many different places which are prone to conflicts, while the Ukrainian government might attack some of the anti-governmental forces, and the past 7 to 8 years, there are a continuum of this conflict. Does this information available to you? We have here with our student, with our Mr. Chen, who is our student. Now we are having him back. I am not understanding such a background information. I do not read a lot of local news. I have a friend at the university who used to be a professor at the university. So he is from the Donetsk region, and his hometown is the Donetsk government. It's somewhere near the Donetsk government. As long as we are eager to get in touch with Mr. Chen, the signal is not as good as we expected.
So
the final question. Since we have found the internet connection is not that smooth.
就您所知道的，现在
There are so many people taking a nap on my vehicle, on my bus. To your knowledge, there are 7,000 Chinese citizens or overseas students who have pursued a life of study in Ukraine. I could also see that the mountain was capped with snow. A majority of them choose to stay in Ukraine, or the majority of them planning to leave Ukraine. My local friend is being stationed in Kharkov and Donetsk. A majority of them has go to Poland or Hungary or Slovak. I think the majority of the overseas Chinese students has leave, and there's only a few of them choose to leave on March the 4th, who is another bus leaving from Ukraine to Romania. I think that all of us would leave because nobody is going to willing to stay in a battlefield. I have another question. If the signal allows for the overseas students, the majority of them has left. So how about the local Ukrainian people? Did they choose to leave or did they stay at their home? I don't know about the ratios for leave or stay. Because I am pursuing for my master's degree, there are ton of us in the master classes. Actually, at our bosses, there is also a lot of local students who is planning to go to Romania, but a lot of them is actually planning to stay at their hometown and protect their hometown from this military operation. I think there's only a few of them living in their hometown. Since the outbreak of the war, have you kept in touch with your family? Are they worrying about you? How did you tell them and keep a day-to-day contact? Every morning I'm going to send the WeChat moment, or I'm going to telephone them. I'm going to telephone one of my parents and tell them that I am okay. I stay at my dormitory for the majority of my time. So actually there's not any military confrontations happening in my city. I am quite cool and calm for this matter. I think you have done a good job. You are better performed than our expected. Thank you very much. Please stay healthy and hoping you, and we hope you have a safe trip to Romania, and we are hoping that you could come back to the next station under the arrangement of the embassy. Thank you so much.
好的，谢谢您，一切顺利。
好的，谢谢。
Okay, we have just a very, how can I say, very candid discussion with a CCTV stranger on site. He's a Chinese student from a university in Ukraine, actually in the east of Ukraine. He says there's no conflict, no war, no fighting in the city he was studying at, and there were 7,000 Chinese people there, including students, including people doing business. Most of them are evacuating from the country, but most local people are deciding to stay no matter there's conflict or not. Most of the Chinese people there are evacuating to neighboring countries like Romania, like Poland, and we wish them the best. Okay, let's get back to our discussion of this escalating geopolitical crisis between Russia and Ukraine. And we are joined by Mr. Wang Huiyao, Director of CCG. Thank you for waiting for us, Mr. Wang. I hope you just heard our discussion, our link
Yes.
with Mr. Cheng Tongxue, a student, the Chinese students there. And we're glad they are evacuating without any harm or any damage. And let's talk about the bigger picture, the world economy. I mean, it seems that the world has been quite successful in shrugging off the tensions in the past decade or 2 decades since the Iraqi war or the Afghanistan war that started by the US after the 9/11. I mean, that's 21 years ago. And there's been multiple conflicts, regional conflicts, geopolitical conflicts, but the global markets and the world economy has largely, shrugged it off, and business continued and market continued trading. So, do you think this time the world will be able again to shrug it off?
Well, I think that basically, you are right. We had to basically get out of the several previous wars. But there's a bit difference there. The previous war we have limited to for example, in Afghanistan or Middle East, Syria or Libya or this kind of Middle East
Israel,
countries.
Palestine, yeah.
Yeah. So it's not really that big scale. But this time, you see, we are really fighting an agent war. You see, even though Ukraine and Russian, first of all, Russian is much directly involved with its massive military, almost 200,000 troops that deployed and with nuclear capacities, and it was already in the land of Ukraine already in all directions. Even there was a report about 6 kilometers long of trucks and tanks.
Yes, we see that.
Lining up to encircle the Kiev. So I think it's much gravity, much dangerous situation. On the other hand, we see Germany, we see other countries, NATO countries providing fighters, missiles, and ammunitions to the Ukraine. And so if this war is not stopped now, it can be broke out into a very devastating impact. So I think if we are getting to that kind of situation, if there even a nuclear threat, then the whole world probably is going to take a long time to recover. I don't know even we can recover. Or we're having a third world war coming up. So it's really dangerous, very dangerous. So I'm not that optimistic. If this war continues, we can still have a war situation. And also, you remember that the sanction this time is much larger than the previous wars. Now you have, also the airspace was sealed off. The
banking
payment
system
is cut off. Yeah. And also given Russia as a major energy producer in the world, we're going to have a lot of disruption in the energy market. So that will directly, indirectly impact the world economy for a long time to come. And also, I think also the other thing most significant, all the previous war happened in the developing countries. This time in Europe, in the developed countries, in the neighborhood of all those the European countries, those rich countries, the psychological impact is going to be there for a long time to come, and that is really not very helpful for the future economy of the global. So there's many lessons to be learned, and also we haven't yet to see the cyber war coming up. Maybe when we get ugly, there could be cyber war. Now I see Ukraine is still quite well connected on Wi-Fi, that Mr. Chen can talk to you on a bus. But if that cyber comes up, there's no electricity, no water, no internet, we're going to see even ugly situations. So I think we have to be extremely cautious, and then we have to prepare for the worst situation.
Yeah, you called the cyber attack. I mean, the language on the cyberspace is quite shocking sometimes. We often see Western media on these media platforms reporting all these stories with their own rhetoric, sometimes with bias and even lies. And countries like China, may find it hard to respond to that and tell true stories, or stories from both sides, different perspectives. As CCG, a think tank, I mean, since established 12 years ago, you've been working hard in building communication channels to let the Chinese voice being heard globally in a equal way of communication. But it's very hard. How hard is it now?
Well, it's actually even harder now. I think that's added complication of this current crisis at Ukraine and Russia, because this social media and also this nationalism, populism. I mean, in all countries, Western countries, Europe, and including China, is really probably distorted the real picture, and also really impact mentality. And there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of fake news coming. So I think it's really very dangerous. I really hope that that's where the government has to come out. UN, and all the international agencies should stand up, and also including the think tanks. I said what CCG is doing is really to bridge the gap between China and the outside world, and we are working, talking with different think tanks, ex-politicians, academic, business leaders. We've been doing publishing. We've been doing a serious global dialogue with global opinion leaders. So we want to build up the consensus, where I think there are consensus are, we shouldn't decouple, we shouldn't have a Cold War, we should really working on the urgent issues like climate change, like a pandemic, and also avoid this military confrontation. So I think there's many things CCG can do, and we hope that we can continue to play that kind of a bridging role between China and the outside world. And also we are really continuously to promote the globalization forward, and more inclusive, more balanced, and more really achievable globalization for everybody.
Mention just one book recently published by CCG, that's Consensus and Conflict. Let's talk about this book before I switch to another guest of us, Mr. Guan Tao. He's a very renowned economist in China, to talk about some economic issues. Let's talk about the book, Consensus and Conflict. The world order, you edited this book, is talked about by a few dozens of global renowned scholars and policymakers. Tell us some key messages you want to present to us, because there are so many different messages, so many different voices in many directions, pointing at some crucial questions in the world order for our generation and the next. Just a few very straight points. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Junfeng. Actually, you're right. We have launched this China and Globalization book series. The first book is called Consensus and Conflict, China and Globalization in the 21st Century. And the second book is called The Asian 21st Century by Kishu Mahbubani. And the third book is actually Multinationals and the Business Leaders See China. So, and also there's a fourth book coming up, is a perspective from ambassadors in China on China and globalization. So actually it's a series of books. But the first book, of Consensus and Conflict, is contributed by 35 global opinion leaders, from former state of the government to the former ministers to the dean of Harvard Kennedy School to a variety of academia and the think tank community leaders. Basically, the common message is that the world is more intertwined, and we should not seek decouple or Cold War. We should build up improve the global governance. I think maybe the global governance system 2.0, maybe we should look after Bretton Woods is the first generation. I mean, now the second generation of global governance, we should really emerge after this pandemic, and probably even this Russian war that we can seek is to have a more balanced, more improved globalization, including the well-being, the lift poverty, infrastructure, fighting pandemic, and the global digital governance, and also the internet connected world, and avoid the geopolitical confrontation. So I think that is basic message: peace and prosperity and security. I think is that we need to enhance, upgrade the global governance from 1.0 to 2.0. I think that is basically the consensus we have, and we should avoid the conflict. I mean, that is what happened. We are seeing right now in Russia and Ukraine. So it's really a timely book, and it's free and can be downloaded on site. And we really want to share that to the world.
Thank you for your contribution. I mean, if talking doesn't solve problems, then we'll keep talking, keep communicating to avoid unnecessary conflicts, to avoid unnecessary, war or bloodshed or casualties on civilians or civilization of humankind. At least we should avoid annihilation of human race if someone press that nuclear war button. Thank you so much for your contribution, and we'll talk to you later on if we have the opportunity. Thank you so much, Mr. Wang Huiyao, Director of CCG China for China and Globalization. We'll see you again.
Thank you, Jinfeng. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, you're watching a special coverage of Ukraine-Russia crisis. I'm Zheng Junfeng. And I usually report for business news. Today I'm filling in for a view and updates on the crisis. And a few hours ago, I talked to Chinese students in Chinese students in Ukraine who's just evacuating from Ukraine to the neighboring country, Romania. He says over 7,000 Chinese people, including thousands of Chinese students, they are evacuating to neighboring countries, most of them. And even earlier than that, we talked to two guests in the financial world, one from Hong Kong and one from the US, talking about the crisis impact on the global financial markets, world economic order. And they say the crisis impact on the world economy will be limited, as a combined GDP size of Ukraine and Russia is less than 2% of global GDP, but its sentiment on the global financial markets could be enlarged in the short term. That's why we can see volatility on the stock markets, on oil markets, on gold prices, etc. And they see the market will keep be volatile as long as the conflict goes on, as long as the sentiment kept being detrimented. And now we are going to be joined by Mr. Guan Tao, Global Chief Economist of BOC International. 接下来呢，我们将会有一位非常出名的经济学家，他就是全球首席经济学家中银证券的管涛先生加入我们，非常感谢您，管涛先生。管涛先生呢，在这个我们的国内国外的这个金融界呢，都是非常有名的，在金融界已经做了几十年，有非常丰富的经验，所以管涛先生会跟我们一起来探讨一下这个乌克兰危机在很多的这个经济和金融层面上对全球产生，特别是对中国产生的一些影响。管涛先生，我们首先来谈一下很多中国的观众非常关心的就是乌克兰危机进行了一个多星期的时间。
The Russia-Ukraine conflict has been ongoing for 1 week. It has shocked the people's mentality. So what is the impact of the Chinese economy? Is it a black swan or a green rhino? Russia and Ukraine, no matter for the Russians' economy or the Ukrainian economies, they have a relatively small amount. Until last year, Russia and Ukraine is actually 2.4 and 2.3% respectively for the Chinese exports. But this Russian-Ukraine conflict is affecting the price for the commodities. At the same time, there might be some of the risk events occurred affecting the mentalities and future trajectories of the Chinese financial market, as well as the cross-border exchanges. Recently, Chinese RMB as a closure money has performed quite strong, with the rebound of the values of US dollars, Chinese RMB really goes strong. So I think our CPI index is around 3.2. We compared with US performance for around 10, while the EU's performance is actually facing a decade high. What is your take on such a stable level of the Chinese consumer price? Yes, indeed. From the Chinese CPI performance, the inflation is relatively stable, and on January, the core CPI, apart from energy and food, is only around 1.2%, while the US is seeing a 7.5% growth. That is to say, US is under a lot of pressure in these sectors. But for China, we have structured inflations. So with a moderate growth of the CPIs, the PPIs and also the manufacturing material is registered a growth of around 9%. To some extent, it is reflecting the changes of the commodity bulk price commodity price in the international market. Definitely, there are some of the policy impact on the China's supply chain. We have talked about the raw material, keep the supply and stabilize the price. So what do you mean by keep the supply and stabilize the price? It means that we have a lot of raw material imported from Russia or Ukraine. So for Russia and Ukraine, their economy is not as we expected, but they are huge exporters for the commodity. While Russia is ranked top 16 and Ukraine ranked top 48, Russia is exporting a majority of the energies, rare metals, while Ukraine is exporting some of the agro products and also the natural gases because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The productivity level was damaged, and Russia was also sanctioned. Some of the trade or economic exchanges were suspended, and for a certain level of the war, many countries places some of the transportation embargo on the ships. That is to say, it has affected the logistic greatly. In the recent days, the global commodity price, especially for the crude oil, is jumping rocket high, and currently it is around 110% compared with the price at the beginning of the year. So for China, currently, we need to stabilize the growth of PPI. But at the same time, because we have one channels placed at the international market, the Russia-Ukraine conflict has kept this price at a record high. So the benchmark scenario that we have expected has not occurred so far. We believe that the rising of the price for the bulk commodities is going to continue for a while. And also for the rapid growth of the PPI, the longer it's dwindled, the better it is actually passing on the CPI. And moving to the next stage, it is actually bringing some of the impact to the CPI. Is it affecting the oil price domestically? We have not seen the growth of the oil price. If the oil price is jumping at around 110, that is only a matter of time, right? Definitely, our oil price and diesel price is going to be readjusted according to the international market. Oil is actually the founding material for a lot of chemicals, and together with the oil price, a bunch of chemical prices is going to go up together. The next change, the next window of readjusting the price for oil is only a few weeks later. And at that time, we are going to have a very direct feeling towards the Russian-Ukraine wars on every single consumer. And another prediction is that some of the agencies believe that they are seeing signs in the market that domestically speaking, in the international environment and with the worsening of the geopolitical conflict, to stabilize the Chinese economic cycles, we do have some targets. We are going to ease the control for the real estate market. We do see some of the local governments easing the policies for the real estate. For example, Zhengzhou has released some of the bottom-line policies. So is it possible to think that there are some rooms for the warming up of the real estate price? What is your take on this? I think that indeed the Russia-Ukraine crisis happened during the rampant COVID-19 pandemic to create harm across the world. But so far, it do have a very limited impact on the global economy. Starting from the second half of the last year, Chinese government has mentioned about to keep the price at a relatively rational level. And in the stabilizing Chinese growth sectors, we have talked about the Chinese economy's total skills. Under the leadership of such a policy to stabilize growth, the real estate industry is going to stick to the principles that the houses are built for living, and this is also going to stimulate a healthy growth for the real estate market. And represented by the three policies in the second half of last year, we believe that both of the policies actually went to its finals, and until the end of this year, the real estate is providing all kinds of is actually reaching its boundaries. But the prerequisite is that it is not going to affect the general adjustment of the real estate market, and it's not going to create expected volatilities. So against this backdrop, I think that for some of the cities in the third and fourth tiers, the real estate problems is not the local economic pillars. That's the reason why the local government has readjusted the mortgage ratios. But for the first and second tier cities, they are under a huge pressure of the growing real estate price. Their price is going to remain high. Moving into the next stage, there are so many demands for the real estate market. Personally, I do stick to the principles of the definance in the real estate market. And if we can learn from the Japan's bubbles economy and the United States 2008 economic meltdown, we are going to target all the different meltdowns precisely. And in terms of economies, there's not going to be any sub-level damages. And in the economy level, we call it to stabilize after we broke it. There is definitely going to be some of the changes in the boundary, and we should see goodbye to the real estate as a
房地产确实不能作为一个投资品或者投机品。您刚才说的非常的完全。
You have given us a very clear introduction that the real estate should not serve as a financial product. So under such a turbulent term, no matter for the institutional investors or retailers, which kind of investment is most suited to them? Some of the people are trying to buy some of the gold documents, which has not been, which is not performed as wonderful as many people as expected. Some of the people look up to oil and petroleum. So how do you What is your take on this? Indeed, recently, since the breakout of the Russia-Ukraine crisis, generally speaking, it is a product of high crisis. The stock market is a product with high risk. Increasing of the risk decreasing the performance of such a financial product. So countries alongside China and Russia is actually redesigning their investment structures. But here we do see a lot of opportunities. For example, you have mentioned that the total gold price has been surpassing the 1,900 RMB per ounce. In the Chinese market, gold was working as the major risk-proof product. If the Fed is going to add up on the interest rate, the negative interest rate is going to be turned into a positive level, which is not going to be very helpful in the prices of the gold. There are two forces fighting against each other at the same period, while the investors is actually focusing on a different perspective. Some investors do think that the price of the gold is very important. Other investors think that it has nothing to do with the real performance of the economy. So we call this kind of market a multiple-layer market with different interpretations from the market from different levels. And there are also both commodities. We have talked about the energy because of the Russian-EU conflict. The price is going up quite high, while the listings of the oil and petroleum is also quite high. We do see some of the concepts in the military manufacturing sectors. As an investor, we are trying our best to avoid growing and buying during the lowest price. If the product has a long-term value and do give you a long-term feedback, it is very good for us to buy it and then sell it. But if we are continuing to pursuing cycles, we are only going to be cycled. The United Nations has mentioned about the adding up of interest for the third time this year. So it is about to start. Is the Russian-Ukraine plan is going to work in the coming 3 months? We have expected it for 6 to 7 times. That is to say, in the coming 1 year, every time when the Fed is planning to increase the interest rates, we do have this kind of worries lying in front of us. Yesterday, I heard the U.S.'s Vice President Bowell goes to the auditorium and talk to the audience that the Russian-Ukraine crisis do bring them a lot of discomfort. Another point I want to make is that the U.S. inflation has gone up, and actually the total interest is going to be started from the book. And if the prices is not going to be stabilized in the near future, is it possible for us to see around 50 different perspective points, just as the last week of the February before the worsening of the Ukraine crisis? Since the inflation in the United States and Africa is going high, the adding up of the interest should be around over 50%. Since here we have the Russian-Ukraine crisis, to avoid to act upon it so quickly, and for the interest, add the interest in March, the ratio is around 10%. Definitely, yesterday I have attended one hearing, and I know that the total interest increase is around 25%. The impact of such a crisis is actually going to affect the U.S. Fed's structure, and we used to think that there is going to be a pre-active conflict between these parties, and I think the Fed is going to be more conserved, and this has curbed the economic recovery, bringing us more turbulence in the economy. Do you think that after the United States has increased the tax, increased the interest, it is going to curb the inflation? I think that an increase of the interest rate is one of the major measures to control the inflation. So for this rounds of the increase of the interest, it means that the United States has entered two attacks. One is because of the scattered supply chain, another is because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which is threatening the very existence of global supply chain. It has been created by multiple fronts. That is to say, in terms of the demand management, it is very helpful for us to cooling down the demand and promote the stabilizations of the prices. And the central government, no matter it has one single target or multiple targets, stabilize the price commodity might be one of the major features of the big reformers. So in the United States, they need to stabilize the price as well as hospital enrollment and employment. Around 7 years ago, under strong inflation, if the United States does not act on it is going to affect Fed's new behavior, bringing the new uncertainties into the market. That's the reason why the U.S. government must act upon it. For these times of inflation, it was triggered by multiple reasons. Too much disparity of the money, and there are so many non-supply chain chapters. Yesterday, I heard one of the U.S. suppliers mention that he cannot stop the inflation, but he can manage the inflation. He was appointed by the Fed, but his policy is not going to see a very quick effect. So one of the major topics about the anti-inflation is around at the 1980s, but the very beginning of the 1970s, Mr. Work, he was the U.S. Secretary of the Fed in 1999. He mentioned about the importance of that part. And Mr. Malk actually used 1 to 2 years to shorten the inflation of the United States to around 9%. So it is necessary for Powell to take up some of the actions, but I think the adding up of interest rate is definitely not going to play some of the rules. This is going to be a multiple-layer story, and so for Mr. Powell, he has all of his traditional traditional tools at his hand. In the year 2018, the Fed has also adopted some of the quantitative easings and infinite easings among with other policies. But these figures only addresses inflation, but they are not cure for all. For the countries, so the reaction they made toward inflation is going to help them. And with such a strong inflation, this self-inflation is going to be self-fulfilling. It is also going to affect the performance of the real estate market. And the final question, Mr. Guan, since you have given us a very comprehensive description, so my next question is actually better to be answered for an expert in the energy field. If the Russian-Ukraine conflict is ended, it is not going to be very beneficial to the energy security in Europe, but some of the European politicians claim that apart from the Nord Stream 2, they can get the natural gas from other parts of the world, including Middle East. For medium and long term, it is like this. These times of the Russia-Ukraine conflict has exposed the politicalizations of the energy issues. It becomes one of the major political tools used by Russia and the United States against each other. After the conflict breaks out, the European market is going to accelerate the deployment of the energy. For the long term, it is definitely going to increase the import in the Europe and America. That is what we call a long year and scattered. But for the short term, the impact is relatively limited because in the past years, the commodity price is actually lower than we expected, and people's investment in this field is only limited. With such a rising oil price, it do need to experience some of the cycles of the price for the oil. The second factor is that no matter what it is you take on the COVID-19 pandemic, whether you protect yourself or not, the pandemic still existed. It is also causing a lot of damage to the normalizations of the manufacture and production. And for some citizens, especially after the long-term shock by the COVID-19, their personal ability were also damaged. And to put it in the long term, this development is definitely going to replace the energy market. But for the short term, the local government are relying to the Russian government. If they are going to adopt some of the energy sanction plans in a short period of time, their European colleagues are seeing some of the punishment. Some of the people don't have enough money to buy the natural gas. They are only going to use the cold water to put it inside. That is exactly the reason why Putin has launched this military special military complex. You must think about that. You're definitely going to sanction yourself, but you are definitely going to sanction Russia, but those who sanction Russia is definitely going to sanction themselves. And I think all the possibilities should be discussed without any suspensions of Russian troops. This military escalation is not going to be escalated anymore. Because the European countries are highly reliant on the Russia's economy. No matter who are working in the trade sectors or working as a bank for the trade sectors, in the short term, I think you are going to wait and see. I am going to explain to you more once I got my recognitions. So I think the price is actually going up for a long time. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Guan Tao. Mr. Guan Tao is the chief economist from BOC Securities. Thank you very much for joining us today. For your wonderful interpretation.
Okay, you were just watching my discussion with Mr. Guan Tao. He's BOC International China Global Chief Economist. He shared with us his view on the impact on the global economy, Chinese economy, and world financial markets and energy markets. His key opinion is that the direct impact on the Chinese economy will be very limited, but the long-term impact on the industrial products, because they are directly linked to those energy prices, needs to be observed, because the ripple effect will come down to consumer products, to daily use articles, to everyone, especially for oil prices. He also agrees that Europe will have some kind of energy crunch probably in the next winter season, because energy investment will take long term. It will not be easy for Europe to switch its energy supply from the east side, from Russia, to west side, for example, the US or the Middle East, and need to watch closely on that. Earlier we had a discussion with CCG Director Wang Huiyao, who shared his thoughts on the bilateral relationship between China and the US, because the two sides are marking its 50th anniversary of establishing diplomatic ties, and the West should see China not as opponent, which he's saying that the West should take the opportunity of the Ukraine-Russia crisis as seeing that China has always been a very important pillar in the world to safeguard to uphold, to safeguard peace. And China is being called to take its role as a mediator to contain the Ukraine crisis and to cease fire immediately. And he also called on Europe to play its role to exercise its responsibility as economic power to mitigate between China and the US during the ongoing trade war, and to exercise its role to keep world economic order. And he says his think tank has published several books to call for more world economic order and communication between the East and West, and try not to avoid conflicts anymore. Okay, that's a special coverage of Russian-Ukraine crisis. I'm Zhen Junfeng for this hour. Coming next, CGTN Live will bring you more updates on the crisis and more views from various aspects, including international relations and economics. Stay tuned.
Each day, there are millions of stories. Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there. To see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you, all around the world, all around the clock. Our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London, China Global Television Network. Stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe. CGTN. See the difference.
Встретить вас, приветствовать и обеспечить максимально вашу работу. Как было договорено с президентами Зеленским и Путиным, вы можете чувствовать себя в полной безопасности, это наша святая обязанность. Президент Лукашенко искренне надеется, что сегодня, в ходе сегодняшних переговоров, удастся найти пути решения всех кризисных вопросов. И все белорусы молятся за это. Любые ваши просьбы и предложения, касающиеся организации сегодняшней встречи, будут приняты и беспрекословно исполнены. Ждем результата.
Все, коллеги, спасибо. We're on the outskirts of Kiev now, a place that hardly anybody in... Oh, sorry. Keep the camera down.
Сюда продолжают прибывать беженцы из Донецка и Луганска.
We're hearing street battles. These are automatic weapon fire, where people are battling it out on the streets here.
Запасов таких, хватит дней на 10.
The local people, they were just asking me about my credentials. Yes, it's okay.
25 февраля в Молдове были обустроены 3 центра временного пребывания для украинских беженцев.
Now we're standing on the bridge of Moscow River with the red square behind me.
当务之急是，有关各方要保持必要克制，防止局势进一步恶化。同时，要加大推动政治解决的外交努力。中方欢迎乌克兰同俄罗斯已经开始直接对话谈判。乌克兰应当成为东西方沟通的桥梁，而不应成为大国对抗的前沿。我们呼吁为当事方直接谈判创造有利氛围和条件，因为这是解决问题的根本出路。中方支持欧盟、北约与俄罗斯重启对话，秉持安全不可分割理念，妥善解决包括俄罗斯在内各方正当的安全诉求，寻求构建均衡、有效、可持续的欧洲安全机制，实现欧洲大
and even reached agreement at the negotiating table. About some matters of principle, as we expected, the Ukrainian delegation needed time to consult their leadership. As far as I know, the Ukrainian delegation has left Kiev for the second round of talks. Our delegation has already arrived. The negotiations are expected to start Thursday morning. The Belarusian intelligence service guarantees absolute security in the country, and our military will also make sure that the Ukrainian delegation travels safely in Ukraine.
Earlier, we talked to Zhang Xin. He's an associate professor at the School of Politics and International Relations at Shanghai's East China Normal University. He said he's not optimistic about the prospects of a ceasefire at the talks.
These political negotiations fundamentally depend on what's going on in the battlefield. So the battlefield equilibrium is not reached, then it's very hard to expect any meaningful political solutions on the negotiation table, including the possibility of immediate ceasefire. I think the possible progress, if we mean progress of keeping the negotiations still going on the second round of talk, is possibly a further elaboration of political goals from both sides, right? Whether there will be some minor shift or change in what each other request from the other party in the negotiation. For example, does the Ukrainian side still demand immediate full-scale ceasefire and full-scale withdrawal of Russian soldiers? Or does the Russian side would further modify some of its political demand they would love to have from the Ukrainian side? So that's something I'm expecting to see, whether there will be some even subtle minor changes in the conditions or red lines each side set as part of the negotiation. But I really don't see the possibility of immediate ceasefire as outcome as a outcome from the second round of talk.
We're on the outskirts of Kiev now, a place that hardly anybody in... Oh, sorry. Keep the camera down.
Сюда продолжают прибывать беженцы из Донецка и Луганска.
We're hearing street battles. These are automatic weapon fire where people are battling it out on the streets here.
Запасов таких, хватит дней на 10.
The local people, they were just asking me about my credentials. Yes, it's okay.
25 февраля в Молдове были обустроены 3 центра временного пребывания для украинских беженцев.
Now we're standing on the bridge of Moscow River with the red square behind me.
The United Nations General Assembly has voted to condemn Russia over the military operation in Ukraine. The Assembly is demanding an immediate withdrawal of Russian forces. William Denslow reports from New York.
The European Union's representative at the UN, Olaf Skog, said that this vote showed just how isolated Russia is in the eyes of the international community. Ukraine's UN ambassador said that this vote showed that the UN is still alive and undergoing a period of catharsis. We also heard from Linda Thomas-Greenfield, the US ambassador to the United Nations. She said that those nations, it was a simple vote. If you vote yes, you want to uphold the UN Charter, you want to hold Russia to account, and you respect Ukraine's territorial sovereignty. We also heard after the vote from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. He said that he will do all he can to facilitate an immediate cessation of hostilities and urgent peace negotiations.
The message of the General Assembly is loud and clear. End hostilities in Ukraine now. Silence the guns now. Open the door to dialogue and diplomacy now. The territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine must be respected in line with the UN Charter. But as bad as the situation is for the people in Ukraine right now, it threatens to get much, much worse. The ticking clock is a time bomb.
Now, 35 nations did abstain in this vote. 5 nations voted against it. Of course, one of those being Russia. We heard from that country's UN ambassador Vasily Nembenzia. He said that Russia has proof that Kiev has been installing military hardware in residential areas. He claims that he will show that proof to UN leaders on Wednesday. When it comes to going forward, well, this was seen as a significant vote at the General Assembly, the first time that it's met and voted in this kind of forum in some 40 years. However, the resolution is non-binding, so there'll be frustration for many in the international community, the fact that this kind of resolution could be overwhelmingly supported in the eyes of the world, but it won't have the powers that the Security Council has when it comes to things like UN sanctions. However, the UN still has a crucial role to play going forward. The UN just this week has requested $1.7 billion, it says is in for urgent humanitarian assistance. It estimates that in the coming weeks there could be some 12 million people internally displaced in Ukraine, and also there could be up to 4 million refugees that have left Ukraine and gone into neighbouring nations in the coming weeks too. William Denslow, CGTN, New York.
The European Union on Wednesday cut 7 Russian banks from the major global payment system SWIFT. The bloc also banned Russian media outlets RT and Sputnik. EU officials say the sanctions may also have an impact on the European economy. Ukraine is pushing to have its application to join the EU fast-tracked, but to become a member of the bloc is no easy job. Rebecca Bonden reports from Brussels.
As Russian troops push deeper into Ukraine, Ukraine is pushing to become a member of the European Union. It has already won a lot of support for its bid after it signed its application on Monday.
It will be up to us as Europeans to rise to the occasion. We know it's a difficult subject because it touches on EU enlargement. We know there are different opinions.
Poland, Czech Republic and Slovakia are among the EU countries that are backing Ukraine to gain swift entry as a candidate for membership. But others have expressed concerns. Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte has said it is not a good discussion to have at this point in time. Ultimately, all the 27 member states of the European Union will have to give the green light for Ukraine's application to be successful. And normally it's by no means an easy or fast process to join the bloc. North Macedonia became a candidate for EU membership in 2005 and it's still navigating its way through the process. There are also many criteria that would need to be met. Analysts say that Ukraine would need to introduce more curbs on corruption, for example. Working in its favour, Ukraine already has very close relations with the EU. It signed an association agreement with the bloc in 2017 and it's a member of the EU's Eastern Partnership policy. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says Ukraine and its President Volodymyr Zelensky have the Commission's full support.
When we last spoke, he told me again about his people's dream to join our union. Today, the European Union and Ukraine are already closer than ever before. There is still a long path ahead. We have to end this war, and we should talk about the next steps.
But even if Ukraine can go through a special fast-track process and win the approval of all the EU's member states, this will not be a solution to the country's most immediate problems. Rebecca Bunden, CGTN, Brussels.
Ruble touched a record low on the dollar on Wednesday. The Russian currency closed Moscow trading at 106 per dollar after hitting a new low of 110. The trend will most likely persist given the series of new Western financial sanctions on Russia. Despite the downward risks, foreign investors are effectively stuck with their holdings of Russian stocks and ruble-dominated bonds. On Wednesday, Russia's central bank banned coupon payments for foreign investors holding ruble-denominated sovereign debt and also barred Russian firms from paying dividends to overseas shareholders. China says it will continue to trade with Russia even as many Western countries are imposing harsh sanctions.
China firmly opposes any illegal unilateral sanctions. We believe sanctions are never a fundamental nor effective way to solve problems. They will only bring serious difficulties to the economy and livelihood of those living in these relevant countries and further stoke division and confrontation. We urge all relevant parties not to undermine the legitimate rights and interests of China and other parties when dealing with the issue in Ukraine and on relations with Russia. China and Russia will continue to cooperate on trade as normal in the spirit of mutual respect, benefit and equality.
The spokesperson said a Chinese national who was injured by a bullet in Ukraine is now out of danger, and more than 2,500 Chinese nationals in Ukraine have been evacuated. There were about 6,000 Chinese citizens living in Ukraine. China says it will continue to make every effort to protect the safe movement and evacuation of its nationals in Ukraine and provide support and assistance to those remaining. The International Criminal Court has said an investigation would be launched into possible war crimes in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. A statement by the prosecutor's office said it would start collecting evidence for crimes against humanity or genocide. As early as December 2020, the prosecutor's office announced it had reason to believe war crimes were committed during the conflict in eastern Ukraine. However, a request for a full investigation was not filed then. Thousands of Ukrainians are fleeing to neighboring countries every day. For many, Poland is an ideal destination as makeshift accommodations have been set up across the country. Wesley Dodd has more from the Ukraine-Poland border.
It's the Polish side of the border, and you can see all through the night people are going to be arriving here, having made the crossing from Ukraine. They're coming by any means they can. So there are private cars, people who've actually driven from Ukraine, and there are local people from here in Poland who've gone to collect them. There's also buses and taxis, and really any way people can, they're finding a way to come across that border. Now, of course, this is just the end of the journey for a lot of people. Some people have spent many, many days to get here. And I've spoken to people from all across Ukraine and heard about some of their experiences. One woman came to me and told me she was from Kharkiv, one of the places that's seen the fiercest fighting. She showed me pictures that had been sent to her while she was on the road, showing her house in ruins. It was aflame, her car was destroyed, and all the possessions she now owns are the ones that she was carrying in her suitcase. And unfortunately, those stories are all too common here. Now, what's remarkable about this border crossing and the humanitarian effort that's going on is that it's all being run and managed by an army of volunteers, people from the local towns, people who've come from other parts of Europe with food, with tents, with refreshments, with blankets, with anything they can. All they want to do is to help the people who are escaping the fighting in Ukraine.
From common prosperity and economic progress to green development and diplomacy, lawmakers and advisors gather for China's annual political sessions to discuss the biggest topics concerning the nation. CGTN takes you inside the two sessions to see how China's political bodies make decisions and set the agenda for the future of the nation. Only on CGTN.
China's political season has begun. The National Committee of Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, or CPPC.
Было направлено Соединенными Штатами Америки и против России, и против Украины, и против украинского народа. Его пытались сделать разменной монетой в больших геополитических играх, и против Европы. Посмотрите, ведь для США, по сути дела, оказалось выгодным сейчас усиление конфронтации в Европе. И хотя Байден проводит внешне принципиально иную линию по отношению к своим европейским союзникам по НАТО, нежели Трамп вообще проводил очень циничную линию и считал, что раз США господствует в НАТО, то это надо всем признать, и всем нужно подчиниться и перестать играть в игру о том, что мы вместе вырабатываем какие-то решения. Он пытался поставить все очень четко, примитивно просто. Вот есть США, мы решения принимаем, вы выполняете. Байден играет другую игру, что якобы это вот есть некий союз равноправных государств, и вместе осуществляется общенатовская политика. На самом деле У США есть в современном мире стратегические интересы. Эти интересы тесно связаны с сохранением их конкурентных преимуществ. Свои возможности, 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 свои возможности.
Говорят, что наши уже в Харькове.
То есть полностью уже под контролем, да?
Неизвестно, но по крайней мере там есть наша часть.
А вы сами ходили в это? Да, а сюда просто...
За родственниками. Там родственники говорят, что есть волнение, так сказать. У нас родственники откуда? Из Донецка.
А что они говорят, кстати, сейчас? Какая у них ситуация?
Ну, как бы это, типа, шум, ну они старички, там, 86 лет, они хотят спокойной жизни, то есть они хотят подстраховаться и уехать.
当我们刚想拍摄一些画面，这时不知从哪里来的一辆军车突然出现在我们面前，开来2名持枪的俄边防军人，他们要求我们出示证件，问我们此行的目的，严肃地告诉我们在这里禁止拍摄，必须立刻返回。在返回的路上，我发现。
Yeah, I'm downtown Kiev, live streaming for CGTN, Global Stringer, and we are going to take a break now. After the reporting, we were all around the city looking for some stories like the rocket that part of it landed in eastern Kiev. Then we were looking for some fighting in northern Kiev, and now we are back at my friend's place, the hotel where he's staying, and we are going to have a lunch. And hopefully in the afternoon it will be something to film, because today it seems it's a bit quiet. Well, not quiet. There are things happening, but for example, in northern part of the Kiev, we were going to the direction where there was supposed to be some fighting with the Russian forces, and technically we were stopped by some volunteer militia there who were declaring it's a front line, and we need a special permission from the commander, who is not there, that to advance. But literally there was a lot of people, a lot of civilians with assault rifles, with AK-47s, so that something must have happened there, or that was the reason why they were calling it the front line. But further north, yesterday, 12 kilometers out, we had some attack on a Ukrainian military base, and this is halfway there. So technically, it is coming from the direction of Chernobyl, which is the suspected direction of the Russian attack. For CGTN, this is one of the main roads in downtown Kiev, and as you can see, there is almost nobody here. There are some few cars here and there, but this is one of the main ways through the center to going, either you're going north or west or east or south, you're crossing around here. So normally it will be rush hour on Friday. I mean, we are getting some cars here, but most of these people are probably leaving Kiev. So what happened today was the morning in Kiev started around 4:15. We had some impacts, all around the city, which is supposed to be the Russian rockets. Some sources claim that the rockets were fired from airplanes. There are sources that claim that that these rockets were shot down from the sky by Ukrainian rockets. We have visited a place where one of the fragments of these Russian rockets landed in a very diverse concrete part of the city where there is a lot of flat buildings that are 10, 11 stories high. And what happened is that part of this fragment of this rocket that was shot down from the sky landed in between the balcony segment of the building where the flats have balconies, and there was a children's playground. So thankfully it happened 4:15 in the morning, and it was a real miracle that nobody was hurt. I mean, nobody died. Like, people were hurt. Nobody died yet. We don't have any confirmation that is against this statement. But people in the most dense populated parts, this is the center. It's not that densely populated. More density you have on the outskirts of Kiev, where these rockets sort of landed, and people are escaping from that. As you can see, city is empty. Most of the people who are walking here right now are foreign journalists. And there you can see some people hauling some food. It looks like big rice bags, and it's pretty quiet, died down now. There are things happening around Kiev, but not specifically in the center. There was rumors of Russian forces fighting in the city of Kiev, so we try to find that, if it is true, the information, because you see, we see a rumor or something is coming up, and then we try to find out that if the information is correct. Then it happened to be on the north part of Kiev, where the local militia started putting checkpoints, not allowing journalists or anybody who is not living there to go further, calling it a front line inside Kiev. So if the fighting happened there, they say it was fighting, but if it was with Russian forces or what really happened, we couldn't really verify the information. But I've seen other information online that was actually saying there are Russian forces inside the Kiev city limits, which means that it will be the northern part, because they are coming from the direction of the Chernobyl, that was the nuclear plant with the disaster.
Hello and thanks for joining us on CGTN. I'm Jiao Yang. This is our special coverage of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and we are live streaming throughout the day. You can find us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Sina Weibo, as well as the CGTN app and website. So do tune in anytime for analysis and for us to bring you up to date on the latest situation in Ukraine. So I'm joined today by Li Yong, visiting research fellow from the Center for Global Studies with Tsinghua University, and online by Einar Tangen, independent current affairs commentator. And we also have our correspondent Liu Jiaxin, who's in Moscow, to bring us more on the situation there. Well, we'll get to our guests in a minute, but first I'd like to get to Jiaxin there to give us a general picture of what's going on. So update us on what's happening across Ukraine and what Russia has been saying. We're hearing that new casualty numbers are coming in, and any updates on Russian advances.
Yes, Xiaoyang. Well, over the past 24 hours, we're actually overwhelmed by more economic sanctions that are on their way to Russia. For example, EU cut 7 Russian banks from SWIFT, including VTB, Rosia, Otkrity, and so on. The European Commission said that the Brussels is actually ready to add new banks to this list, and the assets of these 7 banks in Russia will also be frozen in Japan. And the use of Apple Pay in Russia has also been affected by the company's suspension of its online and offline operations in the country. If your Apple Pay is linked to any of these 7 bank cards, it will obviously not be available for now and in the near future. We had just confirmed with the local people in Moscow at mall yesterday, and it will be impossible if you want to purchase an Apple product, both online and offline in Russia. That's actually awful for the people here. And another thing is currency. When we traded ruble yesterday, it was 93 rubles per dollar, but a week ago it was 78 rubles per dollar. So it's obvious the ruble is falling now. And in addition to Apple, a number of other Western companies have begun to halt like cooperations with Russia. You name it, like SKF, the world's biggest maker of bearings, has suspended deliveries to Russian customers. And some car companies, Mercedes, decided to stop making cars in the Moscow region. And Ford announced it was suspending its joint venture operations in Russia. Boeing announced it was suspending major operations in Moscow, and Nike has closed its online shopping channel in Russia. And with international oil prices topping $110, Russia's space agency is actually calling a meeting to discuss whether to refuel the carrier rocket. And the most absurd thing is, however, I believe you've just talked about that cats in Russia have also been sanctioned. And cats, cats bred in Russia would not be allowed to be imported or registered in its in a feline federation, a federation for cats. Briefly. So even if a Russian kitty has a highly stamped passport, just suppose a cat has a passport with paw prints and all on it, there's no traveling out of the country for the condemned pets. This is just absurd for the local people. But in the meantime, we have always also noticed that head of some other countries began to show their support and saying they're open to cooperation with Russia. For example, officials from Turkey, Egypt, and Tunisia confirmed that the countries are waiting for Russian tourists, and Venezuela says it will still do business with the country. So we can see that countries around the world have started to take sides. This seems to be more obvious recently.
Well, Justin, what's Russia saying about these sanctions? Because at first, the official word from Russia is a very defiant one. They're saying that we have the means to offset these sanctions. They're expected that the West was going to impose sanctions on Russia no matter what, whether or not they moved into Ukraine. But as you're telling us there, some of these are absolutely unprecedented measures, and they're just coming one after the other, and just a constant rolling of sanctions here. So, what is Russia now officially saying about this?
Yes, actually, yesterday we talked to a business radio, a economic columnist. His name is Grigorian Baglarian. He's also an investment manager. He said that under these circumstances, first of all, there should be a pause. Like there could be panic around people here. Maybe there should be a chaos. People are rushed to buy cars, something that's very natural in the beginning. But later on, the country is able to cope with the situation because Russia has its own financial systems. They don't have to rely on SWIFT 100%. That's probably the solution, and the bank is raising, the central bank is raising its tax rates to interest rates to 20%. That's very high. They're just trying to let more people to get their money into the bank to have more reserve.
And you've been in Moscow for a few days now, right? I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, have you seen that at all in Moscow when you're out and about on the streets? Is there a sense of panic? What are Russians saying about what are the Russian public themselves saying about the sanctions as well as the war? Do they approve of what's going on?
Oh yes. So what is happening now? Someone called it chaos, but I feel that it's rather like mentally or psychologically. People are panicking, maybe just among those rich population, because they are hit with American and European stocks. someone bought on Russian exchanges. A lot of people invested money, and now it's unclear what to do. They don't know if it's the best time to sell it or to. They just, someone said they're afraid of the Russian government's role to like countermeasures to battle against these sanctions from the U.S. and its allies. So yes, basically they don't even know if it's the best time to sell or how should they do. But for the people who just purchase things with rubles and who have not enough money, they don't have to worry about it, because the prices of the goods and food and things in the supermarkets, we have checked yesterday, everything's just normal. Yeah.
So that's on the sanctions side of things. What about how people feel about the Russian attack in Ukraine? Have you spoken to anyone about that? Is there a sense of support for what Putin is doing there?
Oh yes, actually, yesterday the news said that people's support for Putin is actually rising from 60% to over 70% now. And yesterday we went on streets and to talk to people, and some said that they approve it. They approve Putin's decision. They said that we love our president. What he's doing is right. He got to have a reason to has a reason to do it. It's just a part of them has this trust and belief in the political decision, and another part of people just they're against it. They definitely don't want people to pay more taxes for the special military operation in Ukraine, and also they don't want to see sacrifices in people's lives, and sacrifices in soldiers' lives, and for those innocent people. Moscow citizens are trying to help as much as they can. They are trying to give them daily necessities from Red Cross to the Donbas region.
Yeah, I mean,
as far as I.
Yeah. I mean, is war ever a good idea? Well, I mean, obviously the two sides are trying to hold peace talks, and there was supposed to be the second round in Belarus yesterday. Do you have any updates on that front, Jiaxin? Any word from Moscow in terms of what they expect from this round of peace talks, when it will happen?
Actually, yesterday the talk that was set to be held yesterday was postponed to today. So it's said that Ukrainian delegations just arrived. Members of Ukrainian delegation are heading for Belarusia's cross-border regions to hold this negotiations with Russian representatives today. So actually. There's no clear reason of why they postponed it. Probably they didn't reach an agreement in the first round of talks. Maybe they're still discussing on the kind of agreement they want to reach in the second round of talks. And some analysts say that this time it should not be just paper guarantees. Paper guarantees are useless. They're trying to maybe both sides are trying to reach some like concrete items on the talks.
And just one last question for now. What's the Russian word on the military operation front? Have they claimed to have made any advances in the past few days or the past 24 hours? And we're hearing different figures on Russian casualties as well.
Let me brief you with that. Maybe like a minute later. I'll just have to check on the latest data. Yeah,
that would be great. Thank you. We'll come back to you later. Thank you so much. That's our correspondent Liu Jiaxin in Moscow. Well, on the subject of peace talks, let's talk to our guests, Li Yong and Einar here. So negotiations, Russia has set, not just Russia and Ukraine have both set conditions for what they want out of these peace talks. So what I have right now is that Russia wants Ukraine to recognize Crimea as Russian. Russia wants to this is what Putin said in the early days, demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. And I think we can interpret that as basically disarming the Ukrainian military and also possibly a new pro-Russian government in Ukraine. And then the other thing that Russia has wanted is for Ukraine to never join NATO and to promise that. Ukraine, of course, wants Russia to completely pull out of Ukraine and just lay down arms. So Aina, if I can start with you, I mean these are conditions that are incredibly difficult to reach a compromise on, a common ground. So how realistic are these conditions? Are peace talks ever going to really take effect?
Well, at the beginning of a negotiation, people kind of set the bookends. They identify what they want. Ukraine is in a weaker position, but I don't expect there will be much progress in terms of real talks until after the situation on the ground is clarified. I mean, obviously, Putin has the upper hand with his military on the ground. The big question is how much resistance he will run into in the cities. And how many body bags on both sides will be generated. In terms of his popularity, it may well be that it's popular now, and they trust Putin to figure out the course for Russia. But if it's a prolonged war, just like with Afghanistan, Iraq, etc., in the U.S., you're going to start to see confidence and support start to fall. So there's a time clock on this. And then at some point, hopefully, they will come to negotiations and get more realistic.
And coming to negotiations, I mean, the U.S. has pretty much said that this is peace talks at gunpoint. So does Ukraine even have a say in any of this?
Well, that's the real question. I mean, the gloves have come off before this action. It was always about, this is about Donbass, this isn't about us on the Russian side. And the U.S. said, no, this has nothing to do with us, it's all about Ukraine. Now the gloves are off quite clearly. This is a geopolitical contest about security between Russia and NATO as led by the United States. I think Europe is a little bit more conciliatory because any war is going to be on their border. They're going to be really affected by all of these sanctions that are being put on because it's double-edged. They're not going to be able to get the kind of food and energy that they need. It's going to be a tremendous burden to them. U.S. Potentially could profit. Inflation goes up, but so does the price of gas and oil that the U.S. can sell to Europe. So right now, it's just no one's really clear. You're hearing a lot of emotional invective being talked about by Biden. As we saw his speech to the State of the Union. It was all about what's necessary to, quote, defend the rights and punish the wrong. But there is no mention of an off-ramp. And that's really what is needed at the time. The adults have to come to the room and say, look, there's got to be a way that we can settle this thing short of a nuclear war.
One of the things that Ukraine has sort of conceded on is that Ukraine is saying that it is willing to talk about neutrality and not joining NATO. I mean, this is one of the reasons that Russia gave for attacking Ukraine in the first place. So if, at the same time, NATO has said all along that for Ukraine to join NATO, this could be a really long, drawn-out process. It's definitely not something to happen anytime soon. So, you wonder if now Ukraine is sort of conceding on this point, why at the time it didn't just say, we won't join NATO?
Well, I mean, they feel that they were encouraged by the U.S. and also by the European Union. They thought there would be more support there. And unfortunately, it was put to the test. I mean, you have a largely unexperienced president. He's certainly proven himself quite popular and brave in terms of his stance. But, the key for a leader is to avoid problems, not to react to them. So at this juncture, it's hard to see this. Now, in order to kind of get these things in place, what is going to be necessary is to change the Ukrainian constitution, perhaps have a united, a weaker central government, stronger, district government, unite Ukraine, but with the understanding that to change the constitution, it would take a supermajority, and it would be written in there that all of the provinces and areas would have to agree by some supermajority in order to join NATO or something along those lines. That is going to be a very difficult process to get in place. It's probably the only off-ramp that I can figure out, but it's not going to necessarily change the attitudes of the EU and the US towards Russia, which, as they said, they will continue this line that this is peace at gunpoint, and they will insist that a lot of these sanctions stay in place.
Yeah, I think one of the new developments is that Ukraine is trying to join EU, and that seems to have diluted the differences or disagreements, whatever, between Russia and Ukraine, because Ukraine has avoided the topic of joining NATO, and as a matter of fact, joining NATO is a thing that has embedded defects. Because joining NATO, you need to have a precondition that you don't really have any territorial disputes. Okay, because if NATO is going to admit a country that has territorial disputes, NATO is going to be immediately part of that disputes. So that actually make NATO hesitate a little bit in terms of admitting Ukraine into their organization. And the other development also put, I think, the situation in a kind of a conundrum, for example, joining EU. And that is as complicated in terms of the development of the situation as the picture of NATO, because if EU is going to admit Ukraine into this 27-member community, I think that is also going to involve EU into this whole conflict.
Right.
And that is, I think Zelensky is playing different cards, trying to to take more control of the situation. But right now, I don't think he is able to use those cards to really to gain some grounds at the negotiation table.
Well, speaking of joining the EU, there is definitely a sense of reluctance, isn't there, from the bloc? Von der Leyen said that the EU president said that Ukraine joining the EU, the condition to that is first, let's end the war. But I think this is the very reason why Ukraine wants to join the EU too, isn't it? It needs that support.
Yes, and the war is one of the conditions. But if we go into technical issues, there are a lot of other things that need to be considered before Ukraine can be a member. That, for example, the current economic system, the corruption issue, and so even the state of democracy in Ukraine, all those factors are going to prevent Ukraine from becoming a member anytime soon. So it is a kind of a symbolic move,
right?
But it just what I think the design of this is just to inject a certain level of confidence to his audience, and he also wants to probably use this as a kind of a leverage in their peace talk or ceasefire talk or whatever negotiation. They just want to leverage that.
Well, I know. Do you think that the EU reluctance is it really all about the technical issues of whether Ukraine can qualify for EU membership, or is there also a sense of really not wanting to be fully drawn into this? I mean, how committed is the EU and NATO to Ukraine?
You hit it on the head. It's not just technical and about the war. There's also some issues about Ukraine as a country. I mean, during the 90s, it lost 60% of its GDP. Its GDP per person is half of what China's is, below 5,000. China's above. 10, that means they would be coming into the EU at the very bottom. You'd start to see a lot of job movement. You've already seen massive investment, about 50 billion over the last few years, into the western parts of Ukraine for automobile manufacturing, anything labor intensive where you can save money by moving production there. That would continue, and the other problem is the EU itself. I mean, there's been this issue within the EU, the older parts versus the newer parts, which tend to be the Soviet bloc states, previous Soviet bloc states. And it hasn't been smooth. I mean, Poland, Hungary, there's been some kind of pushback, differences in culture, perception, legal systems, and adding another state, especially one that is the second largest in Europe after Russia. It's not huge in terms of population. There are pluses and minuses that need to be worked out in controls. I mean, there's been a tremendous amount of corruption within Ukraine, and it's kind of led to the economic situation that they have. So this is not some pristine prize that everybody is vying for. It's a complex country that's trying to recover from many years of bad policies, bad leaders, and that's going to have to be worked out. So minimum, it's a 4-year path going forward to get into the EU. I would agree that this is probably a bargaining chip that's going to be used at the negotiations. Russia does not want another country kind of fading off into the EU because that's lessens things. I think they would probably be insisting that Ukraine be part of the Eastern economic area that Russia put up after the fall of the wall and dissolution of the USSR. They don't want to lose ground economically. But the question is, what do they have to offer Ukraine in terms of investment and opportunities?
Well, I'd like to, oh yeah, go ahead.
There are also other concerns like the loss of population. In the beginning of the Ukrainian independence, the total population was about 52 million, and already up to now, already 10 million of the population has already moved out of the country, and this seems to become a trend. And one of the previous Ukrainian government officials said, we are losing one city of population every year. So this is one thing. The other thing I think is, the EU needs to consider is the economic burden that they are going to bear if, Ukraine were to become their member. That is going to be a big economic burden. So this is also a concern that EU will seriously consider before they really really start the discussion. And there are also requirements for approval from each of the member countries. That is going to take a long time. And there are also hidden phenomena that have been ignored. For example, the killing of the opposition, the jail of journalism, in Ukraine. So these, I think, these factors will surface when it comes to the time that they really discuss about joining EU. If we look at the history of Turkish application, that took 30 years, and Turkey has not been admitted today. So that is going to take a long, long time. So I agree with Einers. He said, basically it's a bargaining chip. More symbolic than anything, real.
Well, I'd like to bring back our correspondent in Moscow, Jiaxin. So if you could give us an update on the fighting front, and what you've heard.
Yes, Zhao. Well, according to the Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson Konashenkov, on the evening of the 2nd, in this special military operation, the Russian army has been killed 398 people, The Ukrainian army, on the Ukrainian side, more than 2,870 people were killed. Over 1,500 Russian troops and 3,700 Ukrainian soldiers were injured in this special military operation, and the number of captured Ukrainian soldiers is 572. That's the updated stat. So far, Russian forces have destroyed 1,533 targets of Ukrainian military infrastructure, including 54 command posts and communication centers, 39 anti-aircraft missile systems, and 52 radar stations. The Russian also destroyed 60 Ukrainian aircraft and 47 unarmed aero vehicles, 484 tanks and other armored vehicles, and including 63 multiple rocket launchers and 217 field artillery and mortars, and 336 special military vehicles. And at the same time, more than 30 tons of humanitarian aid from Russia have arrived in the city of the border in northeastern Ukraine and its surrounding areas.
Liu Jiaxin, thank you so much for updating us. That's Liu Jiaxin in Moscow. And there is a lot of disparity over, I think, the numbers of casualties that's been claimed from Ukraine and Russia. But Aina, so, I think some analysts might be surprised at how long Ukraine has lasted in resisting the Russian attacks. I mean, at first, people were saying that given the massive differences in just the manpower and military resource and stuff, Ukraine has really kind of stood up to the challenge in some ways, kind of risen up to it. Are you surprised by how long this has been going on for?
Not really. This is not like Georgia, where it was a 5-day event and pretty much non-event. Militarily, they moved in. There were some mistakes made, but as I said, the time was very short. I believe that the Russians thought that there would be something similar, maybe not just 5 days, just because of the sheer enormity of Ukraine. Remember, it's larger than France. It's the second largest in terms of land area after Russia in Europe. So just literally getting around and getting to all these towns and urban center villages and taking control of them would be quite something. So at this juncture, it's just they've completely miscalculated. You can discount a lot of the international press in terms of the bravado that's being shown, but still, even if you discount it by 50%, it's quite clear that Ukrainians are digging in, and that this could turn into a house by house, street by street, house by house battle with the local residents. You're seeing throwing Molotov cocktails and using AK-47s against Russian troops and things like that. The only thing that'll be certain is that there'll be body bags if there's in fact an attempt to go in. The other alternative, which takes longer, would be to try to lay siege to the cities. The Russians can control the air very effectively to prevent resupplies. In that case, it would be a number of weeks before food and things started to wear down. And I don't know if they would surrender, but those are really the only two scenarios that are out there right now for the Russian army.
I'm not a military expert, so I don't know if I have the right to comment on this quite. But Ukraine's getting a lot of help from EU, the Western states, the US as well, militarily, and also even previously neutral states like Sweden and Switzerland are joining in, helping with sanctions, helping with military assistance. But I do wonder. I mean, Zelensky's called civilians to arms. Right, he's saying he's willing to arm any civilian who's willing to fight and defend their nation, and it's all very heroic, but at the same time, arming civilians like this, untrained civilians to go into the battlefield, would this not cause more harm? And I'm not in any way saying that Ukraine shouldn't get military assistance, but you wonder about the long-term consequences of this. Mr. Lee,
right, whatever military assistance being provided to Ukraine is going to worsen the situation. And arming the people, I think, are actually putting people to the front line, and that is going to cause humanitarian disaster for sure. And from the Russian side, they said Ukraine is using kind of a human shield, in this, in this war process. So.
Do you think that's what they're doing, using a human shield, or is this just war?
Because
what can
this
you
is
do with people in a country that's
this is
mostly
really
civilians?
the kind of information that we receive from different perspectives. On one side, the Ukrainians are kind of armed. They are ready. They are courageous to defend their own country. And on the other side, the people say that the Ukrainian government is using human shield to try to stop the advances of the Russian military operation. But whatever, I think putting people to the front, is not really the best.
Untrained civilians.
Untrained, right? Is not really a kind of a right choice. Because this is not really about people. I think they should really think about it. Think about changing this situation, not just arming the people. Okay, they can use probably some other means. That would be, I think, maximally reduce human casualties.
And I wonder as well, with all this military assistance that Ukraine is getting from other countries, is this really pushing President Putin into a corner? I mean, right now he's started this war, he's in Ukraine. Can he leave now without getting what he wants? Is he just going to have to advance further and further until he presses for a change of government or take over or seize more cities in Ukraine? Aina, any thoughts on that?
Well, yes. I mean, he has to improve his position on the ground militarily in order to negotiate from a position of strength. This is the classic military tactic. Once I have the ground, possession is 9/10 of the law and reality. And they're in a position to say, well, I'll give you this if you give me that. It's just not clear how far he intends to go. I doubt he has the manpower to take over all of Ukraine. But he could take over hefty swatches. It looks like he wants to take everything to the Dnieper River and perhaps even Kiev, and then also isolate western, whatever is left from the Black Sea, so that they would, in essence, control all the ports and landlock whatever is left. If that is the situation, he comes into negotiations with strength. But in terms of what was being said earlier about arming civilians, quite frankly, I mean, this is, for some, this is a quite calculated ploy. Can you imagine what is going to happen when CNN and all these, international media groups start showing dead bodies of grannies and children with AK-47s in their hands? This is, a lot of it is about the PR fight, and we're seeing disinformation campaigns coming from both sides. You could expect that to continue, and both sides are going to try to win the PR war, although right now, with the international situation, it's very hard to see how Russia is going to get an even voice, especially since all of their outlets are being censored and taken off air.
Yeah, what do you think about that? This to both of you, so please jump in any time, but Mr. Lee, let's just start with you. All these Russian, so Sputnik News and RT, I understand, has been censored on all these social media platforms, and Ofcom in the UK is talking about kicking RT off. So the former London Mayor, Ken Livingstone, has actually criticised Ofcom and saying, this is just the UK government wanting a one-dimensional narrative, just a single narrative on the war. Do you think this is? What do you think?
Yeah, I think the weaponized narrative. I think that has been an approach being employed by the U.S. particularly, and if you read the Department of Defense report about irregular warfare, and that is part of the warfare, and media are being used actually as a kind of a weapon to achieve the purposes or the results that probably military operations cannot achieve. So this actually is part of the warfare. It is not about freedom of speech. It's not about media justice, whatever. Okay, so I think this is the war that that the West is trying to wage against Russia. So if this becomes, if we are facing a kind of a situation that we just listen to one voice, you can imagine, how the people's attitudes, how their brain is going to be washed. That is going to be a very, I would say, a sad situation for people, because as human beings around the world, they have a right, to access information from different perspectives and make their own judgment. Okay, and right now their ability of accessing different information seems to be restricted and impacted, by this kind of irregular type of warfare.
Right. Well, gentlemen, we actually do have someone joining us from in Ukraine. He's a student there studying at a university, and right now he's leaving the country and trying to head for the Romanian borders there. So it's Mr. Chen, and let's see if we can get Mr. Chen on the line with us. Let's just hang on for a moment, wait for a moment.
Yeah, in terms of the media question, I agree. I mean, once you have a situation where the airways are dominated by weaponized media, you're just going to inflame the situation. There's just no way of going back. China is very well aware of this in terms of what has happened with the international press. It's just kind of a daily barrage of accusations without any evidence, but relying on just repetition rather than any kind of reliable indices. So I do, while I would fully admit that it's clear the Russians, RT, etc., have their own view, and many people see that as weaponized media as well. Silencing them abrogates this idea that having free speech allows people to decide what they believe, or at least to try to figure out what the actual facts are. Cutting that off is not, it's kind of antithetical to everything that the U.S. says is important, and why the Second Amendment is so such an integral part of what they think how society should operate.
Well, we're also waiting for the Chinese student in Ukraine. So we're talking about sanctions and some of these ripple effects on all these Russian organizations, but not just Russian ones too. So Belarus has recently been sanctioned by the EU, certain industries targeted. So my question is, what about countries like China, who has gone ahead and said, we're going to continue to trade with Russia. China has opposed sanctions, saying they're not conducive to bringing about peace and negotiations. And a lot of comments in Western media, often say, well, is this implicitly condoning Russia's actions? And if so, could there be a cost to China in all of this? What are your thoughts on that?
Right now, we cannot really kind of make a kind of a judgment with regard how this sanction is going to spill over China. But I think probably depending on the development of the warfare, in Ukraine, and depending on how long this is going to last, and there has already been some sort of quasi sanctions, on Chinese companies, like entity list, blacklisting Chinese companies, and probably this is going to, in the future, if the sanctions on Russia expands, and then there are also trends of, for example, de-dollarization, trade, not just between China and Russia. Russia may have trade relations with other countries, and roughly there are about 50 countries are being I think are using trying to use their local currencies to trade. So that probably is going to create a new situation that the United States, or in particular, probably will need to, they will think about how to react this. So it's hard to say that is going to have a, some kind of a specific, impact on China, but I think we need to observe.
Because the rhetoric very much coming from Ukraine and also coming from the US is that we need to choose sides in this conflict. But is this what should be done, Einar?
No, actually, I disagree. And the irony here is if you you plug in Ukraine, China, U.S., you hear this invective about China is supporting us, China is doing this, China is doing that. Well, I mean, India is also abstaining. So did UAE. These are both countries that have very good relations with the U.S. You're starting to see some blowback already. The State Department has signaled that it's going to think about sanctioning India because they have agreed to buy the S-400 anti-aircraft system from Russia, and they're demanding that stop, etc. But I mean, this kind of drawing lines, it may sound fine, but it's not going to. There's no off ramp. How do you de-escalate the situation? And I don't mean whatever peace talks go on between Ukraine and Russia. There are other issues involved. As we've said before, this is really a contest over security between Russia and the United States and its ally, the EU. And much of the world is not interested, and they're the ones who are going to suffer. You start looking at Africa and the Middle East, they have not embraced sanctions. Neither has South America, or the majority of it. So this is really, old world money, some of their allies versus Russia. And now they want to, I do think there will be a concerted attempt to tar China and say that since China doesn't continues to trade with Russia, China is the great evil, while ignoring the rest of the world, which feels in essence the same way, that this has to be de-escalated before it causes damage to people who have no connection to this at all. I mean, 100 million people added to the food insecure list worldwide. This whole thing between Ukraine and Russia, 25% of the world's exportable wheat, not to mention other grains. The energy, you cannot replace Russian energy. It's 30% of what the world uses. You don't flip a switch and say, I'm not going to use it anymore. There's no other place to go. Capacity is what it's at. So this is a complex situation. Trying to simplify it by painting people as black and white based on what you want them to do is not going to be productive.
I mean, the impact absolutely is going to be global. And Einar, you mentioned about grain. I mean, who will suffer most from this conflict in terms of food security? If Russia and Ukraine together, their wheat output is more than a quarter of the global output.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at places like Turkey and also Egypt, 60-70% of all their grain, all the flatbread and everything like that you get, which is so wonderful when you're down there, that wheat is coming from Russia and Ukraine. You cut that off. Bread is a staple. This isn't like Apple Watches where it's a choice item. I mean, I cannot live, no one can live without energy and food. So it's going to cause prices to rise. There's going to be incredible displacement. This is also going to affect the already overloaded logistics systems worldwide. There will have to be new routes. There will be new competitions existing. A lot of the grain that was coming from UK and Russia was coming by land. If that's cut off, it's a real problem. And these countries could be brought into it because the U.S. could say, well, you can't deal with them. And if you do deal with them and you try to pay them, you're violating the SWIFT sanctions that we've put on, and we will take sanctions against you, secondary sanctions. So this is increasing, this is a contest between two mega powers. And, there's this old saying in India, when elephants fight, the grass gets trampled. Unfortunately, right now, it's the rest of the world and the ones least able to protect themselves who are being trampled.
Absolutely, the ones
Yeah,
least
I think the food
too.
situation in Middle East is particularly severe, and this warfare affected Ukraine's ability to export, and the sanctions is going to affect Russia's ability to export, and that is going to change the landscape of food market, food demand and supply, and as Aina mentioned, Egypt and Turkey and many other countries are really dependent on food import. And some of the countries, are already having some kind of food supply problems. And in the last couple of days, and you can see the food price, soared significantly, up to 60%. And that is going to lead a kind of disastrous situation where the poor country in Middle East, like Syria, like Egypt and Lebanon, those countries are going to be affected because when the food price, goes up, their ability to import grain for their domestic consumption will be greatly undermined. So that is going to cause problem. And the other problem is that they will have to, to find alternative resources to import. And that, I think, is going to cost them, a lot more money and time, and to restore the normal import of food. And I don't think other countries can immediately jump in to fill the gap. So that is going to be a concern, particularly for countries in Middle East and North Africa.
Right. So let's talk more about the sanctions and some of the global impacts of this conflict a little bit later. So we've now got our Chinese student who's in Ukraine on the line with us now. And that's Mr. Chen. Let's see if we can get him on the screen. And so just a reminder for our viewers, and so he was studying at one of the Ukrainian university and is now headed for the Romanian borders and is trying to leave the country, obviously. Not much luck connecting to him right now. I think his signal is a little bit unstable as he's getting closer and closer to the border. Perhaps he's already there on the border.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Anyway, so we'll see. Yeah, whenever we see Mr. Chen, we'll chat to him then and ask about his experience there. So let's get back to the sanctions. So oil. I mean, this is a big topic, right? Energy. I know you said as well. These are the things that really directly impact the world and people. This is what people have to live on. It's not Apple Watches. It's not a luxury product. And the US has been very careful about sanctions on energy so far. It hasn't directly hit Russian energy companies. It has sort of restricted, I think, technology exports to Russian companies, if that's correct. So this reluctance to really hit the energy thing, is that just to try to pare down try to cushion the cost and the damage it would have on the U.S. economy? Is there more to it?
There has been a kind of a kind of a scenario. People are talking about the extreme scenario, which is Europe being cut off from the oil supply and the Middle East being cut off from food supply. So those are the extreme situations, and obviously, if Europe is going to work without Russian energy supplies, they are going to face serious problems. Inflation, is the first thing.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll come back to that. So we've got Mr. Chen with us now. Finally, 你好，陈先生，你好。
你好，主持人。
我们这是北京这边的演播室， Thank you for joining us. 所以我们是想先了解一下，您现在是在去罗马尼亚边境的路上，是吗？您能给我们分享一下您这个撤离的这个过程吗？然后就是您是一个人吗？然后这个
我们是一车人，主要是留学生和还有就是他们的家属，然后大概有40人左右。就是我们是属于经过使馆协调，然后自己就是坐大巴，然后一路上通过使馆安排的路线，然后现在还有距离20公里不到就到达罗马尼亚边境的小镇。
那您是携带了所有的这个所有的物品吗？还是
brought all your belongings or some a certain items?
只是携带了一个小的
Just
行李箱，
a suitcase, very small one.
比较需要的衣物，
So
还有
a very
一些
necessary stuff like my clothes.
陈先生 Okay, we've lost him for now. We'll try and get him back again. Right, so going back to oil. So it's in the US's interest to not target and seriously disrupt Russian supply of oil. But the prices have already gone up to above $110 a barrel, highest since 2013, I'm seeing here. And to try and cushion some of this impact, so OPEC had a meeting yesterday and they agreed that they would just moderately increase supply, right? They're sticking to this. And the US is also saying that it's going to release its own oil reserves. I think it was 60 million barrels, I think it was. Is this going to have much of an impact?
Release of the oil reserve is going to have a short-term, impact. Probably it is going to assuage the price pressure, but I think that is going to have a limited effects on the total picture, because the market expectation is going to dominate whatever the effort. So OPEC, I think, is going to be a key player. If OPEC agrees to increase their production, their output, to the amount that that Russia has, the amount that Russia was unable or is unable to supply, probably that is going to change the energy picture. But there are some other elements I think that will also affect the energy supply situation, particularly in some countries like Italy. They are relying 40% of their energy supply from Russia.
All right, so we got Mr. Chen back. Let's just talk to him whilst we can. 陈先生您好，又回到线上来了。
你好，因为我这儿马上到边境了，所以网络
a very unstable signal because right now we are approaching to the border. I also heard that you bring your pet with you, right?
对，现在在后面的
you can see
这个箱子里，因为它
the
睡觉
white
了，
one
所以把它放到了里面。
是猫
It's a kite.
对，是这只猫，
So it's
它
very cute
它比
one.
较活泼，但它比较累，所以它睡着
So
了，
right
我
now
就把它
the
放过
little
去。
one right now is sleeping.
他这一路上的状态还好。
对，它比较活泼，然后在整个车里乱跑，然后车里还有就是一些当地人，就是外籍家属，他们可能养一些狗，也有猫，包括还有一个婴儿，然后晚上都是比较活泼的，然后早晨他们就都
So in the
休息
morning
了。
actually is the most quiet time. So talking about your whole journey, how long it is? So
乌克兰
basically
东
from
部，乌克兰
the
东部蒂涅波罗到这里大约是
eastern city of
700公里
Ukraine
多
to
，800
here
公里吧。
around 800
那
kilometers.
这个路程用了多久
How long you spent in the
大概是
previous
从
day?
昨天的这个时
So
候
the
出
same
发
time
到
lots
现在，因为
yesterday
路上会有很多检查站，
because
还
there
有
are
那
many
个
stations
就是堵车，
and
还
also
有就
the
是
a
中
traffic
途要
jam
停
as
下来
well,
休
and
息，
also we need to
包括
stop
司机
for
2个人
rest.
他也要停
So
下来
also
稍微
have
休息一
two
下，
drivers that
然后
also
轮
need to
换
take
的
turns.
他大概就开了大概没有20小时吧。
Basically, for the whole journey right now, it's around 24 hours. So
也有
it's
他
all
们那个外籍
Chinese
家属，
citizens,
因为我
residents.
好友他就有一个外国
it's not only Chinese, we also have the relatives. That's the Ukrainian relatives.
It seems to President Zhao Yang, maybe you could give a brief synopsis of what he said, because there are many people who don't speak Chinese.
Yeah, no, we can't hear him, or you can't hear, but actually we do have a interpreter who's telling the viewers what he's saying. I'm sorry, you're missing out though, I know. I can fill you in later on what he's saying. But yeah, he's on a bus and he's been traveling since yesterday. I think the signal's back up again. Chen先生，那您到了罗马尼亚之后，
So Mr. Chen, when you arrived in Romania, what's the next? So when's the plan for you getting back to China?
So
after we arrived in Romania, we were received by the local embassy and also the business chamber, and we will be first to the hotel, and then waiting for the next step. We don't know yet.
这个时间还不太确定。那我想问一下，那您当时这个战争爆发的时候，您是怎么想的呢？是第一时间想离开乌克兰回到国内，还是说想先等等看看这个局势怎么发展？
or you prepared to go back to China. So for myself, first, I actually stocked many daily necessities. So I prepared many food, and also when I left, my whole fridge actually is still full of food. I also made a phone call to embassy to ask whether we need to arrange the car for ourselves or the embassy will arrange for us. And right now you could see the coach are now already arranged by the Chinese embassy. So we prepare a little bit and for the evacuation. Yes, so we prepared ourselves and waiting for the call from the Chinese embassy. So share with us your feelings right now. So it's very heavy mode. At the very beginning, it's quite nervous because the war actually not arrived in my city, Ukraine. But talking about the conflict actually is something we haven't experienced before. So it's kind of the conflicts. So it's, I believe it's the very first time for every of us. Quite nervous. In the Ukraine for more than 1 year, so have that emotional bond with Ukraine. Yes. Thank you so much. Please stay safe and hope to see you back home in China and also with your cat as well. Please be safe. Thank you very much.
Perfect timing for the connection to cut off there. So I know, so for your benefit there, so he's traveling with his pet cat. He's been studying in Ukraine for a year, and he's heading to Romania and be waiting for the next step of being evacuated and back to China. So good luck to Mr. Chen there. All right, so let's get back to our topic of sanctions and the impact and the global impact. I mean, this is huge. I mean, it's sanctions are impacting Russia. Sanctions are going to impact all these countries that are imposing them. But who's the biggest loser out of all of this?
The direct impact, is going to be on Russia for sure. But this effect is going to be transmitted, to countries that have, depending on their economic trade relations. So overall, I don't think there is any country who is going to be kind of a net beneficiary of those sanctions. So the world is going to pay a price for the sanctions as well, because that is going to have some sort of inflationary effect, short term and long term. The disruptions of supply of key products. We're not just looking at energy supplies, but also some other supplies, for example, the noble gas, for example, neon, which is critical for the production of semiconductors, and palladium, for example, is also very important, for the semiconductor industry, which is actually being sourced from Russia. And neon, 90% of the neon gas are coming from Ukraine. So those sanctions and warfare at the same time, they have some sort of impact on the supply. And if the sanctions is going to affect Russia's ability to export, some of the rare metal, for example, nickel, the global electric car picture, electric vehicle picture is going to be, changed. Even if we look at the price of battery today, the price of battery has gone up as a result of the concern of the disrupted supply of nickel, which is a key element of battery production. So we need to really to examine the situation, carefully, and I hope that those sanctions, should be lifted. But right now we don't see a kind of an exit strategy or approach so far. So how long these actions are going to stay in place, and under what circumstances those sanctions will be lifted. So that, I think, is going to complicate the market expectations. Okay.
What about countries that aren't involved in directly sanctioning Russia? Would they be able to see less impact from these sanctions on their supply?
The sanctions basically, they are indirectly, as I said, they are indirectly affected.
Right.
For example, the export of certain products to that country. With the sanction, Russia's ability to export to them will be limited. And therefore, those countries not being sanctioned and not joining even the sanctions, their supplies, will be disrupted. So that is the what we can call collateral damages. Those countries are facing. So.
And the U.S. has said, though, about targeting the energy sector, that it's not yet ready to do it, but that nothing is off the table. But U.S. government official has also said that if the oil prices were to go up higher as a result of any sanctions that target the energy sector, then it could actually benefit Russia. Einar, do you think this is a likelihood, any targeting of the energy sector?
Well, I mean, everything has to be rerouted. Obviously, let me just take a very simple example. Logistics. We all know the logistics situation in the world is snarled as it is because of the global supply chain and the shortages and the all the economic sanctions being thrown around by different countries. But, just take wheat, for example. Where does the wheat come from? If it's not coming from Ukraine and Russia, it has to come from somewhere. Where are the other bread baskets in the world? U.S. and, of course, Brazil. In Brazil, this is going to encourage people to do slash and burn. You could see more of the Amazon cut down as they say, look, this is a necessity. We need to provide wheat that we can export. But to export wheat from the U.S. And there to the countries that need it, you need boats, all right, ships, bulk carriers. Right now, it's really tough. So the price, all right, of the wheat, and in addition to going up, the logistics costs will go up. And this is just one example. And you can apply that to energy as well. If it's not coming from Russia in terms of pipelines, it has to be shipped. And if it has to be rerouted, if it's going through China or other places, that is going to require, since the pipelines aren't there, it's going to require carriers. Right now, there are not enough carriers. Everything is being fully utilized. Shipbuilding is backed up for years, and it takes quite a while to build, one of these Panamax or Supermax carriers. So right now, there's no easy answer. It's going to be 2 to 3 years before the logistics can catch up with the demand. Meanwhile, you're going to have cost increases because, as I said, this is about necessities, not about now choices. As you pointed out, it's not Apple Watches. This is about eating and being able to heat and air condition your home and power your factories, power your cars. Without energy, many economies would come to a screeching halt. And if the price goes up, those who are at the bottom of the pyramid are going to suffer the most.
And anything to add to that, Mr. Lee?
Yes, I think this is going to be what we're going to face is a disrupted world order, economic order, or trade order. So that will require the whole world to really to work out a solution. And one immediate solution could be the lifting of the sanctions. But sanctions are in a kind of a different picture, and that has a different logic. And right now, the disruptions of the global economic trade relations, including the logistical, problems that we're facing in the closure of, for example, of the airspace, by some countries, and that also has kind of a disruptive effects. Right now, the flights will have to be rerouted, and the shortest route cannot be used, and that has a direct impact on the air freight as well. So and some of the flights, will be suspended.
Right.
And so, the effects are. All those effects caused by the sanctions are unfolding, and we have started to see some of the effects, and probably, we will see more as the sanctions, gets into the system and affect people. And as for Russia, I think, they are, I think, they're prepared for, different sort of sanctions. And from the measures being taken, it seems to me that, they have some countermeasures. The blocking of SWIFT, is going to place, I think, the worst hit on the Russian economy.
But on the subject of SWIFT, so it's interesting. So in 2014, over Crimea, when Western countries were threatening to kick Russia out of SWIFT, Russia said that if they did that, that would be tantamount to war. But it seems like the scenario has changed a little bit now. I mean, Mr. Lee, you were talking about how Russia has means to offset some of this impact, and Russia has also been cushioning itself for these potential actions, right? I mean, Putin's a smart man. I think he knows what he's doing. He's prepared for some of these eventualities. So Russia hasn't quite responded by saying the same thing as it did say in 2014. So has the game changed here? Obviously there is a big impact on Russia, but by kicking out a few Russian banks, financial institutions, are we going to see that big of an impact on Russia, enough to deter it from what its campaign on Ukraine?
I think the ultimate purpose is to undermine or weaken Russia's ability to support the military operation. And if the economy, Russian economy, is going to be affected, and the economic performance, is not going to produce, the kind of money to support the military. I think that is the ultimate design of the sanctions. Okay, that probably will change, what is happening in the field. The issue right now is, earlier Aina mentioned about whether this is going to be a prolonged war or it's kind of a limited war. I think from the beginning Russia wanted to have a limited war. Okay, and right now there's a kind of a tendency that the war is going to be, longer, particularly with the support of NATO countries, right. Military support particularly. So Ukraine has the ability to, to really to last or to prolong the, the warfare. So that is going to make, the sanction, the picture of sanctions on or the effect of sanctions on global economy more complex.
And I also wonder if even after the war comes to an end, if the sanctions will be lifted immediately. I mean, it seems as the West does want to take this punitive action towards Russia. Aina.
Well, I don't think it can. I mean, emotionally, they're selling their people and themselves on this good versus evil situation. So no, there won't be market change. I think as part of the negotiations, Russia will be asking that all sanctions be lifted, and I just don't see that happening. Politically, very difficult for the U.S. or Europe to back down on this, even though Europe would like to see a much more moderate line than the U.S. I mean, I just cannot see a time when Biden says, okay, we'll take these off in the interest of peace, because Republicans and some Democrats would accuse him of being soft, of giving in to Putin, allowing him to, have his cake and eat it too. So right now, populist politics stands in the way of any kind of things. That's why my biggest concern is this kind of emotionalizing of this issue. Yes, the Ukrainian people are suffering. It's a tragedy, but you don't want to compound it by putting them into a balkanized situation where there's no way out, and Russia is pushed into a corner. You just don't know what's going to happen in those circumstances. So there needs to be wiser heads looking forward, trying to figure out how this can be done, and you can start trying to not get back to the way things used to be, because that's not going to happen, but at least getting to some situation where the world can operate.
Well, it sounds like an absolute stalemate.
Yes. I think the United States are more strategically motivated to keep the sanction in place, because that on the one hand that will have an impact on Russia. On the other hand, the Europe is going to suffer collateral damages, and through which I think the U.S. is going to keep higher level of control over Europe, than they were able to do before. So in that kind of a situation, Europe is going to become more dependent on U.S. Strategically and militarily and economically. For example, the supply of energy, to Europe. If Europe is going to restore the normalcy of oil supply or gas supply, in that they will have to rely on the U.S. as a key player, to coordinate the global distribution of oil and supply from alternative sources. So Europe probably is less strategically motivated to keep the sanctions, longer than necessary. So probably, that is going to be the future situation, and probably where that will be the place where U.S. and the EU, will see this agreement, in the future if, the war has stopped.
So, I mean, the U.S. is already telling Americans that they can expect increasing oil costs and prices to reach an average of $5 a gallon of gas. But with all these U.S. restrictions on certain Russian energy companies, could we see Russia perhaps redirecting its supply for other parts of the world? I mean, there's still demand from regions not really involved directly in this.
That is
Asia,
a possibility.
For example.
Yes, that's a possibility. I think Asian countries, they need supply of oil, for example, from Russia. That could be logistically, convenient.
And politically, they're willing.
Politically, politically, right now, I think they are going to face a complex situation, because I think the U.S. is going to step in, when when Russia oil starts to flow into other countries. Start, for example, from today. That is going to be in the eyes of the U.S. probably that is going to be an undesirable development. Because Russia depends heavily on the income from oil.
Right.
So if that stream of income is not going to be affected, what is the use of the sanctions? Right?
Exactly.
So
it's not crippling the Russian economy in the way
exactly.
they want.
So that, I think, there will be certain actions being taken, by the U.S. or its allies, trying to, to manipulate the situation, so to speak. So that is going to have a kind of a, I would say you will see some oddities, in the process that will not be economically justified. It may not be optimal. Okay, so and those will be the negative effects, of the distorted or energy supply distortion.
Yeah, there will be huge ripple effects. So some other developments. Yesterday, the UN General Assembly voted on a resolution to condemn Russia. But again, the UN General Assembly, so it doesn't really have much. It doesn't have many tools to enforce anything, right? So this whole General Assembly resolution, is this just simply symbolic, just a message of support? Can it affect anything? Einar?
Well, it's a talk shop. I mean, this is the issue for Ukraine, is that there's a lot of talk out there, very little actual help. Any kind of real help, like flying fighters to the border and then turning them over to Ukrainians, could easily ratchet up the situation with, literally the Russian Air Force waiting to pick them off as they fly over the border, or not even waiting, just hitting them when they're in the ground in another in whatever neutral state they're supposedly in. The UN situation, I mean, as you point, it's supposed to be about a consensus. It's supposed to be about international standards, but it's very, very difficult if you start going back and seeing what the U.S. has done, unilateral wars that were started in Afghanistan, in Iraq, other places in the Middle East, Syria, etc., all in the name of U.S. security. And now Russia's doing it. So it's kind of hypocritical right now for the UN General Assembly to be condemning one country for doing exactly what another country has done before it. And a lot of the smaller nations, I think, are just saying, I guess, might makes right. This idea of an international order based on fairness, based on the ability to talk, to avoid wars by having, the UN itself as a place to meet and settle differences, really isn't that place. It has fallen far from where it was supposed to be. I mean, the United States doesn't recognize the authority of the ICC, the International Criminal Court, yet routinely refers cases there, including now Russia.
Yeah, the ICC is opening investigation.
Yeah, it's not, the UN is not turning out to be what people had hoped, as a place where peace could be brokered when there were differences.
So what could happen with this ICC investigation into possible war crimes in Ukraine? I mean, what could come of that?
Well, they'll do an investigation. They'll claim that the unilateral actions of Russia, any deaths associated with are in fact war crimes, because they go against the articles of the UN, and deaths were had. I doubt that they will go into the background and talking about the security situation with NATO and things like that. So it's kind of one of these situations where when you isolate the factors and you only look at the present time, everything seems very bad. But when you start looking at the context in which it happened, you start to understand that this was a slow motion train wreck that took 15 years in the making. And unfortunately, no one stepped in at that time. There was no one responsible who said, look, from the Western side, the US side, they needed to say, look, we need to bring Russia into the fold. They have to be comfortable and confident that we're not trying to take them over, minimize them, humiliate them, and bring them in. I mean, Putin could not have been clearer in 2007 about what he thought the world order led by the US was against him and his country, and that he was determined to change that. That was the time to act, not wringing your hands at the time that the explosion goes off when the fuse has been lit, many years before.
So my question, and this is in a way a pointless one, but could this all have been avoided, Mr. Lee?
What?
Yeah, that's the whole point. It could have been.
I think, the political type of a manipulation is going to be extended into virtually every area of the global stage, and that I think will affect the picture of fairness, justice, whatever. So it depends very much on who is going to gain upper hand in this particular crisis. I mean, Ukraine-Russia crisis. So that casts a gloomy picture. Even the military operations have stopped. And the aftermath is not just about restoration of the economic and order. Okay, it's not just about that, and there will be a lot of other things associated with, dealing with for example, the damages or casualties, whatever that is associated with the military operations. So that will also involve another kind of fight, between the West and Russia, and because that can be used as a kind of a weapon to continue to weaken Russia.
Right.
Because if a great amount of compensation is demanded from for Russia to really pay, that is going to be a big I think penalty.
Right.
Whatever, but be it a kind of a reasonable or unreasonable, but we can foresee that kind of a picture. That is going to happen, after the warfare is finished. So, I'm not really optimistic about the situation.
No.
Everything is not going to be restored to normal, even after that. So, that political fight will continue.
But Einar, you think that this could have all been avoided when the US and Russia are traditionally at loggerheads, and there's, in a way, I want to say that it would be naive to think that they would compromise, and that the US could have taken Russia's strategic interests into its consideration. I mean, would this be inevitable?
No, not at all. I mean, if you start looking at the situation, why does NATO exist after the Warsaw Pact is dissolved? They were basically an organization in search of a mission. That was quite clear. And that was in the early 2000s. By 2008, everyone taken their eye off the ball because of the financial crisis, et cetera, et cetera. But the solution was quite simple. People understood Russia's unhappiness. If they can listen, and since the world was there at the Munich Security Conference, they knew exactly. That was the time to sit down and just say, listen, there was this promises. What we'll do is let's figure out how far we can go in trade. We won't extend the EU into these countries, but we will extend them the ability to trade with ours. This is going to be good for everybody. We will put these nations as neutral. We won't try to get NATO in, but on the other hand, Russia, you cannot, try to do any kind of military adventures. If you'd had some sort of treaty along that line, that would have probably been acceptable to Russia. Russians tend to be very paranoid about having adverse powers or large powers directly on their border. So this could have fit with the Russian mentality. I'm sure that Putin would have gladly accepted. I mean, this is not the perfect situation for him or Russia. I mean, he has to be fairly desperate if he's going forward with this kind of plan, because this represents a last-ditch gamble that hopefully works. He thinks will work out for him, but it's unknown. So if there had been a better alternative offered, I think it would have been taken, and it would have settled this. It would have prevented all this needless death that is now occurring, and it would have prevented what happened in Georgia and other places. So at this juncture, it's really time to step back, maybe even consider that, talk to the nations and say, listen, how would you feel if there are guarantees on both sides, Russian, European, even maybe American, that says that these lines will be respected, trade will be fine, but within these parameters, and you will not need NATO because there will be an agreement that if Russia does come over the line, then all bets are off, and possibly that there would be retaliation from NATO.
And even when this conflict comes to an end, the long-term impact on Ukraine, Mr. Li, it's huge. I mean, look at all the people that are fleeing. The UN's already saying 1 million people have left Ukraine. And so there's infrastructure damage already. And then there's just this long-term loss of people. I mean, what will it do to Ukraine?
I think that is going to undermine the growth picture of Ukraine. The loss of the people, the immigration. As I said earlier, the total amount of people moving out of the country is about 10 million. So and they are continue to lose their population at the rate of 1 million per year. So that is going to seriously undermine Ukrainian economy because they need to have enough labor to perform the manufacturing, for example, and the long-term prospect could be very gloomy. And right now you can see Ukraine is one of the lowest a country with lowest income, and the per capita GDP is less than $4,000 US. It's just 3,700. That is very small, and the GDP actually has been. The economic performance has been deteriorating if the Ukrainian government does not really take any strong actions to restore their economic activities. I don't see any prospects of good growth, down the road. So if the warfare, the conflicts has done damage to the infrastructure, to some of the important industrial facilities, that is going to take a longer time for the Ukrainian economy to really to restore normal functioning, or to restore to a trajectory of healthy growth. So that is, I think, one of the major concerns. And the spillover effect is, Ukraine, whether Ukraine is able to continue, for example, to perform the role of breadbasket for Europe, and as a key supplier. And I think in the fight between Russia and Ukraine, probably Russia is also motivated, to undermine Ukraine's ability, because the food exports provides about 9% of the GDP.
Right.
I mean Ukraine's GDP. So if the Ukraine's ability to export is undermined, that is going to benefit Russia, okay, and improve their position in terms of the conflict. So in the future, I don't really see a
nothing optimistic,
optimistic picture. Right.
But here's the other hypothetical scenario. So say if Russia does get one of the things that it wants out of this, which is that the Zelensky government goes and there's a pro-Russian government in the country. Does that change the dynamics in the region? That must change the game.
Yeah, I think that installing a kind of a pro-Russia government is a kind of a ideal that Russia would want to have. But I think that comes with it also costs, because this kind of a government is going to need to have different kind of a support, and that will become somehow a kind of an economic burden. But the importance of this kind of a government is not just to become a puppet of Russia, but the bottom line probably is to keep this, using that kind of government to establish its neutrality.
Right.
That is, I think, is the purpose. But whether he's able to do that, we still need to.
That's a hypothetical right now. But then it would be in Russia's interest to see Ukraine doing better, right? I mean, you're saying that it wouldn't be in Russia's interest to see, well, Russia would not want Ukraine to thrive in quite the same way.
Yeah, particularly, you know, under the current situation of escalating conflicts, Russia, you know, is going to do whatever, you know, to undermine, you know, Ukraine's position economically, militarily, and so on.
Well, we are going to wrap this up soon. Einar, just any last thoughts you want to share with us?
No, I think it's a terrible tragedy. You see a situation that was brewing for many, many years, 15 years. No one did anything about it, and now the Ukrainian people are suffering. The tragedies build up when people do not pay attention to the details, and I hope this is a lesson, because this is not a isolated incident. This can happen again and again as countries abandon the international order and decide that the only way to give what they want is to take it. And if that happens, this is just the beginning.
Absolutely. And a wise person once said, you may be right, but I'm not wrong. So I think, as you're saying, it benefits for everyone to hear the other side, even if it's not something you agree with. But thank you so much for joining us in this conversation, Einar Tangen and Lee Yong. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And we will wrap it up here. I'm Jiao Yang. Thanks so much for watching, and do stay tuned to CGTN for more live streaming on Ukraine throughout the day.
Megnézed, hogy egy négyzetméterre mennyi ember áll, azt megszorzod a négyzetméterre. Nem akarsz meg. Igen? Én tudja. Amit okozok be, itt vannak, itt na majd, hát látjuk. Nagyon van kitartás.
Бохня, жінка з дітьми заберуть, це десь 60-80 кілометрів від Кракова. Забезпечать всім житлом, їду дадуть, поможуть вам. Чи є особи, які хочуть поїхати, не мають куди їхати?
Я тебе сейчас культуру пойду. Ага.
Девушка, которая едет в Литву, вас ждет Андрей. Кто знает Андрея, девушка? Подойдите к информационке. Девушка с ребенком. Вас ждет Андрей. Подойдите до информационки. Вас встречают. Девушка и ребенок, есть машина на Позnan, 2 места. Позnan, 2 места, девушка и ребенок. Позnan, девушка и ребенок. jedzie Germania. Germania. Mothers and children.
Подожди, давай, наверное, идем в студию, будем на повторе. Да, на
Перше питання, мої дорогі, послухайте сюди. Якщо можете, бо я цього не зроблю напевно. Найбільш практично, скільки є людей, скільки би було охочих людей до Варшави? Не 5. Не 2. Може бути. Послухайте, хто би хотів до Варшави, прошу поставити. Але зробіть профіт. Якщо буде тільки автобус, будемо грузити. Люди, які хочуть до Варшави, прошу стати по ліву сторону, отут. І зробіть, не піднімайте руки, прошу стати там. Менш більш вас порахують, і ми замовимо автобуси. Але мусимо знати, скільки буде. Отак, просто там.
Не пхайте, хватить уже. Животи будуть боліти. Ви не щипайте. Хватить їсти. Лапать теж не надо.
По ліву сторону мою. Ви розумієте, де ліва моя сторона? Не ваша, моя ліва. Прошу там. А ви не подумайте, бо я не знаю.
Он вас проведет куда спать. Маша є? Маша є, нема? Ми всі вже її знайшли, пошли туди всередину. Ти що, 23 так?
5 осіб до Праги, Брно, Острава. Хто хоче? Чехія.
Ми будемо
Чехія, прошу підходити до мене. Чехія, прошу до мене підійти.
Евеліна встала, йди всередину, ти Санепа, там мама всередині. Евеліна? Бери свої рюкзаки, йди до мами. Ти коли маєш,
Хай вас забирають.
до кінця, не чіпай руку.
Хто хоче? Ніяких колін. Тому що шофер за це відповідає. Жодних колін. Прошу підійти.
Де Марія? Слухай, завершити треба їхати всередину. Якщо ти чекаєш, так? Бабушка там.
Марія, дай свій приїде, а ви їдьте, поки маєте транспорт. Це моя рада. Для мужчини, що ви їдете? Якщо для вас чоловік важніше, їздіть.
Я видела. Маша, мы его завезем. Можно ваша защелкни, пожалуйста. Блин, да что кажется? Птицы, Блина. Желудок страдает. Что
Доброго дня, прошу минуту уваги. Гамбург, консультант український, всього 50 людей. Родині українці, вони дали Петро, допомагають паперами, але приймуть тільки з українськими паспортами. Хто не має своїх паспортів, проти не звертатися, бо не зможете
Таня уехала?
Об 11 годині буде швидка допомога Саша и Витя, которые потеряли маму, подойдите на информацию. Вас здесь ждет мама. Саша и Витя, которые потерялись, мы ждем вас на информацию. Ваша мама тут. Подойдите на информацию. Саша и Витя, ждем вас на информацию. Мама ваша тут. Матері з дітьми, хто не має куди поїхати, прошу звертатися на інформацію. Вам нададуть житло, вас нагодують. Якщо ви не маєте куди поїхати, нікого не маєте, просто зверніться, будь ласка, до інформації. Вам допоможуть, вас влаштують, вас нагодують, вам допоможуть з паперами.
А если я видела? Короче, видно,
Ті, що сидять дуже і дуже довго. Ми найбільш знаємо, хто, і не ображайтеся, буде більше автобусів, не всіх посадимо туди. В першу чергу, жінки і діти.
Hello and welcome to our special coverage on the Russia-Ukraine conflict at this hour. I'm Yu Yang in Beijing. The World Health Organization has warned that the ongoing conflict is likely to drive COVID-19 transmission ever higher and in turn increase the risk of large numbers of people developing severe disease. While the organization believes the critical shortages of oxygen will have an impact on the ability of treat patients with COVID-19 and many other conditions. So today we would like to focus on how the conflicts will impact the outbreak of the COVID-19 in Ukraine as well as in the European Union. And we'll also take a look at the history. How did the conflicts bring epidemics to human beings? Now first, let me introduce our guests today who are going to join in our discussions online. They are Mr. Wang Xiaowei, and he's the Associated Professor of Economic Sociology at Moscow University. Welcome to our show, Mr. Wang. And Mr. Luo Yingjie, who is a professor at the University of International Relations. Welcome to you all, gentlemen. So here come on to my first question. If you take a look at the pictures, 所以我们现场现在可以看到，如果大家能够看到的话，应该有一个图片。那么它展示的呢是 WHO 最新的关于乌克兰的这个疫情的确诊病例的情况哈。我们可以看到哈，就是在这个疫情确诊的病例情况呢，其实在乌克兰去年10月到今年的1月，它这个疫情状况是非常好的。但是很明显可以看到，在今年的1月到2月之间有一个激增的一个 surge， 但是更有意思，我们可以观察到在临近这两天，在近2周的时候，在2月17号哈，我们可以看到这个例子又往下下降了。所以两位老师，我们非常想问的一个问题是这样，就是说首先是不是因为俄乌的冲突，那么给这个乌克兰的疫情防护也带来了巨大的压力？那么我们看到的这个激增和这个下降，跟俄乌冲突到底有什么样的关系？那我们请王小伟先生先来答，谢谢您。
Mr. Wang. 你好，主持人。我认为这次俄乌冲突，
For myself,
普
from
京
my
他宣称
understanding
呢
is
是叫特
President
别的
Putin
军事
announced
行
this
动
is the special
它有
military
个原则
operations.
不袭
So the
击这个民
principle
用设
of
备
that military
它
operation
也
is
不
that
使
it's
用
not
这个重武
targeting
器
civilian building, not
实际
using
上
any
就是
heavy
在双方这个战斗
weapon.
过程当中呢，就是
So we
很
could
多
see that
乌
during
军啊，
that
他通过
conflict,
城市的摄像头，
Ukraine
他能看到这个俄军的一些情
troops
况。
could
由于
see
俄军
the
在执行这个
movement
命令的
of
过程当中
the
啊，你
special
不能
military
袭击
operation
民用设备，
conducted
他
by
就
the
让这
Russian
个士
side.
兵啊
We
把这
talk
个摄
about
像
the
头的
Russian
角
side
度
actually
给
not really
把它
targeting
抓
the
出来。
civilian
我说的
building.
这个意思呢，就是说，实际上从防疫，也就是说在这
Why
特
I
别
mentioned
军事行动
this?
呢，对于
We
乌克兰
talk
的
about
卫生系统的直接的这样的影响
crisis.
呢，应该呢不是毁灭性的，
Not
最
to really
大的
give
呢是
a
造成了
big
人的这情绪上
damage
的这样的
to
变
the
化。
whole public
这些人的
service,
卫生系
especially
统
the
包括医务
public
人员
health
当
service.
然也包括
But
这
we
个
talk
补
about
给人员
morale
这个
of
时候
the
啊
a
发
whole
生一些
population,
这
especially
个
for
数
the
字的这
front
样的一
line,
些变化
the
甚至超
personal.
常规的一些变
We
化
could see some
都
of
是属
the
于正常现象。
abnormal changes in curve, but we can understand it's a normal change. So we could understand that through the cameras or CCTV cameras, the Ukraine troops actually could know exactly the directions the Russian side is heading to. So there's no a catastrophe or catastrophic damage to the whole public services. So we talk about. Is it because of the crisis, so the short of a head count, and the a curve actually going down is not because no one really collecting the correct number. So as Mr. Wang said, I totally agree with him. So I checked the number of COVID-19 cases in Ukraine from January to February. First of all, post-severe, we could see that first the curve is flattening, and then it's going up to reach the peak. So as you introduce, you could see that the peak is sharply increasing, and then at the end of February, the curve is decline, quite obviously. I believe if looking at a trajectory that's followed the normal pattern, and indeed, yes, the confirmed cases numbers is declining, and with the outbreak of the crisis, Zelensky government focused on the crisis. So I believe that this is not really the accurate number reflecting right now the COVID-19 situation in Ukraine, but we can understand that. And the subsequent or the consequences caused by the crisis, for sure that will be merged. Of course, right now not big attention paid to COVID-19 prevention and control, and Ukraine also is not really a developed country. And they have some loophole or weaknesses in controlling COVID-19 or containing COVID-19. And also Ukraine crisis for sure will impact the counting number of the confirmed or newly confirmed COVID-19 cases. As Mr. Wang said, Russia not targeting the civilian buildings or the public service buildings. So no the fundamental damage to the public service. But right now, the situation in Ukraine is very complex. We're not talking about that not targeting the public service building or the public health service building. Then there's no direct hit to the people in Ukraine, or they will not reflect the increasing in Ukraine in terms of the COVID-19 confirmed cases. Right now, we're looking at many people right now fleeing to the border. So we could see a large number of the population movement. For sure, I could predict there will be some hidden confirmed cases right now not reported yet. We just saw the picture here, and this is the picture we got from the air raid shelter, and we could see this is in Kiev, and you could see that in this kind of shelter, you of course know that social distancing. So in these air raid shelters, we could see that the people quite stay close to each other, and also not a lot of people wearing masks. That for sure bring additional pressure to the COVID-19 containment efforts. Yes. So for myself, I just talk about that there is no a big damage to the medical facilities, but still that conflict, Ukraine crisis, for sure will bring the additional difficulties in containing COVID-19. So right now we focus more on safety and security, and we talk about when we're mentioning COVID-19, and we look at the majority of the people actually in Ukraine not wearing masks. That's a very basic COVID-19 control measure. So that's the real picture, real fact. And if you compare that to the numbers you just show us in the graph, I believe that's not really reflect the real situation. We talk about death toll, or the confirmed cases for sure will go up. And also yesterday evening, the World Health Organization also had a conference mentioning that right now in Ukraine, we will see that the people developing to severe disease or severe situation, they will not receive the treatment immediately. What's your take on that, Mr. Luo? Right now in Ukraine, this is a very special situation going on. A lot of uncertainty and instability, a lot of things actually you cannot tell what's going to happen. And in 2020, since the outbreak of COVID-19, 4.8 million confirmed cases. And still recently, the newly updated confirmed cases in Ukraine is around 650,000, and the death toll in Ukraine caused by COVID-19 is around 105,000. So you could tell right now the situation in Ukraine is not really optimistic, and also on top of that, right now the crisis is going on, so that for sure have a big impact in the Ukraine's efforts in containing COVID-19. And by the end of December last year, Ukraine introduced a policy to promote vaccination, so that the measures is expected to last for a year. Right? Because of the conflicts, there will be a big postpone on the implementation of that policy or COVID-19 measures. So the WHO also mentioned and warned this ongoing conflicts. With the evolving situation in Ukraine, I believe the COVID-19 situation in Ukraine will even more complex. So Mr. Tandron and also other officials of WHO warning that may have the possibility of increasing the risk of a large number of people developing to severe disease.
According to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, as of Tuesday, more than 870,000 people had left Ukraine, and the number expected to increase rapidly. And earlier, our correspondent Olinsky brings us about the movement of the refugees.
At least official amount of people, of refugees who came to Lviv within the last 4 days is almost 50,000. But we're speaking about only those who got to the refugee centers, who signed any papers, who told the local authorities that they are looking for a shelter and a bath, and who didn't manage to go to Europe to cross the border. So this is only the official amount. It's around 50,000. Also, I want to say that just yesterday there was a forecast by UN High Commissioner on Refugees that in the next couple of weeks the amount of refugees from Ukraine going to Europe might increase to 4 million people. So you might see how bad this situation is. I mean, when you see this column of Russian vehicles moving towards the Kiev, you understand that the number of refugees would be unfortunately growing and growing, and that's what we're seeing here in Lviv with each day, because people are coming to the Lviv Central Railway Station, and if you come there yesterday, today, and you'll go there tomorrow, you'll see that there are just more and more people coming to the western city of Lviv.
所以两位老师，我们可以从我们报道员带来的情况看一下。
So according to our correspondent, we have a new number, and according to the United Nations High Commissioner of Refugees, as of Tuesday, more than 870,000 people have left Ukraine, heading to the neighboring countries. That will bring additional risks to the COVID-19 efforts in other countries. I think the answer is yes. So it looks at Poland, Slovakia, Romania. Looking at the number in Poland regarding COVID-19, that's 110K, that's deaths. Romania also around 65,000 people died, and also Lithuania is around 11K people died. So looking at the situation in Poland, Romania, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, actually the situation is quite severe in terms of the controlling COVID-19, and also with additional refugees from Ukraine to these countries. So people heading to the west, so this is all the neighboring countries. So that will sure bring additional difficulties to control COVID-19 in the neighboring countries. And we talk about in China, one of the way we control the spreading of the virus is like we limited people's movement or a large population mobility. But with this large number of population traveling, it's inevitable we will see a quite big pressure
So CGTN
on health system.
Gu Jiangbo, who is at railway station in Kiev. What do you have for us, Mr. Gu? 那么与此同时，我们可以看到我们 CGTN 的拍客顾江波先生，他目前人正在基辅的火车站。那么他将给我们带来最新的基辅火车站的情况。顾先生，能不能给我们讲讲您在基辅火车站的
So Mr. Gu, right now you are in the Kiev train station. Share us more about the current situation. Yes, right now I'm in the Kiev train station, and you could see that not many people waiting here. It's a really sharp decline in terms of people waiting here in the train station. I believe the large population already took the train heading to other countries or other places. And also there's an explosion happened nearby. Maybe later on, if I have the chance, I can show you the situation there at the explosion site. So you could see right now the people here inside this train station is much fewer than in previous days. Yes, you can see really fewer people here. This is the train station in Kiev.
Hu 老师，您能听到我吗？
能听见，能听见。
哎，我们看到了哈。哎，我能听到非常清楚。
I can hear you loud and clear.
非常感谢您从前方给我们带来这个最直观的这样的一个报道。我想问问您，一个是基辅火车站，您说发生了爆炸，这个到底是一个什么样的情况？
The explosion happened nearby, so that happened yesterday evening, right? In local time. So that's really this one. It's not the main rail. I believe that's maybe a rail track for the cargo train. So explosion happened a water pipeline.
带你们去看一看啊。
好的，好的，您一定注意安全。
对，这个地方警察特别多。
And also we could see today a lot of police deployed here. And also you could see that this is just a normal situation compared to other train station. So could see that I believe that this is the normal situation compared to the pre-conflict era. So that explosion, that's a military action or that's from the other forces. So this is just newly happened. We didn't have any detailed available for now. We talk about from Kiev train station to the station at the south and the west train. So could see that people really try their best to get on board. And right now we not really see that kind of situation happen again. And also right now, because we have less train available as well. Right now we're looking at this is a live footage from the train station at Kiev. And the people gathering here waiting for the train to leave Kiev.
没关系哈，我们能理解，因为它在前方，可能信号不是太稳定，但是已经觉得非常珍贵了。这个是我们一手的。
So this is the really real situation just happening in Kiev. We bring our viewers the live footage from the train station of Kiev. We could see everything is quite in a well-ordered way.
那目前我们还没有等到顾老师上线哈，我们
也
跟这个罗老师、罗老师聊一聊。您也看到了这个一手的这个前方的情况啊，你们怎么看当地的这个百姓的出行和火车站的情况？罗老师。
And to our two guests.
这个基辅的火车站呢，它是因为是苏联时期建的嘛，它这个跟俄罗斯跟其他的这个火车站都差不多，当然它的规模大一些。
Is quite larger in size.
知道它跟我们国内的火车站是不一样的。
That's different from the train station in China.
这个主题是防疫，对吧？抗疫。那么乌克兰的这个疫情的问题，很明显。
And you could tell that COVID-19 containment measures are not really in place, right?
不到位就是说这个现在当然人员比较少，是吧？如果说基辅火车站平常不是这么多。
And if we talk about that, right now there are not a lot of people waiting inside the train station, but still we talk about though it's kind of the open area, but still it's not really easy to conduct the COVID-19 prevention control measures.
这个前方的这位朋友他讲的，那么这个发生了爆炸，我不管怎么。
We talk about that explosion happened. We don't know whether that's a assault or the other organization initiated that explosion. But we talk about all in all, a train station in Kiev so far, I think is okay, it's safe. And we talk about that's a very key transportation hub. Right now, not the attack targets. So you could see that actually all in all, the overall situation you could see from this live footage. So no big damage caused to transportation hub. You could see that right now the transportation hub train station is not the target of the special military operation. Right now, I'm heading to the explosion site.
好的。现在这个场景是基辅火车站的外围，是吗？
对，是它的外围。然后呢，还是应该是东西走向，东西走向。我往它的东边。
So right now, I'm heading to the east of the train station here. So right now I'm heading to the explosion site. And this is really precious, a picture from Kiev. And this is the live footage from the Kiev train station. We haven't seen many people gathering here. We believe that the people, they already left, if they could. So we talk about that we saw fewer people. Actually, we expect to see that more people rushing to the train station, eager to get board. But actually, this is not really what we think about the situation in Kiev. So the question is, because previously we saw the footage that the people really getting in the train station, eager to get on board, to get away from Kiev to the western cities of Kiev, of the Ukraine, or the southern part of Ukraine. I believe, first of all, the Russian side already sent alert to people, the residents in Kiev, asking them to leave because they may have a operation planned in Kiev. And also we talk about the transportation. There's different ways available. So train is not the only way getting out of Kiev. And you could see right now they already cleaning these sites. This is the explosion site. The explosion happened yesterday evening. So you could see that's lit on the left-hand side of the rail. And also this rail track is not the minimum one. And also today we see our press journalists here, and also we see more police deployed at the train station today. This is a water pipeline, so you still could see that water coming out of that pipeline. So that's could consider as the water supply or the facility.
它里面它是有一个这个不是建设的不是特别好的一个。 仓库类似，或者说是民房的一个建筑啊。
So this kind of a warehouse.
它这个已经震碎了啊，这个玻璃都震碎了。
You could see the glasses is all gone.
您也一定注意安全。
它这是最近的房间啊。
And this is the nearest
隔了一个小墙啊，隔了一个
building, and just a very close to it, you could see as this is kind of destroyed. The glass is all gone, and just next on the other side of this wall, the explosion happened. Is any casualty reported so far? No. I haven't heard any casualty reported. So it's this building, you could see that the roof is also gone. And you could see half damaged facilities next to the explosion site.
这个通行的地方啊，通行地方，它这个检票口这个 别倒了，倒塌了。这个检票口
And
旁边
also
的这
this
个
the gate
围挡
machine.
也都被撕碎了。
And right now you also could see that the
冲击波相当。
facility is torn.
旁边这个大楼啊，整体这个大楼的这个。
And also looking at the buildings, you could see you could find the glasses in full piece. And this yellow building is also one of the facilities belong to the train station. And also that cars as well, that windows also so broken.
看到那辆白色的车。
Right.
车窗都碎了。
那对面这个大楼里，正常应该以前是有工作人员在正常办公的吧？那么现在他们
So the normal situation is that there should be the staff working inside. So to your knowledge, still people working inside? No.
我认为昨天发生这个爆炸应该是在晚上。
So that explosion happened quite late evening, and I believe that basically no one working inside.
然后你看这个树啊。 冲击力相当大，这个树都折断了啊！这个比较粗的树啊，
能看到。包括这个范围也很广哈，就近到您眼前的这个树，包括在喷水的水管，远处到您拍摄给我们看到的车辆啊，
So you could see that explosion happened from the other side of the wall, but also I could see the nearby facilities, the gate machines, the buildings.
它的威力是最大的一次。 还有那个
at a different level of damage.
啊，包括那边对了。
那顾先生，刚才您有讲到一个点，我听到哈，就是您说为什么现在火车站的人少，因为能
As you mentioned, that the people that could leave already gone, and for people that could not leave, do you know the reason behind? According to your knowledge, for the Chinese citizens or your friends, why you still choose to stay in Kiev? Do you have any plan for evacuation?
这边已经是安家的，据说是有些是安家的，然后呢。 在这儿有自己的居住的地方啊，有自己的房子，然后
So for people that having their already have their property or home here, they don't want to leave. And also for the elderly people in Ukraine, they always describe that this is just a fight between brothers. So that's just a conflict, so that will not develop to a really brutal bloodshed. So this is the elderly people described this kind of conflict. So we could see that a lot of elderly people choose to stay.
或者说是各种原因吧，没有走。
For different reasons.
尤其外国人更少啊，主要是外国人更少，外国人走基本上走。
For the people
剩下的，你像我现在就是
like foreigners,
CGTN， 然后这个做一点。
the majority of them already gone.
我想做完了，做完整了啊，再走。
So I try to get more footage for CGTN.
其他的。
And then I may leave Kiev.
他没走的是。 穿着防弹衣啊！今天因为它这个炸的它不是很主要的位置啊，所以你看啊，就这个今天这个被炸的地方。
And also we see people wearing a body armor. And also for the explosion actually not really happened to the main track. So the purpose just for my personal guess. So just for the frightening purpose. For the deterrent.
是的，是的。那您刚才有讲到，就是当地人会把这个事儿
So the local people call it just a conflict or fight between brothers. So this is how local people describe it. So can we understand or interpret that the still people in Ukraine and people in Russia, they still have a really close bond?
伤害很大，因为本身这个经济就一般吧。
Still, the local people believe the Ukraine crisis, the conflict right now going on, for sure will have a big impact to their daily life and especially to the economic development.
都不太喜欢这个战争啊，然后都在哭诉，都把自己的孩子送上战场，然后这个
And also, that's if that's developed to like a kind of war, then they need to have to send their kids to the war field. We all hate wars because people in Ukraine they experience wars, especially after 2014. So people here, they're very emotional, had a lot of complaint.
那您个人有什么打算呢？您会有
So
这个离开
what's
中
your
国的打算吗
personal plan? And plan to leave Kiev?
我目前还没有这个打算。
I so far don't have plan to leave for
我
now.
住的位置是现在在西南方
The
向，
place I'm living right now is at
平
the
静一点吧。
southwest place, so it's kind of a quiet place.
我往西南方向走的话也，因为我这两天做这个拍客嘛，做你们这拍客，然后这个走路都是走大概最多的一次走了20公里啊，所以说我觉得我的体力是
I walked
能够
at
走出
around
去的啊。
20 miles per day. So for myself, I think physically I can walk
而且我
to
又住
other
在西
cities.
南方向一点
And
点，
also the place I'm right now living is comparatively safe.
而且他这个
So far I
他
don't
们
have
军
any
人
plan to
看见
leave
中
Kiev.
国人啊，
And also we talk about
还是
see when
不是
the
说那么排
people
斥了，
when they
因为他们
see
可能认为可能是在
Chinese.
想，你所有外国人都走，一看打仗都走了，然后你剩下来的外国人你是
For me, my understanding is
这
that
几个
when
外国人
Ukraine
因为是因为你喜
military
欢这个
troops,
国
when
家
they
是吧？
see
你喜欢在这
that why you as a
对这国家比较
foreigner,
友
you're
好
not
一点，
choose
对
to
吧？
leave, which
他们可能
means
是
you
这样
have
认
a
为，所以
quite
最近这个
deep
军人对我
bond
的态度还
to
是
this country
有一点转变，
because
有
it's
一
a
点转
big
变。
conflict going on. The local people also choose to leave, but you as a foreigner, you choose to stay,
啊，对，
which means
之
you
前
love
是
this
非常
country.
严肃啊，那个脸色非常不好，非常严肃，非常那个激动，见着我这个非常激动，然后呢，这个就不让我拍摄啊，就是哪个国家人拍摄都可以，就是我不能拍摄，就是我不行。 然后就查我，然后我跟好多记者在一起，他们就不
So
想跟我
I
走在一起，是吧？你就怕出事儿。
a local police not allow me
但其实
to
您也是
take
在前线跟我们记者
pictures
是一样的，也是在给我们带来第一
or
手的
footage.
资料。
对。
那顾先生，我们还想问问您，就是在您这个身边这条轨道，我们看到已经
And
就是说
we
没有什么
talk
车
about
辆
the
了，
rail
但是比
next
如说目前这个基
to
辅
the
火车
place
站，
you're
您了解到
standing.
情
There's
况，
no
它这
train
个
right
火
now
车的出发
going
量啊，是
through.
正常的
So
吗？大概能
to
达到
your
多少？
knowledge, the train service still normal?
现在这个出发量是达到这个平常的次数的40%吧。
So the frequency is 40% of the normal train service arrangement.
那这40%能满足就当地
So
人这
talking about that, the 40% capacity can fulfill the local people's need.
我认为还是基本
For
是
my
能满足的
understanding, I believe yes,
基本上是能满足。
we can meet local people's need.
它这个现在出行的人也不多了。
And also you can tell not a lot of people waiting inside train station, and also people have different plans. Some believe it's better to go to small village or small town as a safer place. But some people believe that we need to escape to the western side of Ukraine.
认为然后去
So they choose the place they believe safe.
这个地上是
So you
一
could
些
see
碎
that
的
the
玻璃
broken glasses, right?
对对对，碎的玻璃，你看这个窗子这都碎了。
是的，是的。
这个
这是一个售票
这
窗口
是被东西击
吗？
碎，它连里边这个布，它连里这个布都碎了。
能看到，能非常清晰的看到。
对的，是有东西弹进去，很严重的。它这个。
So we could tell that the explosion power is really strong.
售票窗口吗？
So this is a ticket window.
这是一个售票窗口，而且这还
Yes.
是在它爆炸现场的对面，隔了一条这个铁道。
So that's just the
大概
explosion happened at the other side
30米的距离吗？
of this rail. You still could see it's around 50 meters away from the explosion site. You still can tell from these broken glasses. And right now you're looking at this is running train, but it's totally empty.
这个您有了解到是为什
Do
么
you
吗？
know
主要是
why?
为了 货物运输，还是说为什么会有空车在这样？
Is for cargo transportation or for other purpose?
不太清楚，它是
Not sure.
应该是这个，想想啊，它是另一条轨道，应该是，它是不经过这儿。
So maybe this is not the station to stop. So let's say, so this is the rail, but just next to the rail, explosion happened yesterday evening. Right now we can see the rail is still operating normally, but we still talk about that explosion not really targeting the main facility of the train station. So this explosion, by which side? I guess that maybe from the special military operation by Russian side. And every day is at around 2015. So that's every day. First we will heard the air raid sirens, and then we heard the shelling, the gun firing. So that's going on normally every day. So first you will hear that the air raid siren, and then you will hear the sound of explosion, shelling. It will last around an hour or two, and then that will be finished. And then at late night, we'll also hear some explosion sound, but that's comparatively quiet in the daytime. So you worry about your safety? We worried for sure. So we heard the sound one day on my way back. I feel that the earth is shaking because previously you just heard the sound of explosion. You know that's still far from where you were. So you not really feel that the tension. But one day when you felt that building was shaking, you saw people running away from the building, you know it's not going in the right way. So people are terrifying. So please do stay safe. Thank you so much for bringing us this live footage from the train station of Kiev. Thank you so much.
So now let's talk to our correspondent Victor Melensnikov in Kiev. Victor, what do you have for us on the ground? Actually, now we're trying to talk with the correspondent Victor in Kiev, also the Ukrainian capital. And Victor, can you hear me? Now we're still waiting for the picture from Victor. Hello, Victor. This is calling from Beijing. Great, great. And I saw your picture just a moment ago. And now I think I lost you once again. Yeah, we got you. Okay, it seems that the signal from Victor is not really stable. Yeah, Victor, we got you, but we can't hear your voice. Can you hear us?
Is it okay?
No problem, we got you, both in picture and sound.
Is it okay now?
Now we lost your picture once again.
Okay.
Yeah, we got you. Great, great. Tell us, what do you have for now?
I've just returned from the supermarket, and to me things are getting better, but just a little bit. bread is there and shelves are replenished, but there's still a shortage of milk products, meat, cheese. Um, this is because of logistics, retailers say, and also suppliers and retailers are working in bad conditions, and they're trying to put some additional warehouses to optimize logistics. And also the Poland is there to help with the products, with the goods. Um, but still it's underway. So we have, it seems to me, we don't have a shortage of bread now. So the market is adapted, but still people cannot get enough meat and milk products. And besides, you don't have much time to run around to look for different shops, because they are closing at 4 or 5 p.m., 5:30 p.m. Still, again, volunteers are trying to help people. There are some shops and points with free food. And the drawback is that society, to my mind, to my opinion, is not well informed about that. Or all the news about the free food is spread through social media, and most of the old people aren't there. And even if you Google free food in Kiev or food sharing in Kiev, it's not there. Even I cannot. I didn't notice that in Google. So Kiev City State Administration also has to think about that.
Gotcha, Victor. We heard you are facing the shortage of food. Have you tried to visit the other supermarkets in Kiev, and how about the conditions there?
Well, I'm telling you that you don't have much time to run around your housing estate or district, because shops are closing very early these days in such conditions, in such environment. So people prefer to choose the nearest shops they know, and each time is different in different shops. You never know.
Understood. And how about the other people you get to know? Do they also facing the problem lacking the food? And what's your next plan, Victor? Are you going to leave Kiev?
Oh, I'm going to stay here because men between 18 and 60 are not allowed to leave the country. It's the total mobilization in Ukraine. So it's like that. And Kiev is my city, and I'm here to report for you and to help other people if I can.
That's so kind of you. Take care. And we heard the latest information from the Russian foreign minister, and maybe the Russian army is moving towards Kiev. Will that make you worried about that, your safety especially?
Well, now it's quiet in the city, but yesterday in the evening there was a big blast next to southern part of the central railway station. So it is reported that Ukrainian anti-aircraft missile intercepted Russian missile, and debris fell on a heating pipeline. So one part of Kiev could be left without heating, but it's not clear. It's not clear about that. So it seems to me everything's all right, but it has to be clarified and checked. And in the morning, there was in the night there was 3 blasts. I guess it was reported about 3 blasts, and in the morning there was one, but I haven't heard that. So it is also unclear what was that, and I also have to check upon this report.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you so
Yeah,
much,
thank
Victor.
you.
Thank you for all the latest information you brought for us, and you do take care, and we keep in touch.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. 所以两位老师，我们刚刚也是从前方看到了两位，我们一位开客哈，
So we just saw the people on the very front line in Kiev bring us the updated information from Kiev of Ukraine, and Mr. Gu told us that every day at around 8:15 evening, we heard the first round of the siren, and then following with a round of sharing. So we talk about this as very special conflicts. We not really consider it as a war. It's not just a normal war. But we could see this is quite a large range of conflicts. So looking at our very brave correspondents, and also, according to them, I always consider this as a conflict between brothers. So you could see it's not a bloodshed. We talk about it's not just every day evening around 8:15, the round of siren and then shelling. So we talk about a military mission. It's like live or die situation. That would be really brutal. But we talk about this time, the Russian side said they will not use heavy weaponry, and second, not targeting civilian building. So is the Lavrov right now receiving a live coverage?
Live picture from the online, and Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov is taking the media. Let's take a look at the live picture there.
Right now we see the Ukraine side now following the construction given by the United States, they postponed the meeting. For Russian side, we have the strong willingness to continue the negotiation. And also at the same time, we ask the relevant departments to shoulder their responsibility, especially that we need to take care of the security and safety situation in Europe. This is not just the situation in Ukraine. It's not just limited to Ukraine. We talk about the purpose to demilitarization and denazification.
определять свою судьбу. Но речь-то ведь идет о миропорядке, и
people in Ukraine, they cannot decide their future. So that is why we conducted this special military operation.
на имеющиеся договоренности предложения касательно архитектуры безопасности в Европе. Я упоминал ключевой принцип, который был одобрен на высшем уровне, в ОБСЕ и в отношениях между Россией и НАТО.
Response from other countries. So at the negotiation table, we will raise our requirements, and also
за счет безопасности любой
at the
другой страны.
USCE, we
И при этом же
also
ни одна организация не
raise
имеет права претендовать на доминирующую
our
роль на
security
пространстве
concern, and you cannot
Евроатлантики. Чем сейчас НАТО активно
raise your goal
занимается,
at
но
the
укрепление
expense of other
безопасности
countries'
Запада за счет
security.
безопасности России, это уже стало притчей во языцах.
We're now
И
also
нам
willing
говорят,
to
вот не
conduct
волнуйтесь,
negotiation
включение
with
Украины в НАТО или
NATO.
какой-либо еще страны, не являющейся
like
сейчас
to
членом Альянса,
listen to other
это не будет создавать
organizations'
угрозы для безопасности России. Ну с
requirement.
какой стати Запад за нас определяет, что нужно для нашей безопасности? Так же, как он за Германию, за
right now the
Европу,
Western
американцы
bloc
определяли,
totally
что
ignore
нужно для
our
энергобезопасности
demands
европейского
regarding
континента, и
security
решили,
and
что
safety,
Северный поток-2 не
especially
нужен
United
для
States.
обеспечения безопасности Евросоюза в энергетическом плане, поскольку
Also,
эта безопасность будет обеспечена
now to pay
поставками
attention
американского
to
сжиженного природного
the
газа в
energy
несколько раз дороже.
requirements
Вот о чем идет речь. Речь идет о том, что нас слушают, но не слышат, и пытаются нам всячески навязать свое понимание того, как дальше жить в Европе. И вот, знаете, меня просто уже напрашиваются сравнения такие. В свое время и Наполеон, и Гитлер ставили задачу подчинить себе Европу. Сейчас ее подчинили себе американцы. Ну, понятно, в НАТО там вообще даже вопросов не возникает, а Евросоюзу указали на его место. И история Северного потока-2 прекрасно продемонстрировала, какое же настоящее место у Евросоюза на мировой арене. Просто заставили и все. И сейчас, когда, я даже не знаю, когда идут разговоры, звучат требования из западных столиц, это, понимаете, это вот точно совершенно создается картинка на мировой арене. Как в Голливуде есть абсолютное зло и абсолютное добро. И абсолютное добро, конечно же, воплощено в персонаже, который, собственно, и является сценаристом этого боевика. Печально. Я уверен, что эта истерия пройдет. Перебесятся наши западные партнеры, я по-другому не могу даже выражаться. Мы готовы всегда к диалогу при одном непременном условии, исключительно на основе равноправия и на основе уважения и учета интересов друг друга.
Спасибо. Коллеги, хотел бы обратить особое внимание, что прямая трансляция также ведется на всех интернет-ресурсах Министерства иностранных дел России. А сейчас передаю слово американскому журналисту телеканала NBC Киру Симмонсу. Прошу вас.
Спасибо большое, господин министр-президент Путин. Его многие описывают на Западе как изолированного политика, который сегодня
right now the Western world are now trying to conduct that isolation policy against Russia.
Вы его консультировали и принимает ли он консультации?
То, что делает и как делает президент Путин, вы предпочитаете на основе того, что пишет о нем и говорит о нем западная пропаганда. Президент Путин последние недели многократно и развернуто излагал нашу позицию, которая является отражением позиции российского руководства и вырабатывается в полном соответствии с конституционными полномочиями президента Российской Федерации и таких структур, как Министерство иностранных дел, Министерство обороны, специальные службы и Совет безопасности Российской Федерации. Эта работа проводится на повседневной основе, в рабочем режиме, а еженедельно, как минимум, проходят заседания постоянных членов Совета безопасности России. Вот каков механизм выработки решений.
Right now we have the communication going on and also at the United Nations, but also explain our position clearly.
Подождите, пожалуйста.
I'm sorry, I thought we had two questions. I apologize.
У нас два вопроса, прошу прощения.
Предоставляем вам возможность задать сейчас вопрос.
Thank you.
Спасибо. Десятилетиями Россия и Америка поддерживали стабильность, несмотря на страхи, связанные с их ядерным потенциалом. Можете ли вы успокоить мир и сказать, что Россия не будет в ярости применять первое ядерное оружие?
У нас есть доктрина военная, в которой описаны параметры и условия применения ядерного оружия. У нас там нет никакой эскалации ради деэскалации, как нам пытаются вменять западные аналитики. Но разговор про ядерную войну сейчас ведется. И прошу вас очень внимательно посмотреть на те высказывания, которые звучали, и на тех персонажей, которые эти высказывания делали. Сначала, по-моему, господин Столтенберг в угаре пропагандистском, в желании понравиться самым радикальным силам на Западе, заявил, что никто не запретит НАТО делать то, что НАТО захочет, в том числе, если НАТО вдруг решит разместить ядерное оружие на восточноевропейских территориях. Ну, начнем с того, что НАТО не может решать, где ему ядерное оружие размещать, у него его нет, есть оно у американцев. Но намек, который господин Столтенберг сделал, был весьма показателен. После этого и господин Зеленский стал заявлять, что мы вот возьмем и откажемся от обязательств неядерного государства и обретем ядерное оружие. Вы это тоже помните. Не забудьте посмотреть то, что заявил мой коллега Жан-Йв Le Drian, министр иностранных дел Франции, когда он, так, знаете, он сейчас очень любит горцевать. Ну, петух у французов национальный, так сказать, символ. Вот так петушатся они очень часто. И он заявил в очередном, значит, сеансе общения с миром, что Путин должен помнить, что у Франции тоже есть ядерное оружие. Это же не я говорю, это же и не Путин говорит, это они все стали. И потом, когда госпожа Трасс, недавно назначенная на пост руководителя Foreign Office, заявила, что она готова к конфликту между НАТО и Россией. И обратите также внимание на высказывание вашего президента, господина Байдена, когда, отвечая на вопрос о том, была ли альтернатива вот нынешним так называемым санкциям из ада, он сказал, альтернативой этим санкциям является только Третья мировая война. Всем понятно, что Третья мировая может быть только ядерной. Но обращаю ваше внимание, что это в голове западных политиков постоянно вертится ядерная война, а не в голове россиян. Поэтому я вас уверяю, что мы не позволим каким-то провокациям заставить нас выйти из равновесия. Но если против нас начнут развязывать реальную войну, ну, это, наверное, должны думать об этом те, кто такие планы вынашивает, а они, на мой взгляд, вынашиваются.
Спасибо. Мы переносимся в Нью-Йорк. Американский телеканал ABC. Джордж Стефанополос. Прошу вас.
Спасибо, уважаемый господин министр. Мы видим, что сегодня Россия бомбит Украину, и гибнут люди. И мир сегодня осуждает в единстве эти атаки. Как вы можете защитить позицию?
Да. Вопрос короткий, но вы решили процитировать те слова, которые там у вас на бумаге. Я не могу комментировать вымыслы, каковых сейчас огромное количество. И если вы обратили внимание, Европа, Соединенные Штаты всячески стараются, ну, Европу в основном, прежде всего, всячески стараются закрыть любые средства массовой информации, любые источники, каналы информации из России о том, что происходит на Украине, как развивается специальная военная операция и как украинская армия, особенно украинские неонацистские батальоны, ведут себя по отношению к мирным жителям. Они, когда отступают, они просто грабят населенные пункты на Донбассе. Их стали ополченцы Донецка и Луганска выбивать с территории. И они, уходя, отнимают у жителей машин, отнимают технику. В общем, ведут себя как мародеры, грабители. И много есть информации о том, какие провокации готовятся, в том числе и в Мариуполе, и на других территориях, где украинцы сейчас пытаются использовать граждан как живой щит. Вот поговорите с индийцами, арабами, африканцами, которые сейчас пытаются уехать из Украины, их не пускают. И вот буквально вчера премьер-министр Индии разговаривал с президентом России, озабочен тем, что один индийский гражданин, студент, погиб на Украине, в Харькове. В Харькове нет российских войск, но мы видим ситуацию, когда на Харьковском вокзале не выпускают иностранцев, которые хотят уехать, в том числе через российскую территорию. Мы готовы принять этих студентов. Но перечислять факты мне сейчас просто время не позволяет. Я вас приглашаю на сайт нашего министерства, где подробнейшим образом описывается то, что творит сейчас киевский неонацистский режим. Вы, я знаю, любите слово «убийца». Вот на стороне киевского режима воюют настоящие убийцы.
С нами на связи Пекин, медиакорпорация Китая.
Считаете ли вы, что президент Зеленский первый еврейский президент Украины, чья семья была убита в Холокосте, является националистом.
И неонацистами. Иначе мне очень трудно объяснить, как президент Зеленский может председательствовать в обществе, где неонацисты и неонацизм расцветают пышным цветом. Они открыто маршируют, устраивают факельные шествия. При этом для этих факельных шествий президент Зеленский выделяет свою охрану из роты почетного караула. Они проводят учения, обучаются методам ведения войны в городе, методом диверсий, провокаций. Все это происходит при президенте Зеленском. И, конечно, когда он заявляет о том, что его дед воевал, ну, посмотрите, какие он подписывает законы. Как может президент, который является человеком мира, как любой еврей должен быть, подписать закон о коренных народах Украины? И среди коренных народов нет русского народа. Как может президент, который не является расистом, подписывать и поддерживать законы, которые запрещают русский язык не только в школах, что само по себе безобразно, не только в сфере образования, но и вообще в повседневной жизни. Там запрет на то, что если ты пришел в аптеку и попросил лекарства на русском языке. Вот. А в России, между прочим, в Крыму, о котором так пекутся некоторые люди на Западе, 3 государственных языка, чего никогда не было при украинской власти. Русский, крымско-татарский и украинский. И любой гражданин России, живущий в Крыму, имеет полное право в любой государственный или там местный офис обратиться на своем языке. И ему обязаны ответить на том языке, на котором он обращается. Поэтому я могу долго перечислять. Вы посмотрите опять. Ну, я знаю, что вы любите такие яркие образы лепить достаточно быстро, и у вас нет времени на то, чтобы заниматься фактами, вчитываться в них. Ну, зайдите хоть раз, потратьте хотя бы полчаса на сайт нашего министерства, на сайт Министерства обороны Российской Федерации. Ну, я понимаю, что вам не разрешат возвышать свой голос. Вот французская журналистка, вчера, по-моему, президент Макрон заявил, что обвинять Зеленского и Украину в том, что там процветает нацизм, это ложь. Ну, ему уже ответили. Но ему ответила лучше всех других его же соотечественница, французская журналистка, которая посетила Донбасс, описала, как она наблюдала обстрелы школы, как она наблюдала убийство 2 женщин, которые в этой школе работали, и как она пристыдила всех западных деятелей, которые отказываются это видеть. Ей, конечно, не разрешили это публиковать, но в соцсетях этот комментарий доступен. Поэтому приглашаю просто с фактами знакомиться, а не пытаться делать вид, что вот тот самый голливудский боевик развивается по сценарию, который написан вашими коллегами, где есть, как я уже сказал, абсолютное зло и абсолютное добро.
Медиакорпорация Китая. Позвольте, пожалуйста, и другим участникам интервью задать свои вопросы.
Мы знаем, и, пожалуйста, уважайте своих коллег.
Спасибо. Медиакорпорация Китая, госпожа Ли Тун из Пекина, пожалуйста.
Благодарю. Вопрос от медиакорпорации Китая. Недавно мы брали интервью у некоторых официальных лиц из Европы, что НАТО действительно не хотела расширять организацию на восток, и у России не должно возникнуть никаких проблем с этим. Но сейчас подобные заявления не звучат. Это было раньше, сейчас мы этого не видим. Почему вы думаете, что появились эти изменения? И такие... Но сейчас подобные заявления не звучат. Это было раньше, сейчас мы этого не видим. Почему вы думаете, что появились эти изменения? И такие российские СМИ, как «Спутник» и «RT», были заблокированы в ЕС. и в разных соцсетях и СМИ
Это
мы
уже
видим
общеизвестный
дезинформацию.
факт,
Почему?
и этот факт невозможно скрыть, то, с чего вы начали, а именно заверения, которые давались сначала советскому руководству, потом руководству России относительно того, что НАТО не будет передвигаться на восток, что вообще ни единой части военной инфраструктуры НАТО не появится восточнее реки Одер. Но впоследствии вы знаете, что происходило. Президент Путин многократно об этом говорил. 5 последовательных волн расширения Североатлантического альянса. Причем с каждым разом риторика этого альянса и его военное планирование, его военные учения становились все более и более нацеленными против Российской Федерации. Мы многократно об этом говорили, привлекали к этому внимание, но не находили отклика, который подтверждал бы, что НАТО готово разговаривать на равных основаниях, на основе уважения интересов и озабоченности друг друга. Я не зря процитировал заявления, которые принимались на высшем уровне в ОБСЕ и в Стамбуле в 1999 году, и в Астане в 2010, и заявления, которые принимались на саммите в Пратика-Димары в 2002 году между лидерами России и НАТО, где прямо сказано, что никто не будет укреплять свою безопасность за счет безопасности других, и что ни одна организация в Евроатлантике на пространстве ОБСЕ не имеет права претендовать на доминирование на этом самом пространстве. И то, и другое натовцы категорически отказываются выполнять. Вы задали очень хороший вопрос, почему это происходит и зачем им надо сохранять такую позицию. Я не вижу другого объяснения, кроме как упрямого, упорного желания сохранить свое превосходство в любой сфере и показать всем, что именно НАТО диктует порядки в Европе. А теперь уже, кстати, Столтенберг заявил, НАТО несет глобальную ответственность за глобальную безопасность. Поэтому насчет того, что альянс оборонительный, это все разговоры, как у нас говорят, в пользу бедных. Если альянс был бы оборонительным, то, конечно же, он должен был себя оборонять, а на него никто не нападал, между прочим. Но альянс сам решал, хорошо, вот мы сейчас обороняемся по условной Берлинской стене, Берлинская стена исчезла, нам бы где-то еще пообороняться. Тогда стали расширяться на восток, и каждый раз самостоятельно, в одностороннем порядке, вот эту самую линию обороны, так называемую, проводили. И она уже подошла вплотную к Российской Федерации. Это объяснялось многократно. И президент Путин в своих публичных выступлениях, в своих многочисленных, многочасовых разговорах с западными лидерами все это предельно доходчиво излагал. И когда они разговаривают с нами на двустороннем уровне, в ходе переговоров, вроде бы они проявляют понимание. Но как только они собираются вместе, с ними что-то происходит. Видимо, происходит то, что там уже Соединенные Штаты руководят и приказы, распоряжения. Это печально. Мы по-прежнему открыты к разговору. Все равно когда-то начнется этот разговор. Но то, что НАТО пыталось сделать с Украиной, все прекрасно знают, как произошел государственный переворот. И государственный переворот, который не был ничем спровоцирован, потому что он произошел через сутки после подписания соглашения между тогдашним президентом и оппозицией о проведении досрочных выборов, на которых точно победила бы оппозиция. И президент говорит своим коллегам, и зачем вы устроили госпереворот? Не было бы его. Выполнялось бы то соглашение. Никому бы в голову не пришло в Крыму принимать восстание против путчистов. И оставался бы Крым украинским. Это же все рассказывалось, все объяснялось. Но в нынешней ситуации, еще раз говорю, мы не можем сохранять угрозу, потому что из Украины делали антироссию. Из Украины делали активнейшим образом плацдарм для подрыва всего русского. Это была часть большой геополитической игры. Помните, Збигнев Бжезинский. Украина с Россией, Россия с Украиной – это сверхдержава, а Украина без России – это вообще ничто, какая-то региональная страна. И он же, по-моему, сказал, что надо всячески использовать Украину для подрыва российских интересов, российского влияния, российской культуры, в том числе, отмечу особо, призвал использовать Украину для развала православия, что сейчас, в общем-то, активно делается. И президент Порошенко начинал президент Зеленский активно продолжает. Вот, поэтому, еще раз, у нас нет недостатка доброй воли, но наши интересы постоянно ущемлять самым грубым образом, создавая физические угрозы безопасности России, мы позволить не можем.
Перебираемся в Европу. С нами на связи.
Еще один вопрос. Очень короткий. Как вы оцениваете текущую ситуацию после переговоров с Украиной? И какие возникают проблемы, крупнейшие проблемы?
Ситуацию после переговоров, они еще не начались. Вот сейчас я думаю, что глава делегации, который ведет переговоры с украинской стороной, по их завершении, конечно же, сделает заявление, и тогда мы все узнаем.
С нами на связи Париж, Франс-24, Марк Перельман, прошу вас.
Thank you to the journalist from France.
Да, Марк Перельман, Франс-24. На дипломатической арене Россия изолирована.
Thank you very much. From
и
France-24.
Лишь 4 страны проголосовали против резолюции, в соответствии с которой Россия должна прекратить военную операцию. Это голосование прошло в Генеральной Ассамблее. И в дипломатическом смысле это получается фиаско, это поражение России.
О своих поступках, о поступках моей страны, мы убеждены в том, что мы поступаем правильно. Я еще раз хочу сказать. Плохо, очень плохо, что гибнут люди. Но вот я думаю не о дипломатическом фиаско, я думаю о дипломатическом таланте Запада. Люди гибли тысячами. Около 14 тысяч погибло за 8 лет войны на Донбассе. Никто, ни из вашего канала, ни из других средств массовой информации Запада даже мысль не пришла съездить в Донбасс и посмотреть, как живут люди, которых украинский режим объявил террористами, хотя они ни на кого не нападали. На них напали и объявили террористами и так далее. И посмотреть, как эти люди подвергаются ежедневному обстрелу, как убивают мирных жителей, как разрушают школы, детские сады, как совершаются террористические акты. Вот понимаете, если вы критерием ваших профессиональных выбираете то, что вот Запад сказал, значит, так оно и должно быть. И если для вас вот 8 лет молчания не только западных СМИ, но и западных политиков, 8 лет торпедирования минских договоренностей, когда украинский режим не только их не выполнял, но и продолжал применять силу против мирных граждан. Вот эти 8 лет полного игнорирования и молчания, если вы считаете это дипломатическим триумфом, это ваше право. Вы представляете свободные медиа, как я понимаю. А если вы считаете то, что Россия встала на защиту своих интересов, и НАТО, наконец, вы сказали, НАТО сплочена как никогда. НАТО искала способа вернуть смысл своего существования. Он исчез после исчезновения Советского Союза, Варшавского договора, потом появился Афганистан. Сейчас Афганистан НАТО победоносно покинула, и опять отсутствовал повод для того, чтобы объединяться и всех союзников держать в узде. О какой там стратегической автономии говорит президент Макрон? Никто никогда в жизни не позволит никому иметь стратегическую автономию. Соединенные Штаты это уже четко показали. И вот это является, наверное, дипломатическим триумфом Соединенных Штатов. Но я тогда уже не буду говорить, на кого падет дипломатическое фиаско в Европе. Что касается арифметики, которую вы упомянули, мы знаем очень хорошо, какими методами западные коллеги наши добиваются таких результатов. Чистый шантаж, выкручивание рук, впрямую говорят всем без исключения странам, будет голосование, вы обязаны голосовать так, как мы скажем. Напоминают деятелям в зарубежных странах, у кого есть счета на Западе, у кого дети учатся в университетах западных стран. Вот прямо так. Я это знаю, потому что мне многие мои друзья объясняют, что на них так давят, ты извини, мы не можем по-другому голосовать, это вопрос как бы жизни, вот лично моей жизни, моей семьи, ее благополучия. Да, такими методами достигается дипломатический триумф, я вас поздравляю. Но правда все-таки она пробьет себе дорогу. И еще раз приглашаю, видимо, никто из вас не посещал сайт нашего министерства, где приведены документальные, совершенно неотразимые факты.
But still, if you want to know the truth, if you want to see the fact, which can visit our website. We have a list of facts,
не ощущаем такого политического
especially the conflicts happened in Donbas region.
Благодарю вас. Пожалуйста, британский телеканал ITN.
Господин Лавров, еще один вопрос. Есть
I have another question, Mr. Lavrov.
Планы по поводу
пришли на интервью, даже не почитали то, что говорил президент Путин, да и я говорил неоднократно. Решать вопрос о том, как дальше жить в Украине, кого выбирать для того, чтобы этой страной руководить, должен сам украинский народ. Вернее, все народы, живущие на многонациональном
уровне. Determine the future of the Ukraine. I believe that's through the Ukraine people to decide.
Mr. Lavrov, I want to ask you about Polina Zapadinskaya.
Next journalist, please.
Она была в начальной школе, ее застрелили россияне, русские. Она была в Киеве. Я знаю, что у вас есть дочь. Посмотрите мне в глаза и скажите, как вы спите по ночам, зная, что российские бомбы и пули убивают детей?
Ну, я ничего не могу показать дополнительно к тому, что я уже сказал.
Любая человеческая
жизнь бесценна.
Любые
боевые действия сопряжены, к сожалению, с жертвами, не только среди военнослужащих, но и среди мирных граждан. Наши военнослужащие, специальные операции, они имеют жесткий приказ использовать только высокоточное оружие для подавления военной инфраструктуры. И даже вот казармы, где украинские военнослужащие расположены, они подлежат нападению. Я могу только выразить соболезнования всем тем, кто является
Mr. Lavrov, you say high precision is used.
Но сотни мирных граждан уже погибли. Сейчас Международный уголовный суд начинает расследование. Вы готовите свою стратегию обороны и защиты в суде?
Вопросы задавать. У вас будет наверняка аудитория. Вы будете даже эту аудиторию заводить так эмоционально. Это ваша работа, как я понимаю. Это не столько средство массовой информации, сколько инструмент вбивания в головы людям того, что нужно западным руководителям. Я еще раз хочу сказать, не оправдываю никаких действий, которые приводят к гибели гражданских лиц. Но не мы придумали выражение collateral damage. Его придумали наши западные коллеги во время своих авантюр и в Ираке, до этого в других странах, и в той же самой Латинской Америке, в Ливии. Вот, вы хоть раз с таким же надрывом эмоциональным освещали ситуацию, как она развивалась в Ираке и в Ливии, когда сотни тысяч погибших. Я не помню. Поэтому я вижу, что ваш вопрос такой риторический.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Lavrov, I have. But this is
Да, господин Лавров, я так делала, но вы начали эту войну, и кровь Полины на ваших руках, господин министр.
Я не стал бы, понимаете, играть вот в эти игры. Вы сейчас выступаете как какое-то ток-шоу. Если вы хотите знать мою позицию, по-моему, я ее самым подробным образом, в том числе на тему гуманитарных аспектов нынешней операции, изложил. Но я очень хочу, чтобы вы... Я понимаю, что вы будете все это освещать так, как вам надо. Но я просто очень хочу, чтобы вы помнили, ну, наверное, совесть-то есть у любого журналиста, который выполняет заказ.
I want to make this
Чтобы вы
clear
помнили, как вы вели
that
себя все
you
эти
need to
8
be
лет,
professional.
когда таких девочек, женщин, стариков убивали тысячами на Донбассе. Убивал украинский режим.
Think about in the past 8 years, women,
Заходите на сайт
children,
нашего министерства.
elderly people were killed.
Не
The all civilians.
занимать ваше время многочасовыми рассказами. А если вы так
I don't want to take up too much time. If you want me to explain in details that need a couple hours, if you really want to talk about civilians or casualties, then you need to really take actual action to reflect the truth.
Агентство Associated Press, Харриет Морит.
Здравствуйте, господин министр. Добрый день. Спасибо. Россия официально потеряла 500 солдат всего лишь за неделю боевых операций. И оценки другие намного выше. Мы видим, что это кампания, которая является одной из самых дорогих в недавней истории России. Намного дороже, чем то, сколько стоила война в Афганистане или Чечне. Официальная позиция такая, что россиян примут с открытыми распростертыми объятиями украинцы сложат оружие немедленно. Что пошло не так?
Субъективный взгляд. Потери есть. Потери всегда бывают в таких ситуациях. Это я уже
And you always say that the Ukraine side will surrender, but
я не думаю,
they
что
not.
вы знакомы с
What's
теми
your take on
планами,
that?
которые, в общем-то, носят закрытый характер, и которые лежат в основе действий нашей группировки, осуществляющей по приказу президента специальную военную операцию. Это такой вопрос абстрактный. Я хочу только еще раз подчеркнуть, что нельзя эту ситуацию рассматривать в отрыве от всего остального,
Right
в
now
отрыве
we
от тех
are
30 лет,
conducting
которые
our
были
special military
заполнены
operation
самыми разными
based on the
событиями в
president's
отношениях между Россией и Западом
order.
и в отношениях Запада с остальным миром, особенно Соединенных Штатов. Путин неоднократно говорил, угроза пришла прямо на нашу границу. Вот вы знаете,
in many occasions.
секрет не раскрою. Есть
Right now, our country is facing a real threat.
Судьбой объектов химических и биологических на Украине. Потому что Пентагон на Украине активнейшим образом построил 2 биологические военные лаборатории и там занимался разработкой патогенов. Сейчас они обеспокоены. Они сейчас обеспокоены, что эти лаборатории теряют контроль над этими лабораториями. А знаете, что это такое? Кстати, американцы при этом категорически отказываются учреждать механизм проверки в рамках Конвенции по запрещению биологического оружия и строят биологические военные объекты по периметру Российской Федерации. И на Украине строились военные базы, британцами в частности. И многие другие вещи происходили, когда Центральное разведывательное управление постоянно и в огромном количестве присутствовало. Там готовили украинскую армию, тренировали. Явно не для того, чтобы воевать с Польшей. И когда происходили вещи, скажем, в том же Ираке, когда Соединенные Штаты объявляли, что это угроза национальной безопасности Соединенных Штатов. Вы кто-нибудь задали вопрос, а с какой стати за 10 тысяч километров Соединенные Штаты решили наводить порядок? Нет, вам это в голову не пришло. Потому что это вот великодержавие высокомерное. А когда Россия говорит, вот она, угроза для нас, нам объясняют, да никакой угрозы нет. Вы в безопасности. Мы сами будем определять условия, которые необходимы для нашей безопасности. Когда это находится прямо вплотную к российской границе. Мы не лезем за 10 тысяч километров наводить порядки по каким-то своим правилам. Поймите, пожалуйста. И здесь это вынужденное решение, потому что нас просто не слышали. Брали нам на протяжении последних 30 лет, получается, с 90-го.
So we need to take action.
Когда-то мы, наверное, должны будем все-таки договариваться, но договариваться мы должны на основе того, что все обязались сделать.
We need to reach consensus, but that consensus should be built on
здесь доминировать, только равноправные.
a foundation.
А к этому наши
The foundation is that you cannot really
играют в абсолютное
protect your own safety by ruining others' safety.
Через грубое злоупотребление всеми дипломатическими методами, заставляя малые и средние страны действовать, как им прикажут. Вот, к сожалению, такая. Но это, понять, не раз такое бывало в мировой истории, и в российской истории такое бывало многократно. Поэтому я бы не стал...
And you cannot put yourself at the moral high ground.
Которые имеют ясные цели, они обозначены.
And these kind of situations happened
с точки зрения недопущения
in history.
какой-либо период угрожающего России оружия,
Right now, the special military operation is still going on in Ukraine.
трибунала никто не отменял. И, безусловно,
our goal is demilitarization and denazification in Ukraine.
Вступление в НАТО. Президент подчеркивал, что расширение НАТО неприемлемо, но мы готовы, мы открыто обсуждать.
In order to achieve this goal, we need to have a promise
и всей Европы, и, конечно,
Ukraine not join NATO.
Мы снова направляемся в Париж. Телеканал ТФ1. Дариус Рожбан. Пожалуйста.
Okay. Can I have my second question?
Можно задать второй вопрос, чтобы прокомментировать то, что вы сказали здесь относительно России. Вы сказали, что Россия хочет, чтобы Украина капитулировала.
You mentioned about
Готовы ли
Russia's
вы иметь дело с
requirement.
президентом Зеленским? И что именно нужно ему сделать, на что нужно пойти, чтобы остановить боевые действия? Вы хотите занять контроль, занять всю территорию Украины, обрести контроль над всей территорией? Это означает полное уничтожение украинской армии.
Отвечает того, о чем вы так эмоционально тоже говорите. Я еще раз напомню, как-то вот получается, я стараюсь объяснять, а мне опять задают вопросы, как будто не слышали моих ответов.
So for demilitarization, that means that you want to have 100% control of Ukraine territory.
О переговорах президент Путин тут же согласился.
There's no military troops in
Потом президент
Ukraine.
Зеленский передумал. Наверное, ему
Not
американцы
really listen
сказали,
to
чтобы
me.
он не торопился. Потом они все-таки сказали, нет, мы
We talk
приедем.
about the President Putin already sent a delegation for peace talk.
И мы их ждали, там, и переговоры состоялись. Наша позиция переговорная есть у украинских коллег. Они нам
kept us
обещали
waiting for a
привести
full
на
day
этот тур переговоров
to
свою
wait.
переговорную
But
позицию.
we have our
Мы
sincerity
готовы
to
разговаривать,
conduct
но
the peace talk.
продолжать нашу операцию мы будем, потому
We
что мы
want
не
to reach
можем позволить
consensus.
себе сохранить на Украине
But
инфраструктуру, которая угрожает безопасности Российской Федерации. И демилитаризация в этом смысле, в смысле уничтожения угрожающей нам инфраструктуры и вооружений, она будет доведена до конца. Даже если мы подпишем мирную
we are not
договоренность,
okay to
обязательно
see
должна
that
будет
Ukraine's
такой
military facilities been posing threat to
все-таки направляемся в Париж.
Russia's
Дариус
security.
Рожбан. Вы на связи? Телеканал ТФ1.
Yes. Monsieur le ministre, merci.
TF1,
Emmanuel Macron,
journalist
Vladimir
from France,
Putin,
please.
Президент Макрон, президент
Thank you very
Путин
much,
часто
Mr. Lavrov.
на связи друг с другом. Как вы думаете,
We know
у Франции есть специальная роль
President
в
Emmanuel
этой
Macron
имеют
and
достаточно
President Putin
долгие традиции
kept communication.
посредничества в различных конфликтах. Мы помним президента Саркози,
What kind of
когда
special role played
он
by France?
помогал урегулировать ситуацию, начавшуюся с
The previous President
преступного
Sarkozy
приказа Саакашвили бомбить миротворцев и Южную Осетию. И знаем, что президент Макрон активно участвовал, и его предшественник активно участвовал
played as
в
a
создании
role
того
of a
самого
mediator.
нормандского формата, в рамках которого были достигнуты минские договоренности. Другое дело, что договоренности были важным этапом в этих усилиях,
And
но на этом
also
все
France
закончилось.
played a active role in reaching Minsk agreement.
Одобрил Совет Безопасности ООН. Ни Франция, ни Германия ничего не сделали для того, чтобы заставить Украину это выполнять. Наоборот, они стали говорить, что Украина не должна их выполнять, и что выполнять должна их Российская Федерация. И что не должно быть никакого прямого диалога между Киевом и Донецком, и Киевом и Луганском, потому что это все, так сказать, бутафория, а на самом деле является Российской Федерацией. Мы пытались вразумить наших партнеров французских и немецких, показывали им тексты Минских договоренностей, тексты резолюции Совета Безопасности, где прямо сказано, что все ключевые вопросы урегулирования должны быть согласованы с Донецком и Луганском.
French side the way should uphold the Minsk agreement, make sure that the Minsk agreement should be implemented. But unfortunately, the French side did not play a role in implementing Minsk agreement.
Сейчас, когда мы с вами общаемся, по-моему, идет очередной телефонный разговор. Ну, мы будем только рады, если Франция на этот раз все-таки поможет достичь договоренности, которая опирается на принципы, одобренные в рамках ОБСЕ и в целом в рамках международных отношений. Но когда президент Макрон говорил сегодня, я уже утверждение про то, что расцветает неонацизм на Украине, это ложь. Ну, из уст союзника такое слушать. Потому что если не видеть, насколько похожим является происходящее на Украине и по отношению к евреям, и по отношению к русским, агрессивные высказывания, факельные шествия и много физических преступлений, в том числе на Донбассе. Да, и господин Шольц, канцлер Германии, тоже партнер Франции по нормандскому формату, бывшему, как я понимаю, говорил, что смешно утверждать, будто на Украине есть признак геноцида. Ну, тоже из уст Германии слышать не очень приятно, если не узнают.
We need to know one thing very clearly.
Наши немецкие коллеги. А он, кстати, недавно сказал ситуации, он же Шольц сказал,
we need to admit that neo-Nazi in Ukraine.
А что значит ситуацию, когда бомбили Югославию, наши немецкие коллеги забыли или не заметили, проспали ее, может? Понимаете, вот мы сегодня постоянно, куда бы мы ни направили нашу дискуссию, мы натыкаемся на двойные стандарты.
This kind of situation have never happened before, but if you look at the war happened before,
американские коллеги с вашей помощью, оно включает все, что вам можно все, выносить приговоры в тех ситуациях, когда вы считаете это нужным, и замалчивать ситуации, которые вам неудобны, потому что к ним непосредственно причастен Запад, прежде всего Соединенные Штаты. Я понимаю, у вас есть солидарность, союзничество, но от этого миру, международным делам от этого не легче. Это диктатура.
We know that you want to keep your collaboration and solidarity with the United States.
Никакой демократии, никакого братства, никакого равенства. Но еще раз скажу, что посреднические усилия господина Макрона мы приветствуем, и президент Путин ему многократно объяснял, какими мы видим развязки нынешней ситуации. И если президент Макрон поможет убедить господина Зеленского, чтобы он не шарахался из НАТО в Евросоюз, знаете, это как... А потом говорил о переговорах.
My second question,
Mr. Minister. Mentioned our requirements to President Macron.
Европейский Союз направляет оружие на Украину. Вы считаете, это акт войны? Видите ли вы риск возникновения или начала ядерной войны?
Мы начинаем разговоры про ядерную войну. Эти разговоры начинают и ваш министр иностранных дел Ле Дриан, который призвал Владимира Путина помнить, что у Франции тоже есть ядерное оружие. И Зеленский об этом говорил, и Столтенберг говорил о том, что если надо будет, мы разместим ядерное оружие еще ближе к Российской Федерации. Госпожа Трасс из Лондона говорила, что она готова к войне между НАТО и это не те самые разговоры, которые вы пытаетесь использовать для того, чтобы нас и в этом обвинить. Хотя, подчеркну еще раз, тему ядерной войны, тему Третьей мировой войны не мы поднимаем в этих дискуссиях. Она, видимо, нужна, чтобы держать в таком постоянном напряжении публику на Западе, чтобы продолжать русофобию вплоть до того, что любой русский подвергается сейчас агрессии, студентов выгоняют, артистов не пускают выступать, спортсменам перекрывают возможности.
We talk about right now the sentiment at the root is anti-Russia sentiment, as the Russophobia. I'm talking about the sanctions.
И в спорте, и где-нибудь в искусстве, и в других сферах человеческой деятельности. Это
we talk about the sectors such as
поэтому
sports,
очень надеюсь,
culture.
Что сейчас перебесятся наши главные партнеры, и мы будем готовы
We have seen the sanctions.
но разговаривать, как я уже сказал, исключительно по-деловому, прагматично, на основе равноправия.
We're willing to conduct talks, but we need to conduct our talks in a very practical manner, and it should be equal-footing talks.
Подчиниться диктату – это расчеты с негодными средствами. В общем, надо помнить нашу историю. Мы никогда диктатом никаких договоренностей не заключали.
And Russia never surrendered to any pressure or blackmail.
Второй вопрос. Спасибо большое за возможность второй вопрос задать.
Journalist from RT.
Один из моих коллег упоминал уже результаты голосования по резолюции в Генассамблее. И вы, конечно, знакомы с этими результатами. Вы также знакомы с тем, как
The resolution approved at the 11th UN
таким
ESS.
к позиции России на данный момент. Будут ли как-то меняться внешнеполитические приоритеты России, векторы развития? Может быть, мы, скажем так, повернемся в какую-то другую сторону? И чтобы быть честным, позвольте еще один вопрос задать. По примеру,
the voting happened at the United Nations Security Council. Will that play a role to change Russians'
А мы от вас слышали уже много раз, насколько это важно. Как вы считаете, та кампания, которая сейчас Москвой была развернута на Украине, приведет все-таки к тому, что какие-то гарантии безопасности от Запада будут предоставлены России? Спасибо.
Любые конфликты заканчиваются договоренностями, поэтому это не от нас зависит.
We need to think about under what kind of conditions the Western world will meet the Russians' requirement when it comes to
Наша озабоченность прекрасно Западу
In the
известна.
past 3
Высокомерно
decades,
игнорировать
no one listened to
бесконечно не получилось и не получится.
the Western world always ignored Russia's security
Что
concerns
касается,
for decades.
повернемся мы ли в какую-либо сторону, вы знаете, мы готовы работать на всех направлениях, где есть встречная готовность вести дела на основе баланса интересов. Поэтому я вас уверяю, что те страны, которые запретили своим компаниям работать в Российской Федерации, сделали это под огромным давлением. Они сейчас говорят, мы должны страдать, лишь бы только проучить Россию. Вот даже представительница, я не помню, с французской фамилией, представительница Совета Безопасности США сказала, я прям буквально сегодня читал, Соединенные Штаты не хотят допускать слишком быстрого роста цен на нефть, потому что это будет выгодно России. То есть, понимаете, не потому, что бензин будет дорогой на бензоколонках, и американский избиратель будет платить повышенную цену и тем самым испытывать негативное отношение к власти, а потому что
Earlier, we have heard from Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. He briefed the media about the latest round of negotiations between Russia and the Ukraine, as well as the reason why Moscow launched the special military operations against the Ukraine. And he also commented on the Western nations' so-called isolation policy against Moscow. adding that a solution to the crisis can be found, and Russia has only proposed a minimum conditions. So now let's come back to our studio and ongoing our discussions. 那么两位老师，刚才我们也听到了拉夫罗副外长的这个会哈，然后呢，我们也听到他说到的一些观点，比如说第一个问题，我们就想问问你们，他说到这个俄乌危机是有解决方式的，那么俄罗斯只是提出了最起码的条件，也就是 minimum conditions。那他说的这个最起码的条件到底指的是什么呢？
我理解的这个最起码的3个条件应该是，承认这个克里米亚合法化。2014年以后俄罗斯兼并克里米亚以后
From 2014, Ukraine recognized the independence of Crimea. Actually, Crimea belonged to the full control of Russia and also part of the Russia. And also we talk about demilitarization, denazification, and third, we talk about the neutral state of Ukraine. So what does it mean when it comes to neutral state, which means it's not join NATO? And from a constitutional level, should confirm that a neutral state of Ukraine. And also we heard that the Western world right now asking the so-called isolation policy against Russia. So what kind of the countermeasures do you think will be conducted by Russian side, Mr. Luo? So I believe Russia have many ways to deal with this kind of isolation policy conducted by Western world that comes to the sector of economy and foreign policy. They want to cut Russia out from the economic ties. So the signal sent out from the Russian government is that Russia actually has fully prepared before the military operation. So they fully prepared before taking the special military operation in Ukraine. We know Russia with abundant resources. So Russia have quite strong resilience. So they have that confidence by saying that they are ready to deal with the sanctions conducted by the Western world. Although the Western Bloc had a strong alliance, especially in the United Nations, asked Russia withdraw its military troops from Ukraine, but we still see that the countries vote abstain or against, which means Russia is not totally isolated. And also we could see that the Western Bloc not really already formed the strong alliance. So we could see at the very beginning, maybe these kind of isolation policy or sanctions could have big impact to Russia, but very soon Russia has a way to deal with this situation. For sure, we will very soon see that happen. From the economic sector, Russia actually have the capability to meet its domestic needs. And we know that the European countries highly rely on the energy supply from Russia. We could see that the banks in Russia actually under sanctions, but we could tell that the banks dealing with energy sector from Russia actually not included in that sanction list. So we could see that the not really have the 800% full sanctions on Russia. So we believe Russia has the confidence and also has the card to play on negotiation table. But we know Russian side has taken full consideration. so far we haven't seen any surprise in terms of sanctions. So we talk about special military operation actually is based on the solid preparation. And regarding the second round of peace talk will happen in the location as the border place of Belarus and Poland. So for the previous location, I want to choose the border between Belarus and Ukraine. So do you think that's kind of the concession made by the Russian side? And also we talked previously that they choose the location as the forest park. We talk about that the Ukraine side rejected to choose this place for the second round of negotiation by saying that this forest park actually with special meaning. So that special meaning, actually a big milestone event happened among Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. They signed the agreement announcing the collapse of the Soviet Union. So Ukraine, I believe this kind of the measures they play, we found that the Ukraine side, according to my source, that they use different kind of way to postpone, to delay the time. And they may be also the signal sent out by United States. So the current situation for Ukraine is very obvious. So if you choose that no peace talk, then we for sure know what's going to happen. If Ukraine would like to hold a peace talk with Russia, then the Ukraine side also need to think about how to deal with the pressure from the Western world. So for Ukraine side, for a certain extent, they need to listen to the U.S. suggestions, so they tried different ways to postpone the time of peace talk. So for Ukraine, we talk about the Kiev region actually is based on the democratic election, but you're looking at that the leadership, actually the aid for President Zelensky with the background related to United States. We talk about Ukraine's information agency or the intelligence agency, also with the consultant from United States. We also talk about that the court judge actually is the U.S. citizen. So we talk about at this very special time, we talk about the fortune of Ukraine, which way the Ukraine should choose. So we cannot ignore the influence from United States to Ukraine. So when it comes to the second round of negotiations, they want to choose a border city. So regarding the second peace talk, we need to pay attention to the following points. So why they choose a different place? So a place for the first round of talk very close to Ukraine. And we talk about that. We later on know that the first place chose that's the forest park. That park is the venue to witness the signing of the three countries regarding collapse of the Soviet Union. So I believe they talk about that the significance, or we talk about because that the three countries back then they agreed to reach a consensus. So the Ukraine side rejected to choose this place for the second negotiation, because that the Ukraine side might think about this is kind of the significance of reaching consensus. So the Ukraine side would like to send out a signal by choosing the location that's close to the NATO alliance to show that Ukraine right now stay with NATO alliance and they had quite close relations with NATO. As Mr. Wang mentioned, the Ukraine want to choose the way to go west, to stay close to NATO, to United States. So they listen to United States to wait for the orders when is the time to conduct the peace talk. I believe the Foreign Minister Lavrov also mentioned about this. So that is why the Ukraine side changed the place for negotiation for the second round, and why they try everything to delay the time of negotiations. So for the second round of negotiation, Mr. Lavrov mentioned about the bottom line, about the conditions, about the requirements from the Russian side. So they will not really make any consensus, which means the Russian special military operation not really gained the obvious advantages for the Russian side. So they not really fulfill their goals. So if you not meet your goals in the conflict zones, you also cannot really reach your goals on the negotiation table. We talk about actually it's really hard to predict the situation of the Ukraine crisis. Another topic mentioned about the nuclear weapons. We talk about if the countries choose to use the nuclear weapons, then which means that will be the launch of the World War III. So the Western world really use World War III or nuclear weapons to help that the Russian side would like to initiate World War III. What's your take? Right now in Russia, right now they own around 6,000 nuclear weapons, the largest number of nuclear weapons owned by a country. So compared to NATO or United States, there's a big difference. They want to strike a balance to compete with the United States. And in terms of the supersonic or the ultrasonic weapons, the Russian side surpassing the United States. We talk about the nuclear weapon as for the deterrent purpose. We talk about that. If the countries chose to use nuclear weapon, then the United States actually will pay the highest bill. So we talk about that nuclear weapon will be the eighth in the whole. We talk about right now under this special occasion. The Western world right now is conducting extreme sanctions to Russia in terms of sport, culture, economy, even cats, right? We all saw that news yesterday. As Mr. Luo said, Russia quite confident to see all these sanctions. From 2014, Russia experienced more than 100 rounds of sanctions imposed by Western world. So we could say that Russia actually have a rich experience in this regard. We talk about that the SWIFT system, actually around 300 Russian banks joined the SWIFT system. We talk about just 7 state-owned Russian banks are kicked out of SWIFT system, which means a large majority of Russian banks still remained in the SWIFT system. And also Russia already prepared for this kind of situation. So they already had a sort of this kind of system, a payment or transferring system like SWIFT. Brazil, Venezuela, Iran, Belarus, these countries firmly support Russia. And when we see the economic side, Russia owns 64 million U.S. reserves. And also one thing I would like to mention, the Ukraine crisis triggers a big soaring in the oil gas price. And the latest price is over $113 per barrel. This is a super high price. For Russia, the export of its energy will bring the additional revenue to Russia. So we're looking at the sanctions for sure that will have quite a big impact to Russia. That we could already see that the plummet ruble, the financial system turmoil, unemployment, instability in social harmony, but we also need to see the fact that Russia, with quite rich resources, we talk about the heavy metals, the coal and gas, oil, all these energies. Actually, Russia can rely on itself. So, if the Western world try to use sanctions to force Russia to make change in policy, then we need to see it from the objective manner. So we talk about these kind of sanctions have certain limitation to Russia.
Thank you so much, Professor Wang. Thank you so much for your insights, and also for Professor Luo. And thank you so much. And that's all from us at this hour, our segment. Okay.
Thank you very much. The guests joined our negotiation, so we have a better understanding about the current crisis and how that related to COVID-19. And also we heard the Lavrov's press conference. Thank you very much.
So that's all from us at this hour. Today we have discussed the impact of the outbreak of COVID-19 in Ukraine as well as the European Union, and also listened to the Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov from his insight of the crisis. So that's all from us at this hour. Our CGTN will keep you updated on the latest between the conflicts between Russia and Ukraine. And stay with us. I'll see you next time. I'm Yu Yang in Beijing. Bye for now.
Тому ви маєте доїхати з запрошу на рецепцію.
3 людини з проживанням в Пейтон.
Який торговий центр?
Увага, пасажири, які хочуть їхати на борт, які записалися в список, мають підійти до стійки реєстрації. Хто вже є, підходьте. Пасажири, які зареєструвалися на Дортмунд, підійдіть до інформаційної стійки. Є ваші туди. Дортмунд, 31 человек. Да? 29 человек. 27 человек. Дортмунд. Ратушный Александр. Ратушная Улана. Ратушная Злата. Підійдіть до рецепції, будь ласка.
Група Дмитро. Лукашевич Інна. І 3 дитини. Луканенко Вікторія, Дортмунд. Корона Оксана і 4 дитини. Ворона Оксана. Культенко Ольга. Все це до Дортмунда. Ворона Олена. Ворона Анна. Ворона Андрій. Бардрузін Фардін. Чужов Данила. Бадрудін Тимур. Чужова Світлана. Чернека Наталія.
Чи хтось їде до Штутгарда? Штутгарт, Німеччина. Штутгарт, Німеччина. Жешув. Хто хотів до Жешува? До Жешува 4 місця. До рецепції, будь ласка, підійдіть. Жінки, діти, підійдіть до рецепції. Варшава, жінки з дітьми 50 місць. Варшава, жінки з дітьми 50 місць. Жінки з дітьми до Варшави. Вийшов із Варшави. Шофер де? Смотри, где шофер?
Я попробую интернет интернет, чисто Wi-Fi. А там є інтернет, вона поганий. Понимаєш, зараз там нічого, що ти не почуєш, так?
Чи є хтось до Кракова? Жінки і діти, зараз під'їде синій автобус до Варшави.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to our continuing special live streaming on the Ukraine crisis. I'm Zhong Shi. I'm a news anchor here at CGTN. In the next hour, we will seek to discuss one essential topic, one essential question, really. What will be the next moves of those Russian military forces on the ground, and how will today's negotiations impact the special military operation on Ukraine? For this topic, I have two amazing guests. Huang Yinan, CGTN commentator. Mr. Huang, welcome to our program. Also joining us on the line here, Rong Yin, Vice President of the China Institute of International Studies. Mr. Rong, I'll be speaking to you in just a few moments. Also joining us today is Bohdan Tryhak. He joins me from Chernivtsi in Ukraine. Bohdan, let me start with you. I mean, from your vantage point, you see the refugee crisis evolving there in Ukraine. We know that people from all corners of Ukraine are now moving west. Refugees who choose to leave the country, they're moving from all parts of Ukraine to the west part, to neighboring countries. What can you tell us about the refugee crisis as it develops?
Thank you for your question. Firstly, I wanted to tell you that it's quite difficult to say that everyone is fleeing from all the Ukrainian territory, because we have a relatively safe places in Ukraine. We call them oblast, like provinces.
Correction,
in Canada,
those who chose to leave. I meant those who chose to leave the country are now moving to neighboring countries. Yes, please go ahead.
So the ones who decided not to stay in the relatively safe regions but to flee, they face a lot of problem, of course, but I see the situation getting better because we see a lot of solidarity from our neighboring European countries, which accept us with open hands. They greet us and they accept us in their houses. They help us with the ones who decided to flee with the food, with a place to sleep, with fresh water, with warming support.
I am a little surprised when I heard you saying that the situation is a little better because of the signals of solidarity you've been getting from neighboring countries and from those in Europe and maybe other countries. What about the military conflict on the ground? Does that worry you? Do you think there will still be an escalation in the conflict on the ground?
Thank you. We've already faced the escalation because we see this war that a lot of people still, I don't know why, call conflict as the continuation of the events of 2014. So Russia actually attacked us on 2014, occupying Crimea and occupying and supporting the puppet states created by pro-Russian terrorists. So I've seen a lot because this war started when I was in 8th grade, so to say when I was 13. And I see that even though Russia has deployed a lot of troops, used a lot of weapons, were really well backed up by Western powers, and even the countries that stood in neutrality started to come out of it. Like, for example, Switzerland, that has been neutral since like 16th century. It declared that it's no longer neutral. And China, I'm surprised because China is has a lot of commercial ties with Russia. Even China decided to impose some sanctions on Russia, which
China did
really
not
surprised
impose
me.
sanctions on Russia, nor did China sever commercial ties. I mean, China, of course, well, the message from China is this. Let me tell you, China does not stand for war. China does not want wars to break out between any countries.
Sure. I mean, I wanted to tell you that China decided to impose sanctions on Russia. That's what I heard. It's not true?
I'm afraid you've been getting that part wrong because China did not impose sanctions on Russia. Let me also ask you this. I mean, this sense of security you have, I'm very happy to hear that you have this level of security given the situation on the ground. Today's talks will happen in about a little over 2 hours' time in Belarus. When you watch these talks, what will your focus be? How will these talks change how you feel about the situation?
I really hope that the representatives of Russia and Belarus come to their senses and decide to de-escalate the situation, because firstly they were imposing their ultimatums on us. So to say, we should recognize Crimea as part of Russia, we should recognize the so-called DNR and LNR, so to say Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, which we consider are territories occupied by pro-Russian terrorists. And of course, we cannot accept that. Additionally, they asked us to demilitarize. So can you imagine the country occupies parts of our country and then asks us to demilitarize? So I hope that negotiations will be well conducted, and that the Russian delegation and Ukrainian delegation decide to reach an agreement which would decrease the humanitarian crisis, which is not that big in Ukraine by now, because we have a lot of NGOs and which are helping to maintain a relatively well level of supplies, for example, in the attacked regions of Kyiv, of Kharkiv, of Odessa. Still have increase in prices. For example, now I went to the supermarket, I see that the prices are getting higher, and even though Russian ruble has reached its historical minimum in regard of dollar, so to say, I still see that hryvnia might be affected, it is already affected, so to say.
Understood.
The local population is suffering by that.
Okay, Bildan, I appreciate your perspectives, and thank you so much for making time for us. All right, if you're just joining us here on our live streaming, I do want to remind you, feel free to leave a comment in our comment section. I will take a look at the comments section once in a while and read out your comment. If you have a question, feel free to leave your question in the comment section, and I can put your question to our guest today. Again, joining me here is Huang Yinan, CGTN commentator. I'll also have Rong Ying, who is the Vice President of China Institute of International Studies. 黄总，首先呢，我想问您啊，就是今天马上要举行的第二轮的谈判，大概在2个多小时之后，在这个白俄罗斯
2 hours in Belarus with the border city. So what's your expectation? We just heard from Mr. Lavrov's press conference. It sounds like the two sides actually had some opportunity to reach a consensus. I believe that we also have sort of this kind of operation in the first round of talk. So what kind of the consensus that could be reached? Any consensus? Any concessions? Actually, both sides will not make a big step backward. But I believe that the two sides can find some the common ground. Right now, regarding ceasefire, the two sides quite close to each other. We won't really realize a ceasefire in a sooner manner, but should based on what kind of condition that will be depends on negotiation. But talk about other requirements, especially the things regarding principle, no common ground reached yet. The Ukraine side mentioned clearly that the full withdrawal of military troops is also from the Donbas region. That's really unlikely to happen, because Russia mentioned many times that the independence and the authority of Crimea and independence of two People's Republic, I believe there is no common ground yet. Ceasefire is actually very important. We talk about to the first round of negotiation, no ceasefire happened yet. So for the Russian military continue their special military operation, we talk about the second or third, even fourth round of negotiation, the ceasefire may play an important role. So we talk about ceasefire if both sides want to reach this agreement that should base on some conditions. So media focus that the Russian side maybe use that the special operation to promote a kind of negotiation. I believe, yes, so. We talk about we're not just for the sake of a conflict. We talk about military operation that's based on a policy negotiation for sure provide service to a political and foreign affair purpose. We want to have more chips or more cards on hand to play. I believe this is what Russia is doing. We can see that for the very first round of the military operation, very aggressive because the Russian side want to bring the Ukraine side to the negotiation table, and they actually made that. So we see the first round of peace talk happened, but no really concrete results from the first round. So we could see the Russian side continued their operation on the ground. We already seen that in the previous days. For Ukraine side, I believe that the Ukraine side will not make big consensus based on the Russians' aggression.
All right. Mr. Rong, thank you so much for standing by. I wonder what you think about today's negotiations. I mean, it's critical because the fact that the two sides are continuing to talk is a good sign that this is happening so fast, just a couple of days after that first round of negotiations. What will you be looking out for in today's talks?
Right. I think the very fact that the talks continue and resume in just a few days' time is a positive sign. And I think at least that shows that the two sides, Russia and Ukraine, both of them feel that they would like to continue. This is, I think, a positive sign. The big question is that, of course, what we can be so that they can achieve. Certainly, I think Mr. Wang, the previous speaker, talked about the question of ceasefire, which again I fully share with him. It's going to be very difficult because obviously I think Russia does not see the right time or has not reached the point, not politically and militarily. And Ukraine is asking, of course, even bigger. And so there's another issue which I personally feel that may, if the two sides can work together, can achieve. That is the so-called the safe passage of humanitarian of refugees or for humanitarian assistance. It seems that with the fight, with the sort of operation goes on, intensify, the impact on humanitarian situation, particularly the refugee scenes, has become very tense. And also, I think the Western media is playing up this issue, try to put pressure on Russia. I think it makes sense, diplomatic and political sense, for Russia to look at the possibility of working with Ukraine side to make some progress along that. But otherwise, I think if after this round of talks, the two sides agree to continue the talks, can be, I think, a major progress.
It is unlikely that this will be the last round of talks between the two sides. There might be a lot more rounds coming in our way. 黄总，所以说就这个时机，我们再来看一下地面上现在这个军事活动的情况啊。刚才您也说了，很多人都注意到，第一次这个谈判之后，实际上我们是看到了俄军加大了对乌方主要城市的
military moves on key cities. Yesterday, Kherson, right now, is under the full control by Russian side. In Kharkiv is the same situation. In Kiev, the outskirts of Kiev, we already see the Russian military waiting there. Waiting for the right time, or waiting for the order, or waiting for the result of today's talk, we don't know. But we could see that the ground operation actually is accelerating. What's your take on the current arrangement regarding the ground operation? Well, this is a very big question, and we'll really need a couple hours to explain. Let's look at this step by step. First of all, I would like to add on to our first question. I totally agree with Mr. Rong. One thing is very important as international the communication or international the rhetoric. Sanctions actually play a limited role in pushing Russia to negotiation table, but we talk about international community, especially as the rhetoric and international landscape is very important. We talk about for the second round, that's the green passageway. We talk about the humanitarian passageway. For very soon, we reach a consensus. For the first round, we not really mention about this, but we will see that very likely in the second round of peace talk, we will see that this is kind of the green pathway available to people to protect people's safety and security. I believe this is also one of the things under the Russia's focus. I believe this is also need to give the credit to international the rhetoric. We talk about people really focus on the humanitarian side. International community focus a lot on this part. Back to your question regarding the ground operation. Put it simple, right now you could see that 4 direction operations. Right now, talk about that the southern part actually that's moved very fast, very smoothly. That's happened right now in Mariupol. Right now, that's gathered the 2 barricades of the Ukraine military with quite strong capability. Right now, Kherson is under the full control of Russian military, and we talk about the vanguard and also the military at the north part of Crimea. Right now is occupied in Manitoba because the places given up by the Ukraine military. Donbas militia actually also heading to the Mariupol. And let's get to this map. Mariupol right now is under the encirclement. Right now it's very clear that the Russian side want to bring the Mariupol under control by Russian side. And talking about the other side from the Dnipro to north, and they will meet the Russian military from Kharkiv, and you will see that they will enlarge their encircled places. So basically, you could see that the circle will cover the whole Donbas area. I believe today or tomorrow, Mariupol, we will witness a very fair situation. And the combat capability between both sides actually very strong. So Mariupol, they have very strong barricade, and also for the Russian side, they have the strong military and also the military from Chechen, and also the the military from the Syria with rich the operation experience. So we talk about encirclement. What's the significance? So that's very clear. According to the Russian side, first to protect the people's safety and security in Donbas region, so there is no attack from the Ukraine side. So purely from a military point of view, this is the places the Russians had given a great focus on, and also President Putin already recognized the independence of these 2 People's Republic, Lugansk and Donetsk. And President Putin also gave the top priority for the military operation. President Putin said it will not occupy Ukraine, but we also need to recognize the independence of these 2 places. We talk about right now, we see that the Russian military work in line with the militia from these 2 People's Republics. Right now, we not really have a clear understanding about the situation in other places, why the overall the advance of a Russian military slowed down. we talk about in Kharkiv, now it's not really 100% in encircled. Same in Kiev, that's not 100% encircled. So we see that the military from Russian side right now waiting at the outskirts of these two regions, so now to really conduct a big assault on ground. That's also for the humanitarian situation consideration. They also need to create a favorable condition for negotiation. So they just station the troops there, wait there. So when it's the time to bring Kharkiv under control, then they have the military war capability to do so. So we talk about the Russian side, actually, it's not really want to do that, the combat, ground combat. Actually, we heard a lot of news regarding that ground combat or ground assault, but actually that's just happened at the suburb of Kharkiv. So looking at the city center or the urban places, actually it's not really you see that tanks or a heavy weapon there. So just the Russian military just sent the reconnaissance troops there in the city. So you're looking at Libya, Syria, actually the war tactic is different. So it's not really conducting a large-scale attack. We need to think about the humanitarian situation, and also because of that, the brother countries, they will not really conduct this indiscriminate attack.
I mean, we were talking about the possible movements and mobilization of the Russian forces on the ground in order to reach a broader strategic objective. What do you think is the most important military strategy and objective for Russian forces right now?
Military can do is, of course, to reinforce, to help, I think, Russia to fulfill its political goals, which, of course, it's very clear and loud on the table. And I think I don't see any changes to that, even though there are a lot of speculation from the West that 7 days have passed. It seems that Russia, despite the fact that it's very strong, overwhelmingly vis-a-vis Ukraine, it seems it's not making such kind of progress militarily. I suspect it is the right way to look at. Rather, I agree. I think I share again Mr. Wang's view that the military strategy or the military moves is very well coordinated or meant to support the political sort of and diplomatic sort of mode and that. Having said that, I think one thing we have to keep in mind is that the Russia, both military and I think diplomacy is facing huge pressure, even though I think Russia militarily still has sort of initiative. In other words, it can do in a way to overwhelm, to defeat Ukraine in a much shorter time. But the costs politically, economic, diplomatic can be very big. And I have to add one point, that is the foreign national that is being trapped in this conflict is also a very big factor, I think, Russia have taken into account. So arguably, if this round of talk will be able to achieve something on the question of safe passage of civilians or humanitarians, it may pave the ground for more intensified sort of war or conflict. That is going to be very unfortunate. But otherwise, I see that Russia still, I think, at least the military is still very confident about to achieve its goal. But it is also under the pressure to run against the time, because on the one hand, I think the West has made it very clear it is not going to the NATO, US included, not going to engage with Russia, militarily. In other words, the Russia military now has known very well the line the red line of this conflict.
Right.
But
Mr.
in the meantime,
Mr. Rome, that is a very, very interesting topic. I do want to come back to you, but we have a reporter on standby on the line right now. Let me get to him first and circle back to you. CGTN's Eliosa Milenkovic joins me now from Moscow with updates on the other side of the conflict. Eliosa, thanks so much for joining us this hour. We know the negotiations will take place in a little over 2 hours' time. We've heard what Lavrov said at that press conference this afternoon. Tell us more about Moscow's expectations going into the second round of talks today.
It is very interesting, of course, to try to understand the scale of the plans which Russia actually has for this entire operation, and not just the scale, but the end goal. And what we learned yesterday afternoon was that Russia will have 4 major requests from Ukraine, which Russia would like to be achieved one way or another, either through negotiations, either militarily. And that's why Russia, according to their sources, actually embarked on this military endeavor. Those 4 requests are, of course, in the first place, for Ukraine never to become a member of NATO, because Russia feels threatened by having NATO on its doorsteps. One of the people here I spoke with gave me very, very good explanation in describing how Russia sees this. Russia sees this as some huge guy holding a massive knife in his hand, approaching to you in a closed room, every minute, every hour, closer and closer until it reaches you. So when someone reaches you holding a knife in his hand, you will defend yourself. You will use any means possible because you cannot run away. It is a closed space. Russia cannot move its borders somewhere else. So that's something how Russians here see this situation and why this military endeavor actually started. And that would be one of the major things which Russia would like to see, that Ukraine never become a member of NATO. Russia would like also to see Ukraine without an offensive military weapons, which might be used in the future, today, tomorrow, in the far future, might be used against Russia. Also, a very important question is so-called denazification. That's something Russia insists a lot. The major problem for Russians and for Russia is that since 2014 and the change of power in Ukraine, the Russian language has been outcasted. Russian citizens have been outcasted, and ethnic Russians. The TV stations which broadcasted their programs in Russian languages are closed. In many situations, Russian-speaking opposition leaders were jailed. And Russians are also saying that there is a significant rise in radical neo-Nazi movements inside Ukraine. They would like to see so-called denazification of Ukraine, meaning removing all those Nazi movements from Ukraine, and to protect their meaning Russian minority in Ukraine in the future as well.
All right. We've been exploring how all of these factors will influence the military operations on the ground. You've been monitoring this also. Tell us what you think that these 2 rounds of talks will impact Russia's mobilization of its troops on the ground. What can we expect coming up next?
Russia did expect that these military operations and these military actions in Ukraine will finish rather quickly. That didn't happen. Maybe, we don't know that, we can just guess. Maybe the Russian military leadership didn't had an adequate picture about the opponent, about the Ukrainian military, and about the resilience of Ukrainian military. But they most likely thought that Russian population in Ukraine would take much more proactive role, expecting Russian troops back in their backyards, in Odessa, in Kharkov, in Mariupol, etc., etc. But at the same time, they are very poised to achieve their goals. What are their end goals? We still don't know. Whether it will be to take control of entire Ukraine, or whether it will be to take control only of certain parts of Ukraine, we still don't know. What we are seeing at this moment is that Russian troops are mostly focused on the southern flank, meaning they had cut off the entire Azov coast of Sea of Azov from any Ukrainian forces. Most likely, after moving or finishing with Mariupol, we can expect that Russian troops will move westwards towards the town of Odessa, which is third largest town and the largest port largest Black Sea port. And what is the strategic importance of that town is not just that it is one of the largest Russian-speaking cities in Ukraine, but it is also a key to Transnistria or Pridnestrovye. That's the area at this moment not too many people are talking about. That's the breakaway province of former Soviet Republic of Moldova. That province is controlled by the separatists from 1993. Small garrison of around 1,200 Russian troops is based there as a peacekeeping force for quite some time. From Odessa to Transnistria, which is effectively in blockade, from one side it's Moldova, from the other side is Ukraine. That small stretch of land is most likely going to be a next stop for the Russian troops and to connect entire territory from Russia, from area of Rostov-on-Don, Taganrog, Mariupol, Kherson, Odessa to the part of Tiraspol and Transnistria. Tiraspol is the capital city of Transnistria, or Pridnestrovye, what is the Russian name of that breakaway province of Moldova.
All right, Alyosa Milenkovic joining us this hour from Moscow. Alyosa, thank you so much for your time and for your analysis. Appreciate it. Mr. Rome, as promised, let me come back to you now. You mentioned the pressure on Russia has been unprecedented. I mean, Mr. Huan here with me said something too. Do you think it's the pressure from the political isolation in the world now, from that UN General Assembly resolution, or is it actually those economic and financial sanctions bearing down on Moscow that are now shaping the next moves coming out of Moscow? Is it political pressure or economic pressure?
Yeah, I think both political and economic pressures are building up and going to has already, I think, exerted pressure on Russia. But unfortunately, this pressure is not going to change the behavior of Russia, because Russia has made it very clear it's talking about its security, legitimate security concern. It's an issue for Russia, for President Putin, an existential issue. So there's no way, I think, unless Russia achieved its goals, the three goals that President Putin made clear to French President Macron in this conversation, and the Foreign Minister Lavrov's sort of statement at the press conference, I think, only define in more concrete terms what Russia is looking for.
But
in other words,
let's be realistic. Let's be realistic. You can't expect to come up with a list of requirements and have all of them met. That is why in negotiations, both sides maybe bring up a little bit more than what they can live with. And then in the talks, maybe give something, compromise on something. That's how talks work. Right? I mean, you're right. Putin had three primary demands, but can we realistically expect that all three will eventually be met from Ukraine?
Well, I think that's a big question. I think for Russia, that is to which extent that they'll make them feel that in the final, okay, let's say now everything is. I mean, we have achieved our goals. Now it's time we can call back our troops. But I think from what I think the situation has been developed in the related to this issue, I'm talking about not yet last year. I'm talking about even longer terms, the end of a Cold War. I think Russia, President Putin is trying to in this time differently. I think. To have a totally different approach for its security issue. So in other words, we're looking at not Ukraine itself. We're looking about Russia's relationship, security concerns with NATO, with the United States. So of course, Russia, I don't think Russia would be in the way that hope that all these goals will be achieved. But definitely, I think it has a long list, or it has something big in mind. And the big question now is that the United States, the NATO, while knowing very clear about what Russia is looking for, they are just focusing, they are just provoking Russia continuously. And now we have a war. And Russia, I think, by agreeing with these talks, for me, is providing a kind of off-ramp or a kind of option for Ukraine, certainly, but also for United States and NATO to a political settlement to achieve that. But otherwise, Russia will be cornered, will push to the extent that they can do nothing except continue their military campaign. That is going to be very bloody. That is going to be very nasty, and that is going to cause huge impact and damages, both for Russia, for Ukraine, and for Europe and the world. That is something really, I think, neither side, I think, we should accept.
Gotcha.
And
gotcha.
Russia, yes.
黄总，我还是想和您聊这个地面军事问题，但是呢，就刚才荣老师提到的这些几个点，我也想听听您的意见。在这场俄乌双方的这个对立冲突当中，还有很多别的影子啊，欧盟、美国，在现在这个阶段，昨天我们还听说第二场的谈判之所以会延后了一点，是因为美国从中给乌克兰递话，不知道出于什么原因，希望它延后一点，是一个拖延战术呢，还是美国要从中这个做什么样的动作，我们不知道。您觉得到现在为止，美国的角色就这个冲突升级之后，美国的角色在里边是什么样的？美国希望乌克兰怎么做？
我觉得当然我们不好做价值和道德上判断，做恶意揣测但是实际情况就是目前俄罗斯和乌克兰的军事冲突呢，导致了几个直接结果，是吧？第一呢，中断了俄罗斯和欧洲之间的包括贸易往来、经济往来、能源合作以及其他人文的往来，这是首当其冲的。另外呢，导致了俄罗斯呢经济出现了严重的问题，对吧？因为伴随着大量的制裁，同时呢资本回流，美国股市呢也出现上扬，是吧？还有一个更直接的后果呢，就是欧洲呢对美国的战略依赖呢加强了，也就是说呢，从安全层面是吧，更加依赖于北约，以美国为首的北约集团，同时，欧洲国家因为在此轮，尤其是以法国、德国为首的，在此轮的政治和外交斡旋中呢无功而返。我们都知道，马克龙总统和舒尔茨总理数次呢去莫斯科见了普京总统，见了泽连斯基总统，没有取得任何实质的结果，所以使得欧洲呢在国际社会的外交斡旋能力呢大为下降，其实影响力也在下降，反而呢美国的影响力呢在逐渐上升，这样呢造成了美国和欧洲之间呢更加紧密的关系，等等等等这些我们确实可以看到呢，在这一轮军事冲突中，实际上也是外交和政治博弈中呢，美国显然是得分的。那么其实呢，欧洲和俄罗斯呢，实际上都是受到了很大的损害，这是在利益层面。
再谈回我们刚才说的这个地面的军事动作这一系列问题，刚才荣老师还提到一个点呢，我们的记者还提到一个点，就是说看起来好像是这个俄方未能够在第一阶段的这个军事行动中没有达成他原先预设的那样的目标，原因可能很多，比如说这个低估了来自乌方的抵抗，比如说这个
countermeasures taken by Ukraine or like the lot of military the troops waiting outside at the outskirts of Kiev waiting for the supplies. So what do you think? Russia actually met its goal. We cannot really tell exactly the goal set by the Russian side. So for us, we know that they face some of the obstacles. So that's why we could see a slowdown in the military operation. But what exactly the military goals? We not really know exactly the goals. For OD operations, of course, that should serve the political purpose, the foreign affair purpose. I cannot really say they have that intention to slow down their military operation. That could have that possibility. And also our correspondent mentioned, I totally agree with him. I also would like to add on, we should focus on that. The key places, actually, that's on the right bank, or the right side, or the eastern side. So we talk about looking at the Mariupol. So let's get back to the map. So that's Donetsk. So we need to pay attention to here. This is a very, very a small country. That's the Moldova Republic. Actually, that's with the Russian military station there. We talk about if they going to the south part, and then will cooperate with the vanguard landed in Odessa. Of course, there will be quite a fierce battle happened in Odessa, but we talk about that's very likely to happen, but the Russians are not really go with this way. For us, according to our source, actually the people gave that suggestion to Russia, but you could tell that the Russian military landed in Odessa and then to the east and north, so they not really use the troops stationed in Moldova. And we talk about we want to have the southern part available, so that's from the Crimea. So they not really started their military operation in Odessa, and we also talk about the need to really control the Kherson regarding that the water supply. So they actually right now we're looking at Mariupol. Right now is the only place not controlled by Russia. So there is a fierce situation in Mariupol. So you could see once Mariupol fall into Russia control, then from Odessa to Mariupol, then that's a southern line actually and impede it. So we talk about the principally, yes, from Russia, Donbass to a border of Moldova, then that can be all controlled by Russia. But right now there's no military operation happen there. I believe that they have some consideration there. We don't know yet. But all in all, if we're looking at the key cities, that's looking at just the western part of Ukraine, not a lot happened at the eastern part. But we talk about the military from the Belarus. That's basically from this part. So from the Belarus heading south, but no big action happened. We talk about the very big first place. They controlled the nuclear station. Chernobyl, but no further action there. So we talk about Kiev as the capital city of Ukraine. We could see that around 40 kilometers, 50 kilometers of the column of the military troops there waiting at the outskirts of Kiev. What are they waiting for? We know that actually control Kiev as the capital city that will have a milestone significance. But we have a question mark whether that's the military goal for Russian military, for their military operation. Is that really their purpose to control Kiev? We talk about that right now, all the actions happen actually at the eastern side.
而且呢，这是正像荣老师所讲的那样，
As Mr. Rom said, Kiev as a big city, if they really fear combat in street happen, that will have a big tragedy in humanitarian. So there will be big pressure from international community. We talk about right now, we build up that the humanitarian pass, we talk about that the green pathway, then we will see that a lot of people actually can live through that green pathway. Then is it okay, or is the time to have that combat? It is really hard to imagine. That will be a huge damage, a really heavy bill paid in terms of casualty. I believe that's not. We talked about Kiev. Actually, it's really forced Zelensky to sit down on the negotiation table to talk. What about the Kharkiv? I believe it's the same knowledge apply or same logic apply. We look at from this part, actually the artillery forces. So that's the fourth brigade of artillery actually stationed there. So actually they're not really to the Kharkiv, they're heading to the south to forge a siege. So for Kharkiv, you talk about actually they not really have that complete siege of Kharkiv. I believe a lot of things depend on the result of this evening's negotiation, that second round of peace talk. If you want to give pressure to Russia, to Ukraine, we talk about the pressure as not really coming from the siege of a key city. We talk about actually big pressure will be to disable the military capability of Ukraine side. We talk about the Russian side. Actually, they have there be a normal military style. So you could see that they right now segment the military capability. So then to forge different siege, it's like to make different circles and then to put them as a dumpling, if you like, to the metaphor. So we talk about that demilitarization. Basically, it means that from the strategic tactic point of view, that there is no military that can impose threats to Russia.
Let's also get our Alexei Shemitsky, who is live for us in Lviv, Ukraine. Alexei, from where you are, can you tell us what has been happening on the ground today? All eyes this hour, of course, on those talks that are slated to happen in about 2 hours' time.
Yeah, good day to you. So, as far as we know, that the talks, the Russians say that they've been already waiting for Ukrainian delegation to start the talks, but due to the safety concerns, Ukrainians decided once again to go through Poland, and it took them very long to get to the border, and probably they once again had rest, so they should be at the place of the talks at around hour and a half. Surely we all expect some news from there. We all expect some new information. But as for now, there are no official, statements on what exactly Russians want, on what exactly Ukraine wants, and on what exactly Ukraine is ready to do when we speak about those Russian requirements. As for now, we just have the official statement from Ukrainian Office of the President that is saying that the main requirement from Ukrainian side is for Russia to stop this aggression, to stop the attacks, and to remove all of its armed forces from Ukraine. So that's like the key point, and all the rest probably. Well, we hope all that we're gonna hear something from those talks quite soon. Well, as for the so maybe you'll have some questions.
What about Lviv? Because in the first couple of days, we continue to hear air raid sirens in Lviv, but now in today and yesterday, it does seem that things have calmed down a little bit in Lviv. Is that an accurate description of the situation?
Well, so-called calmed down because when you turn your phone on, you see the news. Well, you don't feel safe despite not hearing the bombings, not hearing the firings. This night we woke up at 3 a.m. in the morning from the air defense sirens. So there were no bombings from the very first day here. So just in the very first day, there were a couple of strikes at the airfield nearby the city, at some of the military bases. But as far as we know, at least, there were no strikes after that. But we've been hearing the sirens almost every day, every night. Some of the people are already used to hearing it, and they just don't leave their apartments, which is not safe because, people are just tired, they just want to sleep. But the majority, they just walk down. We're staying in a hotel where I am right now. So this morning we heard the siren at 3 a.m. and we woke up, we went to the shelter, we spent half an hour there, then we returned back, fell asleep again. So, and that's what you do every night. I mean, yes, the Lviv and the Western Ukraine remains one of the, just so-called islands of calmness, islands of peace, if you compare it to the rest of Ukraine. But it's just so-called peace because you see this news, you just understand that this can happen any moment, actually. You see those people just walking on the streets, and at the next second there is an airstrike. My colleague from the TV company I used to work for in Kiev died in the airstrike on the TV station in the center of Kiev. That was the day before. So, and he was just, I don't know whether he was just doing his job there, whether he was just walking in the street. So it just happens in the seconds, so you can't feel safe anywhere now.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about your colleague, Alexei, and you're right. Even though that Lviv is relatively quiet, no one in an armed conflict, no place in an armed conflict really is a complete island. You were connected through so many ways. We thank you so much for joining us this hour, Alexei.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Please do keep us posted on the situation there.
Yes, now, thank you. See you. Yeah,
thank you. Goodbye for now. Mr. Rong, we don't have a lot of time left. I'm going to ask one last question to both you and Mr. Huang here with me. Give us both scenarios after today. One scenario, some progress made at the second round of talks. What will that bring? A temporary halt of fire on the streets in Ukraine? What about the other scenario? Nothing comes out of the meetings and things will head for another escalation. What will that look like?
Well, as I said, that the two scenarios. One is, of course, this round of talk will prepare the ground for the final political settlement of this crisis. This is, I think, hopefully it would be the best. The other scenario is, of course, I think the Russia, because of the pressure, because of the needs, the sort of scenario where it would have to strengthen, increase its military pressure on Ukraine for its political purposes. Then we're going to have intensified sort of conflict. Unfortunately, I think what the US and what the NATO has done is, instead of helping to lower the tension, it seems that it's perceived that leading towards that scenario, which is really bad.
黄总，我也想问您同样的一个问题啊。荣老师说 ，EU 和美国的做法有点火上浇油的这个意思。我们就看今晚的这个谈判。
This round, the first round actually lasted for 5 hours. We believe that will be no shorter than that for today's talk. So what's your expectation? It's really hard to tell because this is really complicated. All in all, we prefer talks than the military movements for sure. But we talk about, although this is second round, but we not really hope to see a lot of progress. We talk about a best outcome could be a humanitarian passageway from this second negotiation. The Chinese government always mentioned that hope the two sides to restrain. But still we see that NATO, EU actually give the constant support in terms of weaponry and a finance. And for U.S. support, that's the $600 million and 350 million for the military, and for the other NATO countries also support the military, the weapons. So we talk about that to help the Ukraine side to fight against the military operation, but we talk about ground operation may last for a longer time. We talk about if nothing from today's negotiation, we talk about any escalation happen. Yes, it's possible. Based on the current situation, right now the Russian side is really restrained. We will see very likely to escalate the tension. So any cards right now holding to their chest for the US and the EU, right now they like to play on the table. Right now the US side just provide assistance. Of course, NATO and the US, of course, are not directly involved in this conflict. But you cannot exactly bring that card off the table. We talk about they may not really involve the military personnel on ground. What kind of format? We talk about maybe airstrike. Right now they provide that satellite, right, for the reconnaissance or like IT information warfare. So they actually we have a lot of previous examples. We talk about a war. We talk about that's a war to resist the U.S. aggression and aid Korea. So that's also happened the same situation.
Mr. Rong, I want to thank you also for your expertise and analysis. As always, both of you gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us on our special live streaming. And we want to thank you for your company. Throughout the last hour, we will have full coverage of the second round of negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. Feel free to stay tuned to your favorite social media platform of CGTN, and also feel free to join us on our television side. I'm Zhong Shi in Beijing. Thank you so much.
patrols at the forest park in Belarus. So the Ukraine said just right before the negotiations going on, they refused to take the place for a second round of negotiation. Then the head of the delegation of the Russian side said that there is no change to the venue and time. We have the correspondent right now waiting at the forest park to give you the updated information. And also from the US side, a statement saying that if the Russia agreed to fully withdraw the troops from Ukraine, then nothing happened to the bilateral relations between US and Russia. And also the EU is waiting to see the outcomes of the negotiation. So right now I'm at Lviv of Ukraine, so it's at the really west part of Ukraine and quite close to the negotiation place. And the people here in Lviv are really waiting for some kind of the progress from this second round of talk, at least to hold the fairing. But still, the Ukrainian people here think that actually they take advantage from this conflict. So you may heard a sound from the ambulance or the police cars. Actually, this kind of sound we heard frequently. We got used to it. So the local people saying that they're not really in the weak position, so they need to take more initiative. So seeing that we're not surrendering to Russia because Russia is a really strong country. Right now we're not surrendering, which means we are actually winning the conflict. This is just the second round of peace talk. For myself, based on the current situation or the momentum, there will be no big progress from the negotiation. And we talk about a second round of negotiation actually decided right after the first round. So the good news actually we see that continuous negotiation. So both sides still actually are willing to talk. Of course, that based on a different consideration, but we talk with the Ukrainian people, talk with the colleague in Ukraine. We all want to see the early ceasefire, especially in Kharkiv, people in Kiev, to create a condition for them to continue their normal life. Today may be a very important milestone, but also we should not expect the result from the second talk. So this is right now the information we collected from Lviv.
All over the place. Ukraine doesn't want to be covered by the dead bodies of soldiers. Go home with your whole army. Tell your officers that you want to live, that you don't want to die but to live. We need to stop the war and restore peace as soon as possible.
Well, leaders of the Quad group of countries, the United States, Japan, Australia, and India will hold a meeting on Thursday. Some media reports say they will likely discuss the conflicts between Russia and Ukraine and verify coordination among the four partners. India is the only Quad member that has not condemned Russia's military operation. Russia is the main supplier of arms to the Indian military, and India's foreign ministry said in a statement that the four members will, quote, exchange views and assessments about important developments in the Indo-Pacific. And now for the latest from Russia, Alyosha Milenkovic is reporting for us from Moscow.
He said that military option involving possible nuclear war exists only in the heads of some of the Western leaders. It is not an option that Russia considers, and it is, according to him, not within the Russian military doctrine, because Russian military doctrine says it won't be the first one to press a nuclear button, but only in case it was directly under attack of a foreign forces by a nuclear weapon. But nevertheless, he also said that what they learned, what their intelligence sources are telling them, is that in many countries in Western Europe, some sort of preparations for a possible nuclear onslaught are actually in progress. That's something that was very disturbing to hear, particularly here in Moscow, in Russia. And what we also know is that Russian President Vladimir Putin several days ago.
A venue for today will going to be happened in the border place. So according to the original schedule, that should be happened at the Forest Park in the Belarus. Back to 1991, the three presidents of Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus signed the agreement regarding collapse of the Soviet Union. So why choose this place? The experts hope that it's significant that these three countries can reach an agreement for peaceful settlement, but actually the Ukraine side did not arrive at the venue, and also the news saying that the Ukraine side refused to hold talks at this venue, and also based on my updated information, the second round of negotiation will be happen within 2 hours, and also the Ukraine delegation right now is taking helicopter heading to the venue. So for the security issue right now, the venue not actually available to the public, but that will be happened also still at the border city of Poland and Belarus. So the focus on the several topics, such the ceasefire and also the building a humanitarian passageway will top the agenda. Right now, the military operation is still going on, and we see the tensions escalating. How to make sure people can leave from these cities safely to other cities, and also to mitigate the casualties. I believe these are very important to both sides, and also the headquarters of humanitarian passageway will be established to give support to the people leaving the country. So this will be established by Russian side. So we could see that the Russian side also attached great importance to protect people. And for both sides, they not overestimate a big progress or big result from this round of talk. But both sides believe actually this is really significant that both sides are willing to sit down and talk at the negotiation table. For the second round of negotiation, before that, we could see that for the first round of negotiation, the Russian side actually halt its operation. But right now, we could see that the second negotiation is going on along with the operation. Right now, the military operation is still in the Kharkiv, Kiev, and Donbas region. Kiev and Kharkiv, right now, the fierce battle going on, and we could see that the key landmark attacked by the Russians, the high precision
发表了一个声明，他声称呢已经
military
完全
weapon.
控制住了乌克
Yesterday,
兰
the
南
Russian
部
side
地区的赫尔松市。
released a
这个赫尔
statement
松市呢
saying
是乌克
that
兰
the
南部的一个
Kherson,
非常重要的城市。
the
它
southern
呢
part of
它的这个被
Ukraine
占
right
领
now
啊，
is fully
说
under
明
the
呢俄军
control
已经
of
打开了从
Russia,
克里米亚
which
向北进攻以
means
及向西
the
进
Russia
攻
right now
乌克兰
have
在
the
黑海
a
地区一个
passway
非常重要的港
available
口城市，也
from
就是敖德萨的
Crimea
这样一个通道。此外呢，东部
to
顿巴斯的
Odessa
这个顿涅茨克武军呢和俄
around
军
Black Sea.
昨天也宣布已经包围
And
住了这
yesterday,
个乌克兰在亚速海地区的一
militia
个唯
from
一
the
的港口
Donbas
城市，也就是
region
马里乌波尔。这说明呢，
they
俄
right
军呢
now
已经是切断了乌
forge
克兰
a
通往亚速
siege
海的这样一个通道。
around
此
Mariupol,
外呢，俄罗斯国防部昨天还公布了一
so
个
which
双方
means
的
they
这个
block the
伤亡
passageway
的数
from
字啊。
Ukraine
根
to
据这个数字
Azov
显示呢， 目前已经有498名
And
俄军士兵
yesterday,
阵亡，另有1597人受伤。
498
乌克兰方面呢是2870人阵亡，3700人受伤。此外呢，俄军还宣称呢，已经瘫痪了乌克兰的一共1533个地面目标。这些地面目标呢，
and
包括
1,533 facilities disabled, including the A laser
包
station,
括战机还有坦克等一些军事目标。
air defense system,
此外呢，西方
the
国家
military
近期啊，针对俄罗斯的
facilitation
这
and
个经济制裁
infrastructure.
措施呢，也是在不断的加码
For
当中。
Ukraine side,
今天根据俄媒的消息
2,870
呢，世
soldiers
界银
died
行啊
and
宣布
3,700
取消
injured.
所有的在
And
白俄罗
talking
斯
about
以及俄罗斯
sanctions
这两个国
against
家的合
Russia,
作项目。奔
and
驰
the
公司呢，今天
ODA
也是宣布
corporations
暂
right
停
now
在俄
on
罗斯的
halt
汽车生产，以及暂停
the
向俄罗斯
project
市
in
场供应
Belarus
汽
and
车的这样
Russia,
一
and
个
also
声明。此外呢，还有报道称，
BMW also
俄媒
mentioned
报
that
道
they
称
will
啊，
stop
从本月
investment
的
in
12日开始，
Russia and Belarus,
一共
and
有7家
starting
列入
from
制裁名单的
12th
这
of
个俄罗斯银行呢，
March,
将
7
开始断开
Russian
与
banks
SWIFT 的这个国际交易支
will
付
be
系统
kicked
的
out
这个
from
连接。
SWIFT.
同时呢，还有富时罗素指数呢，今天也宣布将排除所有的俄罗斯上市企业的股票在这个指数中的显示。还有惠誉国际呢，今天又再一次将俄罗斯的这个主权评级
And
下调了，
MSCI
从
also
3B
lowered
下
the
调到
A
了 B 级，这
rating
是
of
近1
Russia
周
from
以来
3B
吧，第2
to
次将
B.
俄罗斯
So
的这
this
个
is
主
the
权
second time
评级下调。
lower
可以
the
说这些制
Russia's
裁措施呢，已
sovereign
经开始对俄
rating.
罗斯的金融市场以及
We
经
could
济呢
see
产生了一
OD
个非常大
sanctions
的影响。
start to
今天根据俄
had
罗
a
斯
big
央行的这
impact
个
to
消息呢，
the
莫斯科
Russia's
证券交易所呢还是
economic
暂停交易
performance.
活动。
And also today,
什么
the
时候
stock
恢复呢？还
exchange
是
of
没有
Russia
通
still
知。
not
此外呢，俄罗斯的这个汇市啊
back
也是
to
受到了
work.
非常大的影响。俄罗斯的卢布呢兑换美元还有欧元的这样一个汇率呢，这几
And
天也是
exchange
不断的
rates
加
between
速下跌
ruble
当中。
to
根据我今天在莫斯科
euro
街头的
to
换汇点
US
得到的这
still
样一个消
declining.
息啊，目前斯卢布兑换美元的汇率呢，已经下跌到了
Now the exchange
1:120
rate
左右。相比这个战事刚刚开始的时候呢，
is
下跌
1
了大
versus
概已经有将近50%
120
左
ruble.
右，这个下跌的
So this
幅度和速度
plumped
都是非常的大的。除了这个
50%. So that's
外
a
汇
really
率下
sharp
跌呢，这个
decline.
汇率下跌呢，已经开始逐渐对俄罗斯的这个民众的日常生活呢，也开始产
And
生
the
了一定
weak
的影响。
ruble
目
also
前据
had
我在一
impact to
些商
people's
场还有超市
daily
里的观
life.
察呢，
Based on my
俄罗斯
observation
的
in
食
the
品、
shopping
生
malls
活用
and
品还有电子产
supermarket,
品呢，都出现了
a
不同
daily
程度的这个
necessity,
价格上
the
涨的
a
上涨的
electronic
情况。
products
针
all
对卢
have
布下
seen
跌的这
a
个情况呢，俄罗
soaring
斯政府也是出
in
台了一些的
price.
针对措
Going
施啊。
forward,
比
the
如
a
说，俄
Russian
罗斯总
government
统普
also
京呢，昨
released
天
a
签
set
署了
of
一个
measures.
法令，这
Yesterday,
个法令
President
呢，
Putin
规
signed a
定禁
decree
止携带1
saying
万美元以上的
that
这个货币，其中包括俄罗斯卢布还有外汇，全都算到一起啊。禁止携带这个1万美元以上的货币出境，同时呢，也临时禁止
the people not allowed
这
to
个在
bring
俄罗斯的
10,000
外国人，
US
包括俄罗
dollars
斯
or
本地的公民呢
equivalent
向境外汇款，以及还有在俄罗
outside
斯的这个
Russia.
所有的企业 业呢经营所得的外汇呢都必须强行结汇80%。另外我刚刚得到了一个消息啊，
And also the revenue earned they need to redeem the 80% of settlement of exchange. And also the foreign exchange fee also increased to 30%. So you could see that the countermeasures were taken by Russian side to deal with the weakened ruble. So we can tell right now the economic sanctions already had a big impact on the financial and economic sector in Russia. So that's quite close to the sanctions from EU against Russia, and also the chairman of EU saying that right now more than 1 million people living in Ukraine.
来这个提供紧急援助，为这个与乌克兰邻近的国家能提供一些紧急的物资，还有
right now, EU also think about to initiate the civil protection mechanism to provide humanitarian assistance, because right now we have seen more than 1 million refugees from Ukraine to the Poland and Slovenia, and right now these two countries already initiate the protection mechanism, asking for the assistance from EU, and right now we see that the masks, tent, prescription medicines are now sending to Poland. Ukrainian crisis is the catastrophe, humanitarian catastrophe haven't seen in past decade. 5 years ago, the conflicts in Ethiopia that spanned 4 weeks to reach 1 million refugees, but this time you could see just within 1 week we've seen 1 million refugees. So the European Union actually already witnessed the wave of refugee, and right now the refugee from Middle East,
Still, we have seen people still living in the refugee camp.
还没有能够完全的融入到当地社会，甚至呢还遭到了当地的这个居民的歧视。那么除了这两个方面内容之外呢，我们想
the refugees right now still not get used to the life there, not fully involved in a normal social life. And back to the news regarding the Ukraine willing to join the European Union. That's the first day of the negotiation, and President Zelensky signed the application for joining EU on the same day. The 8 leaders from the EU member countries signed the joint statement saying that the EU should have the acceleration process. And also in the meeting of EU supporting Ukraine to be as a candidate member. So that's showing that the EU's attitude. EU chairman also saying that Ukraine belongs to the European family and welcoming the application made by Ukraine. And also we have seen that the EU members also urge the European Union to accelerate the process. And at the EU leader summit, the Ukraine joining EU actually also one of the topic, but we talk about this is a very difficult process. It's very complicated. So talk about the normal process. If you're willing to join EU, you need to first make the application. And then, so you made this application to Council of Europe, and then the Council of Europe asked the European Union to see whether you are qualified to apply, and then need to have negotiation with European Union members one by one, which means this is really time-consuming. And during the negotiation, the candidate need to made adjustments according to the EU standards, and also the documents need to be approved by Council of Europe, the European Union, and other related organizations. And also we talk about that also need to be approved by referendum at each EU country. When you finish all this process, then you are allowed to join the European Union. Take Turkey as example. In 1987, he applied make the application, and in 1999. After check is the qualification, then they start the negotiation in 2005. So from 2005 to today, 17 years passed. They need to negotiate the 17 items. They only talk about 2 items on the list in the past 17 years. The EU mentioned that they would like to accelerate the process for Ukraine. Need around 15 to 18 months to approve the candidate country state. And Croatia actually spent 10 years to become a member of the European Union. For Turkey, actually 35 years passed, still not finished all the process. So for the Ukraine joining the European Union, actually it's not an easy job. For European Union, they support Ukraine joining EU, but right now the most important priority is that we need to stop a conflict, and then we can talk about the EU membership.
And also for the 27 EU members, they're not on the same page. So they need to get the green light from all these 27 member states. So right now, they still need some time to get that candidate country state. European Union considered the Ukraine as a buffer zone to talk to Russia. So in the previous years, the European Union had provided a lot of assistance to Ukraine. But if, let's say, Ukraine finally joined the European Union, which means European right now is at the border of Russia. And also we talk about the not really 100% optimistic for the future of Ukraine joining EU. Regarding the EU sanctions against Russia right now coming to the implementation stage, for the financial sector, the elite, and also the technology sector right now is under sanction, and this is the strongest sanctions given by European Union. It's not an easy decision, but this is something have to happen. So they will have a big blow to the Russian's economy as well as crime rate. President Putin and Foreign Minister Mr. Lavrov all on the list, and 680 entities, including 53 real entities, all on the sanction list. They are not allowed to enter to the European Union territory, and also they mentioned they will take sanctions on the 7 banks from SWIFT. And this morning, SWIFT confirmed that they will impose this sanction will be effect on March 12th. So they leave some time for transition to mitigate impact caused to European countries. And this is the most stringent set of sanctions made by European Union. And also European Union said that indeed all these sanctions will for sure have impact to European countries as well by seeing price increasing in energy and the slowdown in economic recovery. So this is not a situation favor for any side. We talk about why European Union like to take all these sanctions. On March 1st, it's a meeting saying that right now it's a critical period. The Ukraine crisis not only just limited to Ukraine and Russia, and because that will decide the future of international system. So EU need to show its capability. European Union released a list of sanctions. At the same time, they also released a list of the lethal assistance to Ukraine, worth 450 million euro. Including the anti-tank missile and also air defense missile. And the European Union also agreed to provide more assistance in terms of military weaponry. So we're looking at these economic sanctions. Not only hurting the Russia's economic performance, also hurting European countries as well. And so we can see this quite a fear hostile attitude. So far, we're not really seeing any peaceful attitude towards the situation. At the first round of negotiation, that both sides mentioned about their primary demand, reaching no common ground. So, what's your take on the planned second negotiation going to happen today? Will bring any turning point to the current situation? Actually, it's not optimistic regarding the progress from the second negotiation. There are a lot of uncertainties in the current situation, especially according to a statement from the Russian side regarding the siege at the Ukraine cities. So we focus on the two topics that will be ceasefire and also humanitarian passageway. I believe that right now we have seen a large number of casualties happened due to the crisis, the Ukraine crisis. So both sides right now under big pressure regarding humanitarian damages. So we talk about that the conflicts always have a lot of uncertainties. Especially right now, we have seen quite a fierce battle going on in street. So both sides should be really need to back to the negotiation table. But still, we talk about territorial integrity as a core interest of each country. So no matter it's the Russian side or Ukraine side, they will not give up in this topic. So one of the biggest possibility or scenario will be, let's see both sides whether can reach a consensus regarding temporarily ceasefire or that the people
or the military right now in siege can withdraw from there. Regarding the situation right now, the both sides try to find a way to resolve the situation in a peaceful way. This is something not welcomed by the Western Bloc. The United States saying that in this week, the U.S. provided more than 100 the air defense missiles. So around 200 missiles arrived in Ukraine per day. Besides military action, we also have seen the further sanctions released from the U.S. side. So including the export limitation on the Belarus to make sure that there's no goods from the Belarus to Russia. And also the companies providing military supply, and also your refining companies also on the list. The European Union also released a list of sanctions, saying that the 7 banks of the Russian will be kicked out from SWIFT. A statement saying that the sanctions will come to effect on 12th of March. The European Union also saying that the sanction on Russia, but also will have effect on European as well. So the new round of sanctions, saying that these banks cannot have a quite swift transaction to put the limitation on the export of Russia, but that also may have the negative impact on the European Union market. On the same day, they also have the broadcasting of RT and also Sputnik, which means these 2 Russian broadcasters not allowed to broadcast in European Union countries. The 2nd of March, Chairman also mentioned that indeed the sanctions will also have impact to European Union by seeing the hap in inflation rate and a slowdown.
And yet at this stage, these costs are difficult to calculate reliably. As deeper sanctions begin to bite, we could see a number of scenarios. For example, higher inflation, notably pressure on energy prices, and adverse impact on financial markets.
The escalation of tension in Ukraine, also further sanctions, that also had the impact on the global supply chain, including automobile supply chain. And many automobile makers announced that they stop working. The Volkswagen also faced a shortage of supplies, and also BMW also had impact. The Renault also mentioned that may have impact the logistics. So they may stop the car selling and manufacturing in Russia. Back to you, Mr. Zhang. We talk about that the sanctions introduced by the US, United States, and EU. We talk about the further sanctions actually not limit the economic development in Russia, but actually also impact the other sectors, including automobile industry. And also we talk about the EU sanctions also have the same negative impact to EU. We talk about looking at it's not an economic sector. We talk about that the mobile payment, and also sector like culture, sports. So we talk about that through sanctions, all these countries can reach their goals. talk about indeed, actually, Russia and the EU had quite a close cooperation in terms of energy and electronic products. We talk about the metal products, energy from Russia to EU, and EU export like food and the electricity to Russia. So we talk about actually for European Union and Russia, the losers from this round of sanctions. And look at the ballet dance and the film industry actually all included in the list of sanctions. So you could see that this is really a hostile attitude. It's not really based on the irrational reason. Given the backdrop of the second round of negotiation going to happen between Ukraine and Russia, I believe that those sanctions may have impact to the outcome or progress of the negotiations. And also we talk about the losses of EU or Ukraine have a big blow to the global economic recovery as well as Russia's economic growth. So want to add the ceasefire and also to mitigate the humanitarian impact. So this is something we want to see it happen at an early date. Abuse of sanctions means no winners. On February 24th, Russia started the military operation. We're now coming to the 8th day of special military operation. And today, a very big thing will happen. That's the second round of negotiation on February 28th. That's the very last day of February. The very first round of negotiation happened. And Russia asked Ukraine to recognize the independence of the two People's Republics and also the Crimea, and also the Russian side asked Ukraine for demilitarization, denazification, and to keep a neutral state. For the Ukraine side, asked Russia to withdraw the military troops and also to withdraw from Crimea and Donbas region. So this is the primary conditions for the first round negotiation. No outcome reached from the first round negotiation. And today, very soon, we will see the second round of negotiation. Talking about whether that negotiation will be happen as scheduled, and also whether that will be a turning point to the current situation. And also have seen the further sanctions from the United States and the EU, whether all these sanctions may have some impact to the current situation. Mr. Makinsky, the head of the negotiation of delegation from Russia, already reached the negotiation venue for the second round. They are fully prepared and ready for the negotiation. For the first round, both sides mentioned the primary conditions. And for right now, both sides already laid their requirements on the table, and also the Russian side at the first round of negotiations stopped the operation. And the evening of the March 2nd, the Russian side confirmed that a second negotiation was going to happen. Regarding the second round of negotiation, the Ukraine side mentioned that right now the delegation are already taking the helicopter heading to the negotiation venue. So they will talk about the humanitarian passageway. If, let's say, the second round of peace talk is going to happen as scheduled, so where will be the place? So previously, according to our knowledge, there is no official answer. So let's once again to contact our correspondents. So regarding the venue for the second round of negotiation, what's your updated information? Right now, I'm here in Belarus, and this is a forest park. Based on all the sources I can get, the Belarus side confirmed that the talk is going to happen today, and also one thing is for sure is not going to happen in this forest park. The Ukraine side actually refused this location because this was the significance. So we talk about what is the significance or the events happen here. So this is a forest. So this is actually a perfect location for negotiation. On December 8th of 1991, the president of Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine actually they signed a collection of the Soviet Union. So that's the symbolic meaning of this place. So which means a country actually lost its sovereignty in this place. That is why the Ukraine side refused to hold a second talk here in this forest park.
So for the security consideration, right now we do not have any information regarding the new selected venue, but the Russian delegation already arrived at the venue. And according to our source, right now the Ukraine delegation is on their way in the helicopter flying to the venue. And the 3 p.m. local time will be the scheduled time for second round of negotiation. Ukraine side released information saying their delegation taking the helicopter, so that's at the 2:47 p.m. So it's nearly 2 hours needed to fly to the venue. So we will give you the updated information once we know the location. And also Ukraine refused the presence of any media outlet at the negotiation venue. And regarding second round of negotiation, we will talk about the ceasefire and also the security guarantee. This is the list of topics. And also that they ask the Ukraine side to sign the agreements, saying that to destroy all the military facility which could impose a threat to the security of Russia. One question for Ukraine side. So for that a symbolic meaning from the Ukraine side, what's the take from the Russian side? What's their attitude regarding the venue change? Ukraine side actually not really stated their position regarding this venue change. So they talk about actually both sides after negotiated agreed to choose the Forest Park for the second round of negotiation. The head of the Ukraine delegation released a statement information. Actually, they released information from the Forest Park. And also the Russian side also waited the Ukraine side inside this forest park, but no further information released from the Russian side. So let's wait a progress from the second round of peace talk. On March 3rd, Foreign Minister Lavrov had a press conference saying that Russia is ready to talk about a topic including security, safety, guarantee, and also stated that the Russian is only targeting military facility and military troops. The civilian buildings actually not the target. And also saying that the United States also demonize Russia, And according to the statement released by the MOD of Russia, they disabled 1,612 Ukraine military infrastructure and also 100% controlled Kherson. According to MOD of Russia, they put the paralysis of military infrastructure, a military headquarters, and also right now, Kherson is under the control of Russia, and the civilian infrastructure, the public service facilities actually all operate, and no shortage in daily necessity. But Ukraine side denied the control by the Russian side at this city.
Since I saw the tanks outside this morning, the Russian military forces, I haven't seen anything from the Ukrainian organizations after that. I mean, no police, there is no Ukrainian military here. So I believe that the city is 100% in Ukrainian-Russian control actually.
俄罗斯国防部当天还表示，顿涅茨克武
Also
装2
same
号在
from
俄
the
军火力支援
MOD,
下继续向
Donetsk
前推进，已经完成对亚速
militia
海沿
also
岸
made
城
a
市
further
马里乌波尔的
headway
包围。
and
据
also
顿涅茨克
had
武
the
装表
siege
示，他们
around
给当地平民
Mariupol.
留出撤离的人道主义通道，
And also
他们还
they
在争
have
取
the
同乌
a
军谈判，
humanitarian
以说
pathway
服乌军
available
放下
in the
武器离开。
Mariupol and
俄
also
罗斯外
had
长
the
拉夫罗
talks
夫2号表示，
to
俄罗斯承认
persuade
泽连
the
斯基的乌克兰
Ukrainian
领导人
troops
地
to
位。
give
不
up
过，俄
to
罗斯仍然
surrender.
致力于完成乌克兰的去军事化任务。拉
And
夫罗夫表
Russia
示，
still
需要列
pursuing
出
the
一
goal
份
of
武器清单，这些
demilitarization
武器将永远不能部署在乌克
and
兰领土
also
上。另据乌克兰媒
need
体
to
援
have
引
at
乌克兰
least
武装部队
seen
总
that
参谋部2
all
号
these
发布的报告
weapons
称，
on the list
俄军
should
已在乌克兰境内发射了180多枚
destroyed
导弹。
and never
报
exist
告还说，
in
多达
Ukraine.
30架战机2号侵犯了乌克兰领空，战机主要来自白俄罗斯一侧。
And also see
除此
more
之外
than
呢，当地时间
30
3月2号，
aircrafts
俄罗斯国防
entering
部
the
宣布，就
territory
乌克
of
兰局势成
Ukraine
立
from
人道主义
Belarus.
反应指挥部，
And
主要
Russia
的任务
also
是向
established
卢甘斯
headquarters
克和
to
顿涅
deal
茨克
with
以及乌克兰其他的
humanitarian
地区来提供
affairs,
人道主义援助。
provide
而在
humanitarian
当地时
assistance
间的3
to
月2号，
Lugansk,
俄罗斯外长拉
Donetsk,
夫罗夫在接受
and
媒体
also
采
other
访的时
places
候
in
强调
Ukraine.
说，克里米亚是俄罗
Lavrov
斯的一
also
部分，
mentioned that
没
the
有任
Crimea
何的
is
商
part
量
of
余地。
Russia's
拉夫罗夫表
territory,
示，如果克里米
no
亚出现北约军
negotiation
事基地，俄罗斯是绝对不
allowed.
接受的。除此之外，俄罗
And
斯
Russia
也不
not
允许乌克
accept
兰拥有核武器。
Ukraine
听
to
得出来，
own
双方的表态都非
nuclear
常的
weapon.
强硬。那如果以这样的态度去进行第2轮的谈判，是不是会依然像第1轮一样无果而终呢？相关的分析，我们接下来马上来连线
So
一下
far,
中国
both
社
sides
科院
have
俄罗斯东欧
taken
中
a
亚
very
研究所
tough
研究员、
stance.
乌克兰问题专
So
家
anything
张
we
红。
can expect
张
from
红你
the
好，
second round
在
of
前几天举
negotiation.
行的这个首轮谈判当中呢，当时俄乌双
So
方各自提出
a couple
的这
days
个谈
ago,
判条
at
件
the
可以
first
说
round of
完
peace
全没有
talk,
任何的
both
交集。
sides
那么这几
put
天
their
来，他们的表态
negotiation
似乎
demand on
还
the
是
table.
非常的